Kind of cringe, but we ball. I mean, first of all, he has to ham it up. Okay, he's Egyptian and he's Muslim and his name is Abdurrahman. Okay, and secondly, it's perfectly fine. Like, the thing that annoys me, what is this? The 1930s called, they want Hasan Piker back. Oh my God, dude. Yes. The Piker Broadcasting Service. The Piker Broadcasting Service actually is not the Piker Broadcasting Service, okay? It's Iskra. That's what it is. That's what it is. The PBS is the real Marxist newspaper for the Social Democrats. Accidental FDR reference. The 1930s they want Hasan Piker back. Yeah, it's FDR, but more radical. Radical rationalizations for destruction of violence in the U.S. trace back to the early 20th century. PBS, the Pravda Broadcasting Service. Psychosexual delirium about Hasan will continue until morale improves. Me to my wife. If you're more trusted by me shacking up with a stripper than by millions of people lacking healthcare, you don't understand morals. Wait, what? Dude, what the hell, Jonathan Chait? Why is he so crazy? Why? New hit piece angle, you're Al Capone. Wouldn't PBS be the Daily Worker, not the Pravda? No, it's just, well, adjusted to the current time frame, it'd be Iskra. That's what PBS would be. It's adjusted to like the current, the current political struggle in the country, current social struggle in the country. Anyway, talk like they did on the radio in the 30s. Yeah. Was FDR a socialist? No, he was not. Why are you saying yes? FDR was not a socialist. Okay. He was not. I mean, he was probably one of the most based American presidents. He's up there for sure. But no, he was not a socialist. Anyway, we'll get to all of this. FDR, he caved to the demands of the socialists, the communists, the trade unionists, the anarchists, right? I mean, he kind of had to. He was a Trotskyist. Okay. Anyway, it can be argued that every single U.S. president was a war criminal. Yes, you can. I mean, at a certain point, yeah, no shit. I mean, it's true, but like, it's to every president, every leader around the world. There is, unless you have no motion whatsoever, you're gonna do some crimes. Okay, don't make me go back to on authority. That's just what authority is. Okay, it's true. Yeah, I kind of dunked on her a little bit because Shannon Watts did this unbelievably annoying thing where she took a super cool take from our goat Abdul Al-Sayed. I was supposed to be at this event, by the way, but because I was traveling so much, I was like, I'm going to go home. FDR did not believe in socialism in one state. He said all 50 can have a little. Yeah, FDR was not a committed believer in a permanent all-state socialism solution. Or no, he said he wanted a permanent all 50 states socialism solution. Sorry, he was a trot. He was not. Everyone can have a little bit of socialism. You skipped Detroit, shame. Okay, whatever. I'm sorry. I know I can't be everywhere all at once. Okay, I have obligations. I have obligations to you guys, ironically enough, and to my family, and to my loved ones, and to my dog. Like, I have to. I can't be out here all the time nonstop. Okay, here's Abdul making a totally reasonable take that Shannon Watts, who is one of those like Moms Demand Action activists, who got on the I have obligations to Kaya. I have to give her a zap. I have to give her a shocking. I have to be here to give her a daily shocking. You already know what it is. Okay, what is this? Mom realizes the FBI follows her sons. We already watched that. We already watched it. Okay, let's start with Abdul.
AIPAC and Israel are not the same as Judaism and the Jewish people. I love Judaism and I love the Jewish people. I venerate Judaism and I venerate the Jewish people. I stand with Judaism and I stand with the Jewish people.
Dude, the ultras are going to be mad. They're going to be like, wow, dude, you're doing you're doing Jewish exceptionalism. Wow, another Zionist. They're gonna be like, wow, I can't believe you said this. I can't believe you said this. Don't you know the only viable way for you to actually sufficiently attack the state of Israel is by saying, yes, all Jews care about is the state of Israel. You have to basically operate on the Nick Fuentes playing field. Okay. Kind of cringe, but we ball. I mean, first of all, he has to ham it up. Okay. He's Egyptian and he's Muslim and his name is Abdurrahman. Okay. And secondly, it's perfectly fine. Like, the thing that annoys me is that, like, I'm a socialist. Okay. It's kind of a Jewish thing in some respects. Like, the Nazis weren't wrong when they were like, yo, what's up with all these Marxists? They're all Jewish. They were kind of right, okay? Jews were pretty radical for the longest goddamn time. It's like annoying as to just come from that perspective, to come from that background, to have like all of your, formative thinkers be, a big chunk of them be Jewish, okay? And then to turn around and be like, have all these people be like, you're anti-Semitic. What are you saying? Clipped. When they were talking about Jewish Bolshevism, it's not wrong. A lot of Jews were radical, and it's a good thing. That's not a bad thing. This is a socialist community. Okay? Brother, you're going to get clipped so hard for this. Oh, shut up. Enough. It doesn't matter. Stop being so ass pain. Oh my God. I know. Anyway. One of the pillars of Judaism is social justice, which is most likely one of the reasons why a lot of Jewish people are radical. Yeah, that's why it's so annoying whenever people are just like, wow, you're anti-Semitic. It's like, bitch, what are you talking about? What the fuck are you talking about? This new, like, Zionist Judaism is like a new phenomena. It's the last 100 years. Before that, for thousands of years, Jews were the guys who were like, let's fix this shit. What's going on here? We gotta work on advocacy. We got to work on social justice. We got to advance society in a meaningful way. And it was not just, obviously it wasn't just Jewish people, but like a big percentage of Jewish people, by virtue of, I guess, being on the receiving end of pogroms and hatred and enmity, were fairly radical people. And the overwhelming majority of socialist leaders, Marxists, and Lenin himself, obviously the GOAT, like, they understood how reactionaries would choose to divide the working class by focusing on and fomenting hatred, not just amongst, not just direct enmity towards the Jews, but towards, black and brown people as well. They were woke. How do we forget about all this shit? I just don't understand. Anyway, it's very frustrating. Unrelated, but did you see the Bourdain biopic by the Nirvana guys? No. Anyway, let's get back to the Abdul al-Sayed thing. Trump just told Fox News and Iran will be blown off the face of the earth if it targets U.S. ships in the Strait of Hormuz. Yeah. We're going to get to that in a second. Yeah, I got to have Molly Crabapple on to talk about her book on the Jewish Bund, because this is precisely what she covers. But in any case, let's continue.
With the Jewish people. And the single most dangerous thing that they've tried to tell us is that somehow they can extend the definition of anti-Semitism to include a foreign government and its leaders. I call bullshit. No. If you believe that anti-Semitism extends to include a foreign government and AIPAC, you are creating a dangerous circumstance. So it is important for us to recognize that we love Judaism and the Jewish people because we love people.
Yeah, but also, I want to extend on this one more time. Whenever they're like freaking out about the whole, like, this is Jewish exceptionalism, okay? I can't stress this enough. It's virtually impossible for you to be a well-read Marxist in any way, shape, or form and not have some of the more formative work in your ideological development be like some of the most formative Marxist texts come from Jews. Okay, yeah, Rosa Luxemburg, great example. Like, even if you are repeating things that you've heard from myself or repeating things that you heard from other people without recognizing where that comes from, you're most likely repeating something that a radical, revolutionary Jewish thinker wrote about probably 100 years ago. Okay? Brother, one is for talking, the other is for private time. Wait, what? Angles. Hence, anti-Semitism is merely the reaction of declining medieval social strata against a modern society consisting essentially of capitalists and wage laborers, so that it all serves all it serves are reactionary ends under a purportedly socialist cloak. And this is not just about anti-Semitism. Anti-Semitism is just one of the more like popular versions of reactionary thought at the time. I mean, Lenin himself also very clearly and openly stated, if you want to engage in like any form of tailism, any form of opportunism, then what you would insist upon is to lean into anti-Semitic tendencies, to anti-Semitic ideology, because that was what was popping at the time. That's not supposed to be the case, because it's totally outside of an understanding of class. It's just, I'm not going to go into the Lenin speech one more time, but it's not just about Jews either. This is about every other group. I mean, in the United States of America, there are obviously other groups that are directly in the crosshairs. Undocumented migrants, queer people, women. It's always the same. Anyway, the Jews in Germany were precisely because they were wealthy. Lord, this is insane stuff. Oh my God. That is insane. That is insane. Neera Tanden, you're so stupid. But hey, she's pro-Israel, so she is to say it. Dude. She read Mein Kampf and was like, yeah, this Hitler guy. What the? Hey, yo. Matt Stoller responded, Nazi propaganda about Jews being wealthy wasn't actually true. Jasper, yikes. You anti-Semitic cow. Neera Tanden to be like, I don't understand. Yeah, Jews are magic money people. That's why they killed them. Oh, that's funny. Yeah, these guys are so stupid. Yeah, except remember, it doesn't matter because obviously she's pro-Israel. So that's what matters, right? That's what fucking matters. No one is ever going to look at this. No one understands how ridiculous this is. No one understands that this is straight up verbatim rehashing Nazi propaganda, right? There's so much anti-Semitism in the U.S. Matt Stoller's response was, there's so much anti-Semitism in the U.S. that 4 of the top 10 richest people in the world are American Jewish men. These pogroms must be starting any second now. And then Neera Tanden goes, the Jews in Germany were murdered precisely because they were wealthy. Lord, this is insane stuff. See, this is the opposite of what I was saying, where it was like, the Nazis kept repeatedly talking about Judeo-Bolshevism. There is definitely a little bit more truth about Jewish communism, Jewish socialism, and Jewish radicalism and revolutionary politics within large subsects of Jewish society than the idea that they had their hands in like all the money and controlled the money supply and were profoundly powerful in Weimar Germany or whatever the fuck. Yeah, there is at least evidence from numerous radical Jewish thinkers that were at the forefront of these movements, specifically in Germany as well. Yeah. Remember this establishment dem also retweeting neo-Nazis? Yeah, of course. I can't believe I couldn't finish this one Abdul El-Sayed statement from start to finish. It's 1 minute and 27 seconds. I'm going to run it.
AIPAC and Israel are not the same as Judaism and the Jewish people. I love Judaism and I love the Jewish people. I venerate Judaism and I venerate the Jewish people. I stand with Judaism and I stand with the Jewish people. And the single And the single most dangerous thing that they've tried to tell us is that somehow they can extend the definition of anti-Semitism to include a foreign government and its leaders. I call bullshit. No, no. If you believe that anti-Semitism extends to include a foreign government and AIPAC, you are creating a dangerous circumstance. So it is important for us to recognize that we love Judaism and the Jewish people because we love people. And we love Palestinians and their rights because we love people. And we love that our tax dollars get spent here, on schools here, and healthcare here, because we love people. You cannot claim that human rights end at a border. You cannot claim that you want to invest in our kids when you send our money abroad to kill other people's kids. You cannot claim it.
Great take. Of course, you know, the take alone, very popular. People loved it. One person, on the other hand, did not like it. Okay? Shannon Watts, author, New York Times bestseller, Fired Up, organizer, Firestarter University, founder emerita of Moms Demand Action. Remember, Moms Demand Action is an anti-gun violence, a gun violence prevention, anti-school shooting advocacy organization, right? That's what Shannon Watts is known for. Okay, so that's what she used to be known for. Now she's known for just like attacking critics of Israel, prominent critics of Israel. I don't know why. It's very fucking annoying. I mean, I do know why. Okay, I don't know if there's like some big donors that donated the Moms Demand that also were just like, hey, also you have to be pro-Israel or something. I don't know what the fuck it is. Okay, but it is ridiculous for this person to be this aggressive, okay? For this person to be this aggressively in defense of Israel. So she says, I love Jews as long as they reject Israel does not seem like a winning message. First of all, you'd be surprised. Secondly, I said, this person went from trying to stop school shootings in the U.S. to demanding more school shootings in Gaza, Lebanon, and Iran, and it's actually unbelievable. Which seemingly frustrated her, definitely touched a nerve. So she said, anyone who knows me knows I'm against war crimes being committed by the Israeli and American governments, accusing me of wanting children killed in the Middle East because I oppose anti-Semitism as a sickness on the left. Fuck you, Hasan Piker. Okay. I want to reply and just be like, say Israel's an apartheid state committing a genocide right now. And apologize for going after critics of Israel. Okay, so you condemn the United States for aligning with Israel. Actually, you know what? I'm just going to go quick. I'm going to go with, say Israel's an apartheid state that has committed a genocide right now then. Tweet it. This is so high school. What is this? What is this? Hold up. Is this the guy liberals are trying to whitewash by saying you're just as bad as him? All right. What is this? Yeah. USA Today. There was another article by a person who's like Israel first, who wrote another USA Today article comparing me to Nicolas Fuentes. Okay, Nicolas Fuentes. And of course, we know it's bullshit, right? We obviously know it's bullshit. It's complete bullshit. And I don't even know if there's any reason to go through it one more time. But every other week, it feels like they keep writing this same exact article over and over again. I mean, AIPAC promoted the article as well. There's also an unheard article that came out. Apparently, Shoykot was going beast mode back in the day. Wait, what? And while Chakrabarti may indeed still have a friendly relationship with AOC, as he says he does, he may have pissed off too many of the wrong people in Congress during his brief stint as their chief of staff in 2019. As the Chronicle reports today, citing people who know, including House Speaker Emerita, then Chief of Staff Drew Hamill, Chakrabarti was likely far from AOC staff for mouthing off on Twitter too much about their more moderate Democratic colleagues in the House. Thus, his tenure in that role was only about 7 months long. I can neither confirm nor deny any of the information that's on that is being reported on in this article. But perhaps you may have thought it's odd that I am, so in the tank for a random centimillionaire. Perhaps you may have found that to be odd. You might have thought, Hasan, aren't you a fucking socialist? Why are you so deep in the tank? Why are you promoting this random fucking Silicon Valley centimillionaire who has definitely donated to like random right wingers too? No one cares, Hasan. No one cares, Hasan. No one cares, Hasan. Buddy, Cool Guy Streamer 2, you're in my chat. Okay, you're in my chat on a sock account. And you've subscribed in the past. You've been following for probably years. Kind of feels like you do. Yeah. So, as I was saying, this is not surprising to me, or at least this part is not surprising to me at all. And it was, if you were paying attention back then, you would have known. What is this? You were mentioned on Geopold and it threw me off, Lamau. Is this a 2-hour video on Epstein's empire? What the fuck? And it threw me off? What is this?
Fixer rich dude who roped in influential men. Ghislaine was also extremely well versed on the internet. And talking about the brain rot online connection to Epstein, I would like to make it clear how I was not on the island, okay? I don't know how many people have seen this fucking bullshit yet, but the other day, one of the biggest political commentators on the entire internet decided to imply I'm like involved with Epstein or something. Yeah, Hasan Piker, the man himself,
pay close attention to who's silent about the new Epstein drops. And I took that personally. He said, I took that personally. Bro, see? His ass felt called out. His ass felt so called out. He had to do a fucking 2-hour documentary on the Epstein leaks. Okay? That's all I'm saying. If the shoe fits.
This on X. My friend who owes me loads of money replied, Geopold ... as a joke. It was a joke. It was totally a joke. Then Hasan Piker replied to him saying, that's what I'm saying! ! Bro! Yo! The fuck I do, bruh? What? Dude. What did I do? Let's not go there, man. Look. I was there for the free booze, okay? Nothing else. But if you see something like this, it's fake. It's AI, okay? I would never hang out with Keir Starmer, man, okay? I would never hang out with him. This photo cannot be real. I wouldn't be caught dead.
Bro felt so disturbed by the correct allegations. He had to do a 2-hour documentary on it. You see this? Do you see this? Do you see the impact? Look at that, man.
Head flicked up with Starmer, okay? Sorry, just needed to clear that one out. But look, back to the new files drop. Even if all the files were released in this manner, there is still shit we will simply never ever know. America's all
okay. He was there for the water slides. Yeah, I mean he's victim aged, so Kier's not in those rooms. Kier and Elon Musk, the only two men that were so unbearable that even the international consortium of pedophiles were like, bro, you shouldn't show up. And this clown's only comeback. Anytime you disagree with him on anything, he insists you say the words anti-Zionist, genocide, or AIPAC is the leftist version of Beetlejuice. It just kind of feels like she can't say it. This clown's only comeback. Anytime you disagree with him on anything, he insists you say the words anti-Zionist, genocide, or AIPAC is the leftist version of Beetlejuice. Kind of odd. Kind of odd that you can't say. By the way, I like that this is a leftist thing. Yeah, the classic leftist international criminal justice, international court of justice, the classic international criminal court. Okay, you know, these are the leftist institutions. You know, the fucking leftist institutions like Amnesty International, Human Rights Watch, B'Tselem. It's like it's so ridiculous. Like, you sound like a right winger when you say that. Okay, you sound like an unbelievably reactionary person when you go, bunch of pussies that are saying Israel's committing a genocide. Debate Lord reply, sometimes you gotta entertain it. If someone is behaving that bad faith, you have to also entertain it, you know? Like you can't just go, oh, that's a buzzword in this circumstance. Okay? Condemn the tools of your enemy. Yeah. To be fair, Amnesty International has always been much further left in the Democratic Party. Okay, but again, if you're running around saying Amnesty International is fucking woke and libtarded, then you're not a liberal, okay? You are closer to a Rush Limbaugh style individual than anybody else. That's it. But yeah, I doubt that she'll be able to say it. Yeah, Beetlejuice. It's like Beetlejuice. Okay, good response. Reducing, you know, a legal accusation that is advanced by numerous international courts at this point, and virtually every single human rights organization is just simply a buzzword. What the hell is a Borobo pill? I have said it's a genocide. That's certainly searchable here on this hellscape. But it's much easier for you to accuse me than wanting children dead than to do that. If you think Israel's committing a genocide, if you agree that Israel's committing a genocide, then why do you spend all your time attacking its critics? Like, if Israel the state is committing a genocide, and you have already acknowledged that Israel is committing a genocide, then any kind of separation from the nation state of Israel and Jews would not be something that frustrates you. Okay? That's why I don't believe it. That's why I don't believe it, because this entire conversation started. Hold on. I'm gonna actually show this and be like, so then this is good. Where is it? Where the fuck was it? Yeah, here. I mean, it's that simple. I love Jews as long as they reject Israel. Does not seem like a winning message. Like, how does that make sense? It is bad faith. Of course it's bad faith. I'm just going to fucking slam that. If you think Israel's is committing a genocide and is an apartheid state, then I think separating this state from Jews in the U.S. is probably a winning message and combating, don't you think? Look, or a Boris pilled self-suck. No, I mean, it's just like, it's not sincere. It's not sincere. She's either insincere or hasn't thought about this that much at all. You know what I mean? You know? Can we separate Israel from its genocidal, settler, colonial actions and just go back to business as usual? Yeah. Like, it doesn't make sense. It does not make sense. If you think Israel is committing a genocide as an apartheid state, then separating the state from Jews in the U.S. is probably a winning message in combating anti-Semitism, don't you think? If you agree that Israel is committing a genocide and is an apartheid state, then separating the state from Jews in the U.S. is probably a winning message in combating anti-Semitism, don't you think? You misspelled anti-Semitism, did I? Fuck, did I? God damn it. If you agree that Israel is committing a genocide and is an apartheid state, then separating the state from... Wait, no, I didn't. You fucking asshole. I did not. Then separating the state from Jews in the U.S. is probably a winning message in combating anti-Semitism, don't you think? Y'all are annoying. Why do you do this to me? Now they're really gonna think you're anti-Semitic, law? No. Why would that be anti-Semitic? This is my point. My point is, states are states, people are people, okay? Like, the idea that an entire religion of people are monolithic in their approach to the violence of a state is unbelievably stupid. It's not just for Jews either. It's for every group. Like, it's stupid. It's a very stupid attitude to have. I don't agree with it at all. It's also ridiculous to Chowder was making a joke on if you had typoed anti-Semitism. Bro, we get called that in bad faith. There is no way to avoid that label, but I appreciate your efforts nonetheless. Yeah. You are only as strong as the dumbest chatter if you give him the time of day. Also, I don't even know if she has ever said it. Has she ever said it? Has she ever said that it's a genocide? children are starving to death and Netanyahu could stop it to continue today and continue to destroy Hamas. The genocide is also causing anti-Semitism. That's the only time where she said is a genocide. So what's the argument here? So July 25th, 2025, she agrees. I assume you would agree if you, because this is a statement of agreement. The genocide is causing anti-Semitism. Like, this statement right here is unironically the exact same fucking thing that Abdul al-Sayed is saying. Okay? This is, I mean, Abdul al-Sayed obviously, stands and puts the victims of Israel's genocide first in his, comments, but I guess he's saying it Egyptian style, so it's a little different, right? That's what it is, right? It's entering into some weird political space where you ought to hate the people who support the genocide, but it shouldn't be looped into their Jewishness. I think y'all arguing across semantic distinction that's important to only one of you. Wait, what? We are the ones who are saying it shouldn't be looped into their Jewishness. She's attacking that argument. That's Abdul al-Sayed's argument. Abdul al-Sayed's argument is literally AIPAC and Israel are not the same as Judaism and the Jewish people. I love Judaism and I love the Jewish people. The single most dangerous thing they've tried to tell us is that somehow they can extend the definition of anti-Semitism to include a foreign government. That is in agreement in principle with the argument that she's presenting here. The genocide is also causing anti-Semitism. So what is it? Is it when a Muslim man says it, you get scared? You get worried? Is that what it is? He said it Muslim style? What's your fucking issue? What's your goddamn problem? That's it. I guess the big issue here is who's saying it, not what they're saying. Okay? That's the real problem here. Who's saying it? If it's a Muslim saying it Muslim style, then we don't like it. Yeah, he said it after narrowing his gaze. She argues with Mehdi about you here. I agree that she should have, but Asa, what is this? Asa was the list under dark horse candidates. Sleeper means he'd support him. He wouldn't support Harris. He supported her to an extent. He was rightfully extremely critical of her cozy with Liz Cheney. He says she was too moderate, yet Asaf is to her right on almost every major issue. On the issue Hasan and many on the left care about most, Gaza, Asaf, despite being in a purple state and being Jewish, showed willingness at times, though not always admittedly, to condition aid to Israel. Harris never did, even when she was the nominee and was free to do so. I agree that she should have, but Asaf, like much of the rest of the party, began opposing the genocide after the election. But as recently as April, he voted against withholding broad military aid, arms sales to Israel, and in July, he voted to oppose blocks on bombs and major munitions to Israel. Hardly Piker's positions. Yeah. The reason why I said he was a dark horse is because of what he did. Okay? I didn't say I love John Ossoff. I don't know why this is turning into Hasan really wants John Ossoff to be president or some shit. I said, depending on how he maneuvers around this issue and others, okay, John Ossoff could be an interesting candidate. It's like the lens being put on Jewish people differently than the rest of the population kind of seems anti-Semitic to some. I don't think that's a point of concern worthy of much thought in a world with genocide, for the record, but I can see the rationale. No, their rationale is unbelievably stupid because we are the ones who are saying, we are the motherfucking people that are literally saying that this is state violence. This is a state that's conducting an apartheid. If you support that, then you suck. It doesn't matter if you're Jewish, doesn't matter if you're Christian, doesn't matter if you're Muslim. Okay, you suck. You're a bad person. Okay, it has nothing to do with Judaism in particular. While the wires have been crossed for years and years deliberately to conflate Zionism and Judaism in the United States of America and all around the world, we oppose that. Okay, we oppose that because it actually feeds into anti-Semitism. In any case, it's like it's virtually impossible to have a nuanced conversation on this issue, but I'll still keep doing it, you know? But what's really fucking stupid about this argument is that she seemingly agrees with it. She just doesn't agree with the messenger, okay? So perhaps there is some underlying biases there that causes her to not understand this message when it's coming from someone like Abdul or when it's coming from someone like myself, for example. Okay? That's what it is. Now, I have a more nuanced approach to this issue on top of everything else, where obviously I also talk about the fact that like a lot of Jewish institutions that absolutely ride for Israel and will fundraise for Israel, will fundraise for the IDF. Okay. What is this? She's clearly a debate pervert. I mean, she's not responding to my last take because I think I have her dead to rights here. But my point is, okay, consents. All right. They don't make any sense. If it's actually a country that's committing a genocide, then then why are you associating? I wrote a tweet saying I don't think it's a winning message to insist that American Jews divorce themselves from Israel and actually believe it's anti-Semitic. And then you accuse me, a mother and gun safety advocate, of celebrating the murders of children. Oh no. Moms could never attack every fucking critic of Israel. If you agree that Israel is committing a genocide and is an apartheid state, then separating the state from Jews in the U.S. is probably a winning message in combating anti-Semitism, don't you think? Again, answer my question. You're not answering my question. She ulted on you? No, it doesn't matter at all. You are celebrating the murders of children. I wrote a tweet saying I don't think it's a winning message to insist that American Jews divorce themselves from Israel. As a mother, wow, imagine having no empathy for hundreds of parents of dead children for no reason. Yeah. Just answer my question, please. She's calling it anti-Semitic. Why is it anti-Semitic? If Israel is committing a genocide and is an apartheid state, why is it anti-Semitic to at least in this moment, or just in general, to say this has nothing to do with American Jews? How is that anti-Semitic? It's anti-Semitic to consistently say, no, this apartheid state committing a genocide is actually doing it for Jews. Read my message. Wait. She's separating literally. She's saying, you're saying American Jews should divorce from Israel and not non-Jews must think of them separately. What are we talking about? There is no literal interpretation. It's just, it doesn't matter. This interpretation is exactly what I'm saying. I'm saying that American Jews have nothing to do, with the exception of those who support Israel personally. American Jews as an entire community are not broadly defined by support for Israel. Okay. No group is a monolith. Yeah. American Jews. Yes, I said it. I put an R in there on accident. You got me. Oh my God, I can't even fucking talk. I just did? No, you didn't. What the fuck is going on? Do you think that... Okay, I'm just going to say, why do you think it's anti-Semitic to say Israel, an apartheid state that's doing a genocide, is separate from American Jews? Motherfucker, you stole my tweet. If you're saying that Israel's committing a genocide as an apartheid, why is it anti-Semitic to say that this has nothing to do with American Jews, is separate from American Jews? I know she knows what I'm saying, and she's just fucking playing dumb. I know she knows what I'm saying. She's just playing dumb. Chatter's right. If you can criticize, I think you can criticize Israel's government without being anti-Semitic. Claiming that Israel is and should be separate from Judaism implies there are two kinds of Jews, one good, one bad. What are you talking about? Why do you think it's anti-Semitic to say Israel, an apartheid state, is doing a genocide, is separate from American Jews? Maybe she'll answer. She's a mom against babies. Everyone be quiet. The person who doesn't know what the Western Wall is deciding on which Jews are good and which Jews are bad. Oh my God, I love when people talk about the fucking Western Wall's significance. Like they're like, we got him. He doesn't understand the Western Wall's like significance in Judaism. I know where it is. I just don't fucking know what the significance, or didn't know what the significance was. And it has nothing to do with the fucking calculation. I feel like reading comprehension is playing a big role. No, it's not. It's not reading comprehension. This is her being deliberately obtuse. Okay. This is her being deliberately obtuse, because she doesn't want to fucking... It's not a real misunderstanding, okay? I'm sorry. This is not a misunderstanding. I'm not misunderstanding her. I'm judging her off of what she chooses to spend her time on. If someone truly thought Israel was committing a genocide, they would not be spending every fucking waking moment going after its prominent critics, okay? This is her being intentionally obtuse, trying to play a fucking semantics game. Yeah. New meta is that people admit it's a genocide, but act like it isn't actually a big deal. Yeah. That's ridiculous. Why are you trying to get this concession from this dumbass? I'm not. I'm trying to show that she is inconsistent. I'm trying to show to those who are paying close attention that not only is she inconsistent, but it doesn't make any sense. It's kind of like the we have to send Israel defensive weapons argument. No, we have to punish Israel. Okay? If we agree that Israel is committing a genocide, which many people know that if that agreement is something that like government officials will openly say, right? All of a sudden, there are going to be demands for punishment, demands for accountability. That's the reason why many people refuse to say Israel is committing a genocide. This person has said Israel is committing a genocide. At least, you know, she claims she has said it over and over again, which means that there has to be punishments. You can't let a genocide go unpunished. That's fucking ridiculous, right? That's totally ridiculous. You can't have it both ways. So if she were to turn around and say, yes, Israel's committed a genocide, but you guys are being anti-Semitic, if we went that back and forth, if she conceded on these positions, then the question is, why are you spending all of your time attacking prominent critics of Israel who are calling out Israel for doing a genocide? Do you think genocide is some inconsequential statement? I do not. I'm anti-genocide. It seems you're not, right? The goal here for people who are actually anti-Zionist or actually anti-genocide, even anti-fascist, is to at first stop Israel, okay, and then punish Israel. It's that simple. Brother, 30,000 people are watching you argue on Twitter. Oh my God. Oh my God. I know, dude. That's kind of what I do, okay? Did you see the pastor of the biggest United Methodist church in the U.S. is running for Senate as a Democrat? I'm intrigued about him and how he will handle Israel-Palestine because the UMC largely supports Palestine in the conflict. Are you talking about the person who is actually going to be taking over Jasmine Crockett's seat? I forget his name right now, but I don't know who. No, this is probably a different pastor, right? No, that's not a Senate seat. That's a Adam Hamilton in Kansas. Oh, not Tallarico. No, there's a person in Texas that will be taking over Freddie Haynes. Yes, Frederick Haynes. He's goated. He's awesome. Frederick Haynes is beast mode. And I'm very excited about that. Anyway, I'm very excited about his candidacy. All right, whatever. She's not going to fucking respond. Yeah, so there's also the AIPAC. What is this? There's also there's one more Abdul El Sayed moment. And then there's also another AIPAC tweet as well. AIPAC is actively trying to minimize the threat of Nick Fuentes, a literal neo-Nazi. The idea that these fascists give literally a single about the safety of American Jews is beyond laughable. AIPAC, for all the legacy media's obsessive warnings about far-right extremist Nick Fuentes, it has shown far less interest in confronting a dangerous left-wing counterpart, Hasan Piker. Okay? And it's a totally ridiculous thing to say. Hasan Piker is left's Nick Fuentes. Why do they embrace him? Opinion from USA Today, written by a person, Ingrid Jacques, who you might be shocked to find out has tweeted extensively in support of Israel. Oh, how shocking, right? Hasan Piker's left's Nick Fuentes. Why do they embrace him? While right-wing radicals draw intense scrutiny, influential left-wing figures with extremist rhetoric are often normalized by Democrats and major media outlets. For all the legacy media's obsessive warnings about far-right extremist Nick Fuentes has shown far less interest. The New York Times columnist Michelle Goldberg has called Fuentes, a 27-year-old online influencer, a Hitler-loving white nationalist. The Times has run ominous headlines like Nick Fuentes' rise puts MAGA movement in a time of choosing. Nick Fuentes, a white nationalist problem for the right. The New Yorker's Jay Caspian warns that Fuentes is not just another alt-right boogeyman and that the rise of white nationalist streamers should worry us even more than it already does. And the Washington Post recently opined about how Fuentes spreads hate online and fans pay him hundreds of thousands of dollars. Many of these hand-wringing pieces seek to tie Fuentes more broadly to the Republican Party and President Donald Trump's MAGA base. Perhaps it's because Nick Fuentes had dinner with Donald Trump. Meanwhile, the news media largely ignores the rise of similarly repugnant force on the left. Hasan Piker, 34, has more than 3 million followers, streams of, Piker is an anti-Zionist, capitalist-hating Marxist who appears far too comfortable with political violence so long as it serves the right cause. Yet, while mainstream conservatives have largely kept Fuentes on the fringe, Democrats and much of the media have been far more willing to embrace Piker. He was invited to be one of the creators for Kamala in 2024. This April, he also campaigned with Michigan's Democratic Senate candidate Abdul El-Sayed. The Times ran a glowing profile of Piker a year ago, headlined "A Progressive Mind and a Body Made for the Manosphere." It praised his brand of masculinity as both politically effective and a major source of his online appeal. Then this April, the Times published an interview with Piker under the headline, "The Rich Don't Play by the Rules, Why Should I?" More on this interview in a bit. Piker's growing popularity among progressives has coincided with a broader and deeply disturbing rise in left-wing tolerance for political violence. Just on April 25th, a gunman targeted President Donald Trump at the White House Correspondents Association dinner. Hey, that gunman, for the record, had a worldview that was a lot closer to yours than mine, especially on the issue of Israel, okay? Just saying, the gunman was pro-Israel. Can't be giving that to me. Polling also suggests alarming ideological divide. After December 2024, United Healthcare CEO Brian Thompson, another survey found that a shocking 41% of voters under 30 viewed as acceptable. The cultural environment makes Piker's rhetoric especially concerning. On a show, he said, "Yeah, in the streets, blah, blah, blah." The New York Times platforms Piker's extremism. Despite Piker's long record of violent and revolutionary rhetoric, the Times has shown little hesitation in legitimizing him. In an April video conversation with the Times opinion culture editor Nadia Spiegelman and New Yorker Gia Tolentino, Piker casually joked alongside plenty of laughter about shoplifting or microlooting as a form of political protest. The premise was absurd but revealing. Yeah, perhaps that's the reason why I was joking around, because I also consider the premise to be absurd, because I don't think it's like a serious or... Dog, is shocking and electrifying how many bad articles coming out about you. Big dog, what's going on? I love this kind of thing because these guys sincerely think that, like, I'm terrified of you saying that accusing me of shocking my dog. You know? Oh, man, you are so clever. Hey, Boomer, you are so clever and so smart. You really got me. Well done, chatter. We all think you're brilliant, you know? Yeah, I shocked Kaya to death, as you can probably see right here. She's dead now. I shocked her so hard. Got him. Yeah, you got me. I'm terrified of this. 2014 account, bro is 45 years old. Yeah, bro, go build a family, okay? Go build a home. Start a family, buddy. The fuck are you doing? Married, how about you? Sure. Okay. Well, married, how about you, Keck? Brother, your wife is getting dug out every time every time she says she's going out for groceries, she is getting dug the out. I hate to report this to you, okay? But she is getting the most leg cramping orgasms she has ever received. You understand? Every time she says she's going out for groceries, married man, grown-ass man in here being like, oh, shocking. Anyway, even more alarming was Piker's discussion about the CEO Brian Thompson. Drawing on Frederick Engels, the Marxist theorist and co-author of the Communist Manifesto, Piker invoked the concept of social to rationalize public sympathy for Thompson's. Brian Thompson was engaging in a tremendous amount of social murder. He went on to blame America's private healthcare system for the tremendous amounts of pain, that argued that this systemic suffering explained why many people immediately understood or sympathized with Thompson's death. Yeah. This is my favorite type of person, by the way. The guy who, like, genuinely understands the point I was making and will just openly reveal it and then still go, but it's bad that he said it. Yeah, exactly. That's my point. How is this any different than he made a good point and I hated that? You're on your valuetainment right now, King. Thank you. Shots fired at the White House. Hadi eyvallah. Reports of shots fired near the White House has placed the building on lockdown. Press had been gathered on the North Lawn and been ushered into the press briefing room. Jesus Christ. Trump is live from the White House at the Small Business Summit.
When you look at,
I guess they don't get
place, we don't get covered correctly. But in terms of the truth, we're having 5,000, 6,000, 7,000, 10,000, 11,000.
We need the ballroom. Shots fired. We need the ballroom. Look at that, folks. You hear that? Shots fired outside. You know what time it is. It's ballroom time. Okay. You know what time it is. It's ballroom time. Obviously, it's ballroom time. It's happening again and again. No shots would have been fired if the ballroom was there. Anyway, let's get back to this. Rather than clearly condemning Piker framed, I did condemn it. I did. In other words, Piker sympathized with cold-blooded for social reasons. Democrats and legacy media are right to call out Nick Fuentes. He deserves it, but that's no excuse for the very real extremists on the left. Okay, so Yeah, so she wrote this article. AIPAC boosted it, right? Comparing me to Nick Fuentes. Here, let's take a look at Nick Fuentes. Let's take a look at what Nick Fuentes is saying.
We're already a non-white country.
I just want to trigger warning. Trigger warning. He will be saying the N-word with a hard R.
Country, get a grip, get real, bro. We already live in Mogadishu. We already live in Islamabad. Have you been outside LA, Chicago, New York? We live in nigger hell. And that's just what, and you know, it's what it is. I got my James Fishback. I shouldn't have said nigger hell with the quarter. I told myself before the show, I was like, don't say anything out of pocket. You're repping the campaign. I'm not on the campaign. I'm not involved, but I was like, don't say anything too crazy.
Yeah. If you look at a guy like this and say that, like, wow, this guy is like basically the same as Hassan Piker, you're an insane person, right? Yet AIPAC is making that comparison. This author is making that comparison. Perhaps there's a reason why a lot of adults in mainstream newsrooms don't make that comparison, because that's an insane comparison to make. And it's not one that actually ends up hurting me. It's one that ends up normalizing Nick Fuentes. Okay? Said these groups openly erode our democracy for unlimited support to Palestinian children, and we have to act like their paid stooges in the media class have anything worthwhile to say. Which most people don't. Most people don't actually see that. Most people don't actually consider that to be worthwhile anyway, but they're still chirping regardless. And the reason why they're doing it is because there's a full big donors that obviously care about this, and they just want to continue this media cycle over and over again with the hopes that it just it disciplines the rest of the media, or at the very least gums up the works, right? Make sure that every time I fucking have any conversations with anyone outside of my immediate circle, I have to address the same fucking 5 quotes over and over again. They also have to address it. It's a way to try and punish people. We're now on month 3 of the media cycle, right? The combo of Israel's committing a genocide and the criticize Israel and criticize Jewish people broadly because that many Jewish people support Israel is actually Nick Fuentes' view, widely and correctly regarded as rooted in anti-Semitism. Exactly. We don't play by these rules. We don't assume that like an entire population is in support of a country. It's just not how that goes. And you're never going to get me to agree with that statement. Okay. Anyway, here was Abdullah Syed too. But the other thing that I was going to present, of course, with the Nick Fuentes comparison is obviously the idea, the classic. This is what it is, right? Every fucking month, every goddamn day of the week, they write this exact same shit. Israel defenders keep writing this exact same article every other week. Okay. And it goes nowhere, but someone is still invested in churning these out. We want to kill black people. We want civil rights. You're exactly the same. And then Nick Fuentes, of course, on the neo-Nazi platform goes, you abuse animals and support terrorism. There's no moral equivalency. Dude, you are a Nazi. What the fuck are you saying? Yeah, of course there's no moral equivalency between you and I. Yes, you are the bad guy. That's my point. He said you support terrorism. By the way, guy who's anti-Israel, by the way. Just think about that. Just think about that. Okay? Guy who seemingly is anti-Israel turning around and being like, you support terrorism. Is this y'all's favorite fucking anti-Zionist? His like ratio compared to yours, I mean, it also shows that it's botted into oblivion, the platform is. Not only is it a fucking neo-Nazi shithole, but it also shows that it's very clearly botted too. By the way, you did do your very best not even to mention Nick by name for years in here. You called him Booger Eater for like 4 years in an attempt to stop giving him any attention. Yes. But that was a very different media environment. Okay. That was an unbelievably different media environment because back then, Nick Fuentes was devoid of a platform. That is, of course, until Destiny openly offered him a platform, elevated his platform, and self-admitted, by the way, Destiny used to talk openly about how he gave a lifeline to Nick Fuentes, introduced him to all these different podcasters, reignited his career. He did that, and he has openly admitted that. So just remember that shit. Trump is speaking right now. Yeah, but who gives a fuck? He's talking about Small Business Summit. Like, I don't give a shit about Donald Trump talking about the Small Business Summit. In any case, there's another one. There's just like an unbelievable amount of op-eds that are coming out of Wall Street Journal, Washington Post, all these other fucking newspapers, day in, day out, writing extensively about how like Hasan is the biggest danger to American politics. We must put a stop to him. We must put an end to him somehow. It's just, I think it's, first of all, I take a little bit of pride in that. I will admit. Okay. Can I get a quick shock? All bark here. There you go. I take a little bit of pride in that for two reasons. Number one, I take pride in that because clearly these guys think I have a lot more emotion than I truly do. Okay. The fact that they think this is like a good use of their time is I don't think it's appropriate with the limited amount of motion that I have. The other reason, any chance that you have more motion than you think? I don't have this level of motion. Dude, come on. You're talking about like 3 to 4 think pieces in numerous publications every single day. You're talking about like at minimum 4 different news hits on Fox News every single day for the past 2 months. Nothing, and I mean nothing in our current media cycle has that level of standing power. It's virtually impossible. It is virtually impossible for me to have that much motion. No one has that much motion. Presidents maybe have that much motion. Okay? It is ridiculous. But it's clear that there is a coordinated effort here. Yeah, Hasan Piker is far less covered than he should be. This website tallies all dedicated mentions of Hasan in the media since my last visit 8 days ago. He's been mentioned 8 times a day. Yeah, it's crazy. But the other thing that I appreciate about all this is that this is a clear-cut indication that we're winning. What do I mean by this? Back in the day, the Israel lobby, one of the more powerful lobbies in this country, would busy themselves unseating candidates, okay? That's what they would work on. They would work to make sure that they had a pliant administration, Democrat or Republican, doesn't matter. Now, they're failing to cancel a fucking Twitch streamer, okay? The amount of power that they used to have in comparison to how little power they have now is unbelievable. It is a testament. It is a testament to the success of the pro-Palestinian movement. Think about that. They went from basically using fucking presidents like a flesh puppet, from Trump to Biden to Trump again, to begging the American media to cancel a fucking niche-ass Twitch streamer. What a fall from grace. That's it. They're trying to advance bills not to, give Israel unlimited funds unconditionally, but to get a bipartisan condemnation bill through Congress to condemn a Twitch streamer. You have to understand. You have to understand. This is a tremendous, tremendous fall from grace. The fact that they haven't been able to get you deplatformed is kind of shocking, to be honest. I mean, it's just, the point is, even if they were to get me deplatformed, right? Even if they were to get me deplatformed, what does that solve? Nothing. That's the point I'm making. The point I'm making is, let's say that condemnation bill passes and then they start pressuring Amazon. They start pressuring YouTube to demonetize me, to like deplatform me, right? They try to turn me into fucking Nick Fuentes or whatever. Okay. There are others who will take my place, right? That's number one. And number two, it doesn't even matter. I'm one person. This is large majorities of the public, especially under the age of 55, that already have decided it's over for Israel. It's done. They will never look at Israel the same ever again. Okay? So even if they were to successfully ensure that I can't have a platform, the damage is already done. in the minds of the collective conscious in the Western world, and certainly even in the United States of America, Israel is a pariah state. For good reason, it should be considered a pariah state. It's done untold amounts of violence to a captive civilian population. Toothpaste is out of the fucking tube. That's it. The point I'm trying to make is this. You can write as many fucking think pieces as you want to. Cat's out of the fucking bag.
The US and Iran trading
Toothpaste is out of the tube. You can't put the toothpaste back in the tube. It's out. It's over. And it's only going to get worse. That's part of the reason why all of these hit pieces don't even fucking work. All these smears don't actually have any salience whatsoever. One must ask why the exact same trite denunciation of Islam is published week after week after week. Who benefits? One must consider who is incentivized to burn so many calories, pearl clutching, yet again, over a millennial shock jock. This totally manufactured media narrative, unlike in the past, is also not succeeding because most people don't fuck with Israel, and most people are aware that every prominent critic of Israel gets hit with the anti-Semitism ray. They get called an anti-Semite over and over and over again. So we're living in very different times than even 2-3 years ago, where this level of a smear campaign would have absolutely destroyed any chances I ever had in continuing a media career. I would have been deplatformed. I would have been probably even debanked at this point. You know what I mean? They would have fucking been like, yeah, you can't have a bank account in America. It's over for you. Like, to this degree, having this many articles written would have been over. What worked for Corbyn, okay? Like, it worked for Jeremy Corbyn because it was a very different time. It was a very different time. And therefore, it worked for Jeremy Corbyn, constantly smearing him as an anti-Semite over and over again, right? I think if Jeremy Corbyn was the head of the Labour Party right now and saying the things that he got yelled at for saying right now, it wouldn't work. It would not work at all. Anyway, on that note, the last thing I want to play for you is this Abdul take, and then this idiotic response from Jonathan Chait, and then we're gonna get to situation monitoring.
If you are more frustrated by the idea that I would campaign with Hasan Piker than you are frustrated by the idea that we have backstopped a genocide, or that we continue to rob people of getting basic healthcare in their country, I think you don't understand morals. To me, morals are about big things. People should have healthcare. We shouldn't kill children. Those are, to me, morals. And you need to be able to figure out how to do those things in the world, sometimes working with people who don't share your morals. And that's what makes politics hard, but it's not complicated, right? It's really not complicated.
What is this?
If you are more frustrated by the idea.
I don't know why you sent me the fucking ass man tweet. But yeah, me to my wife, if you're more frustrated by shacking up with a stripper than millions of people lacking healthcare, you don't understand morals, says Jonathan Shade. Again, very weird take from Jonathan Taint. Your wife would probably be happy to not have your ugly ass around. John, stop frequenting strippers. Why the fuck are voters supposed to care about your marriage problems? Did Abdul say you don't share his morals? The implication there is that people should be way, way more focused on the actual issues at hand rather than what a Twitch streamer has said. Mark Levin retweeted this about me. The man who got Nazi death camp SS Brigade logo permanently tattooed on his chest has also been giving credit to another Jew annihilation organization for years. Per a fellow Hamas admirer, when it comes to evidence of extremism, what more do you fucking want? Hasan Piker praises main Democrat Senate candidate Grant Platten for supporting Hamas terrorists. He was giving Hamas credit in 2014. What more do you fucking want? Yeah, no motion. It doesn't matter. Yeah, yesterday they were saying I'm pro Mills. Okay, I'm pro Janet Mills. What do you mean? I don't know this Grant Plattner guy at all. It is pretty crazy that they could just say some of the most unhinged things like, I am in favor of Jew annihilation or whatever. You were replying to ultras for context there. I know, but it doesn't matter. I will still obviously be writing in Janet Mills,
shots in the
as I've already explained to you guys, Pills Mafia till the bitter end. Okay, Pills Mafia till the bitter end, baby.
Gulf threatening an already fragile ceasefire. Harry says it blew up 6 Iranian small boats in the Strait of Hormuz after Iran launched.
Wow, they blew up 6 jet skis, dude. Profound military achievement. Profound military accomplishment by the world's most powerful naval force. Okay. Wow. They blew up 6 go-fast boats. It's over. Fox News is going to write another article. Yeah, I don't really care.
Quote, multiple cruise vessels, drones, and small boats at U.S. Navy ships and commercial vessels. The exchange of fire happening just hours after President Trump announced that the U.S. will begin helping guide stranded ships out of the strait. Meantime, the UAE is accusing Iran of renewed missile and drone attacks, the first since early April, including a drone strike on an Emirati oil port, causing a large fire and injuring 3 people there, according to officials. Let's go to CNN's Kristen Holmes at the White House right now. So, Kristen, what is the administration saying as tensions with Iran appear to be escalating?
It's not just the tensions that are escalating, Boris. We're also hearing it in President Trump's rhetoric. He just did a brief phone interview with Fox in which he said essentially that if the Iranians target U.S. ships in the area, that they will be, quote, blown off the face of the earth. Now, during this interview, he also said that the Iranians were more malleable now, that he did believe that there could be some kind of negotiation that led to a deal. But I've got to tell you, we are in a very different place now than we were at the end of last week. I was hearing from U.S. officials at the end of last week, senior administration officials who were saying that they felt really good about the direction that this was going in. Instead, now we're starting to see this really seem to devolve. And President Trump posted on social media about what we were seeing in the Strait, saying Iran has taken some shots at unrelated nations in respect to the ship movement. And he also noted it was a South Korean cargo ship. Then he essentially says that maybe South Korea should join them on this mission, talking about the war in Iran, to talk about the fast boats, which we've heard about, and then that tomorrow there's going to be another one of these press briefings by the Secretary of Defense, Pete Hegseth, and the Chairman of Joint Chiefs of Staff, Dan Kane. But where we are right now, talking to these officials, is it does not seem as though they are in a place where they feel that they can get to some kind of agreement here, which is very different again than what we heard at the end of last week.
Kristen Holmes, live force at the White House. Thank you so much. Let's turn to CNN national security correspondent Natasha Bertrand. Natasha, what are you learning as the U.S. and Iran are trading strikes now?
Yeah, Boris, our U.S. Central Command Chief, Admiral Bradley Cooper, he held a call with reporters earlier today, and he kind of outlined how the U.S. military is going about trying to guide these commercial ships through the Strait of Hormuz, essentially via a huge U.S. military presence that involves guided missile destroyers, over 100 land and sea-based aircraft.
Yeah, it's incredible. He didn't even mention the ongoing strikes on the UAE, lol. Iran has taken some shots at unrelated nations with respect to the ship movement, Project Freedom, including a South Korean cargo ship. Perhaps it's time for South Korea to come and join the mission. We've shot down 7 small boats, or as they like to call them, fast boats. It's all they have left. Other than the South Korean ship, there has been, at this moment, no damage going through the strait. Secretary of War Pete Hegseth and Chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff, Dan Kane, will have a news conference tomorrow morning. Thank you for your attention to this matter, President Donald J. Trump. CENTCOM's commander wants to keep it a secret whether he knows if Iran has hit his own ships. Yeah, Commander Admiral Bradley Cooper says more commercial ships are en route to travel across the strait after 2 U.S. flags successfully traveled out of the strait. When I asked how many ships had been hit by Iran, he declined to give a number. Don't tell the enemy you know what they've been able to achieve. Seems great. Seems like a very seems like a resounding success, chat. Seems like a lot of victories are taking place. Sources tell me the idea of Dubai is stable, please God. CENTCOM Chief Admiral Brad Cooper says UAE has exceptional capabilities and is well positioned to defend itself. UAE has been a great teammate to the U.S. Iran's military capabilities dramatically degraded, but that doesn't mean it's all gone. We need air support. You can do it. Oh my God. Trump is Pootler. Trump literally is Pootler. So this image, for those of you who don't know, if you're not like super autistic and tapped into the situation monitoring for many years now, this image is from Syria specifically. Okay. It's and not just Ukraine, but also from the Syrian conflict as well. It's a Putin monkey meme, okay? It's whenever Vladimir Putin does something unbelievably stupid, where he just like writes off his allies or something of that sort, or just does something inexplicable, okay, they'll put this meme up of Vladimir Putin as playing chess as a monkey. Okay, now they're using it for Donald Trump, because this is something not dissimilar to what Vladimir Putin would have done in Syria, right? Like the Bashar al-Assad government being like, hey, we need help right now, and then Putler says, you can do it. Here's some emotional support for you. He need banana. Yeah, that kind of thing. And now, given the Russification that has taken place in the American Central Command, they're now saying, Trump is also behaving in a way not dissimilar to Adolf Putler. Yeah, this is the initial meme. Yeah. Playing Russia and having lots of units and aircraft ready near Georgia for the 2008 war. I actually forgot about them after beating Chechnya. Yeah, Monkey Putin is like a classic meme. It's even funnier because Putin is allies with the new Syrian government. That is the most expected outcome of all time. It harkens back to that joke. Okay, that the whole joke is that, yes, Putler has no friends whatsoever, only immediate goals. He doesn't give a shit. That's why I always laugh whenever people are like, Vladimir Putin is engaging in an anti-imperialist war against the Western forces. It's like, that's not true. That's never been, never really been true. Lindsey Graham says Trump needs to help champion ally UAE. Anyway, okay. Borzo Daragai says the UAE, the fact that, or Sultan Al Ali, the fact that the Arab League is silent while the IRGC targets the UAE and threatens shipping is unacceptable. Why haven't we heard clear condemnations on these attacks? The pattern is obvious, and the ambition to expand influence across the Gulf is no secret. Silence at this point isn't neutrality, it's complicity. I wonder why the GCC is not saying a goddamn thing about the UAE being pummeled again. Perhaps it has something to do with the fact that the United Arab Emirates has literally decided to become, Muslim Israel. They left the GCC, and on top of that, they said, yeah, we're backing America and Israel all the way. The UAE allowed itself to be turned into an Israeli base at a time when not just the Arab world, but much of the entire planet has turned against Israel as a genocidal rogue state. Now, the UAE advocates are frustrated that no one is coming to its defense. Of course, no one's coming to his defense. It's really funny that America is not even coming to the UAE's defense, by the way. What's happened since Trump announced his plan to move ships out of the Hormuz, says Sina Tusi, senior fellow at CI Policy. UAE appears central to it, and indeed to contingency plans to restart the war. Iran has responded with reported attacks on UAE and expanded its control zone over all UAE ports. Tehran isn't letting up. Or not, sorry, the UAE didn't leave the GCC. The UAE left OPEC. I apologize. Which, is the center of power for the GCC. The cartel that is OPEC Plus, is the only reason why the GCC has power. Trita Parsi analysis on drop site. All right, we'll look at friend of the show Trita Parsi's take on this. But just then, President Trump said Washington will launch a maritime effort. Oh, this was last night. President Trump said Washington will launch a maritime effort starting Monday morning, which has already started. Okay. To escort foreign vessels out of the Strait of Hormuz, citing requests from countries with ships stranded amid regional tension. Trump described the plan, Project Freedom, as a humanitarian mission and said any interference from Iran will be met forcefully. He also said, I'm fully aware that my representatives are having very positive discussions with the country of Iran and that these discussions could lead somewhere very positive for all. Iran had also released some demands that are basically the same as the previous demands, but parsing it up in a short-term and long-term negotiations process. They did that yesterday. But what's funny about all of this is that all the oil futures pumping from Operation Freedom has already been wiped out by the missile and drone attacks on the UAE law. Yeah. The interesting predicament here is that it seems as though the Trump administration is going to continue conducting military operations rather than engaging Iran diplomatically. So, you know, money molestation is still taking place. And of course, this kind of, according to Tritta's analysis at the very least, this kind of actually leans into Iran's goals, right? If Iran's goals were to restart the war, if Iran believes that it can hold out and continue punishing the global energy markets, continue punishing America this way militarily, then, you know, as I said, it was either going to be Israel or America that restarts the military campaign. And here we are. America is going back up the escalation ladder instead of de-escalating. All right. So let's get back to it here.
Unmanned platforms, so things like Reaper drones, and 15,000 service members who are now staying there to respond, essentially, if Iran does attack any of these ships trying to pass through the strait. And that is exactly what happened this morning. According to Admiral Cooper, the Iranians began launching drones, cruise missiles, and small boats at some of these ships, including U.S. Navy ships. And the U.S. military then responded by blowing up about 6 of these small Iranian boats using Apache and Seahawk helicopters. Now, it's important to note here that Admiral Cooper did not say whether or not this means that the ceasefire is over, given that the Iranians and the Americans are now trading shots, essentially, in that strait. He would only say that the U.S. is going to continue to act defensively to try to protect these ships, as well as, of course, its own assets. And one other thing is that he really emphasized that there are no escorts going on right now of these commercial vessels in this area by the U.S. military. Instead, they say that this kind of overarching defensive package that they have built up in that area is creating deterrence. Now, the Iranians, they might have a different perception of that because, of course, they continue to try to take shots at these ships in the waterway. But the U.S. military is saying, look, it's better for us to have this big overall
Your audio has issues. It keeps barking. No, it's CNN VODs. CNN VODs have notoriously had that one like weird crunch that happens all the time. We don't know why. But
presence here rather than escort each ship one by one through the strait, which could actually leave them more vulnerable in the end, Boris.
The conflict overspilling from the tensions in the Strait of Hormuz back onto land, back to where it was before the ceasefire went into place almost a month ago, as well as those missiles from Iran hitting the UAE, well, 3 intercepted, as you say, 1 hitting that port of Fujairah. Also in Oman, a tiny seaside hamlet in the peninsula that sticks up into the Strait of Hormuz. That was hit, 2 people injured in a civilian residence there as well. So not just limited to the UAE, but Oman as well getting dragged back into this. As CENTCOM has been saying, they've been able to support what President Trump is calling Project Freedom, and that is an effort for humanitarian reasons to guide commercial vessels that have been stuck now for 2 months inside the Gulf, out through the Strait of Hormuz, out to deliver their goods to the rest of the world. That has involved at least 1 guided missile destroyer, according to CENTCOM, passing through the Strait of Hormuz today and getting into the Gulf. 2 U.S.-flagged commercial vessels making it out, but then a confrontation, according to the Iranian media, IRGC, saying that they confronted with rapid and quick actions preventing a U.S. naval vessel getting into the Strait of Hormuz. At least one Iranian media saying that there were shots fired at the U.S. vessels. Now, CENTCOM has denied that. Now, what does that very complicated and rapidly developing picture look like? It looks like what was conversations about a talks process has turned into significant kinetic activity. The Iranians, though, the ball is in their court to respond to the proposal put to them by the White House over the weekend.
Is it fair to say that this is still technically a ceasefire if you're seeing that kind of attack against Gulf allies and the U.S. response?
What's his name? What did he say? That was weird. That was a moment. That was a weird moment. Okay, let's just keep going. Let's just keep going. He didn't mean it. I wasn't alone, it seems, in hearing the words that came out of his mouth, but let's just keep going.
Against these boats. in the Strait?
I think it's really in question. I spoke with Iranian officials on Friday here, and they said they were very concerned that any easing of blockades around the Strait of Hormuz, they were very concerned that the United States would move in with the Navy to try to take control there. So what appears to be happening by projecting the effort to guide these commercial vessels out of the Strait of Hormuz, it has sort of upped, if you will, that tension, that suspicion on Iran's part that plays into their lack of trust about what the United States' real intentions here are. I have to say, despite that, we've seen these spikes in tensions before, and after a few days, things can potentially calm down. But Iran, again, has escalated beyond the tensions with the US.
Is there a world where we actually look at this stuff sincerely? Iran has escalated tensions. Buddy, there is currently a tolling process on the Strait of Hormuz and a negotiations process. None of this would have happened if America didn't decide to bomb Iran alongside Israel in an act of perfidy during a previous negotiations process. This is ridiculous. Iran has escalated? What do you mean? They brought Iran to the negotiations table and then said, fuck off. What is supposed to happen here? What are they supposed to do? Just not maintain their leverage? Of course they're going to maintain their leverage. This doesn't make any sense. But he's talking about today's escalation. No, am I missing something? Yes. The reason why Iran is doing that when it wasn't doing it yesterday is because America has decided to force their assets through the Strait of Hormuz. That's the reason. Instead of negotiating with Iran, America has chosen military escalation once again. So obviously, Iran is going to retaliate. I don't know why we behave as though our enemies, like our foreign adversaries, are incapable of making rational decisions or incapable of advancing their own interests. Or if they do advance their own interests, we treat it as though it's like totally ridiculous. We make it seem as though there's not two parties. We make it seem as though there's not two parties to this negotiations process, that they're just doing this for no reason, out of nowhere.
And has now targeted the UAE and Oman, and this really could lead to a potential escalation, a kinetic escalation. If it does, and that continues for the next couple of days, then I think talks will really get sidelined, and it'll be hard to restart them in a meaningful way. Even that's really in question, just because this has played into Iran's fears. They would now say, why would we get around the table again if this is what the United States is going to do?
And Nick Robertson live for us in Pakistan. Thank you so much. Erica?
So let's take you now to the White House. CNN's Kevin Liptak is there. So yesterday, Kevin, we had President Trump saying that the U.S. was having very positive discussions with Iran. Now, on the heels of Nick, what changed?
Well, I have to say, we've been getting some mixed signals about exactly what the status of these talks are. You know, 2 days before the president said that they were productive, he said that the latest Iranian proposal was not acceptable.
Yes, he wasn't saying the N-word, chat. He was saying his name and then going, after, okay?
And so it's not precise.
Come on. Lock in. We got it. Okay. Now it's being a little childish. Okay. We're behaving like little babies. Okay. Ooh. Come on.
Precisely clear where exactly those talks stand, and certainly it's unclear now that we have seen this exchange of fire between the U.S. and Iran.
FARS, a military-informed source. The fire in the UAE was the result of the U.S. Army's adventurism. Following the explosion of widespread fire at the oil facilities of the Fujairah port and the attribution of it to the armed forces of the Islamic Republic of Iran, a military-informed official said the Islamic Republic had no pre-planned program to attack the mentioned oil facilities, and what happened was the result of U.S. Army's adventurism to create a passage for the illegal transit of ships through the forbidden routes of the Strait of Hormuz, and the U.S. Army must be held accountable for it. U.S. statesmen must end the ugly behavior of using force and diplomacy and cease military adventurism in this sensitive oil region that affects the economy of all countries worldwide. Okay, but have you thought about, I live in Fujairah, should I move? That's crazy. You made us do it? I mean, yeah, that is what they're saying. Because it's true. If you have if there was a tit for tat war going on, and then they set up a ceasefire, okay, and then America violated the principles of the ceasefire, then yeah, of course they're going to fucking retaliate. What are we talking about? Because if they don't retaliate, then they have nothing. If they don't retaliate, they have no leverage. Why would they not maintain their leverage? I think we have to remember Iran was attacked first. Okay? We got to go back to like 60 plus days ago when Iran was at the negotiations table saying, we will lean into your maximalist demands. We will cave to your demands. We will concede to them as long as you give us sanctions relief. Of course, they have to reestablish that deterrence. There is no ceasefire process. Yeah, Ross Douthat is going to think these boys are going on an epic adventure. This is classic. Yeah. Adventurism in this circumstance means like erratic and decentralized modes of violence. Like it's just irrational, erratic violence. Okay, that's what adventurism is. It doesn't mean it's not a positive thing. It's a negative thing. Okay. The reason why I'm explaining it one more time is because a lot of people don't know, and I use the term adventurism with a negative association to it, and yet people often think that means going on an adventure. You know, it's not a positive thing. Okay, yeah, W adventures. Okay. Iranian officials have been abnormally quiet despite over 3 hours of strikes being reported in the UAE. Well, they released the statement already.
In the Strait of Hormuz, I think it was clear leading up to the president's decision to put this new initiative into place that he had been growing relatively frustrated with the stasis that had occurred. The war was not happening because the ceasefire was in place, but the Strait was also not reopened, and the talks seem as if they were deadlocked. And this seems to have been his attempt to try and break some of that stalemate to get the ships flowing through this very critical waterway. But of course, the risk there is that the Iranians...
Why is Iran attacking the UAE and not Israel? I don't know. Maybe because currently, as it stands, the United Arab Emirates, which can be seen as an extension of America and Israel, is participating in breaking through the blockade alongside the United States of America. Perhaps that's the reason why the UAE is being attacked.
Fire on some of these ships. The ceasefire is off, and all of a sudden, the U.S. is back at war with Iran. It had been, I think, unclear this morning what exactly Project Freedom would entail. American officials were quick to point out that this was not an escort mission. The word the president used was guide these ships through the Strait of Hormuz. Just in the last hour, we have heard from the head of Central Command, Brad Cooper, describing this as a, quote, a multiple layer effort using aircraft, using ships to sort of create a coordination cell that would allow these ships.
Also, Israel did send Iron Dome batteries, apparently. An Israeli air defense system deployed to the UAE was used to intercept an Iranian missile today, CNN reports. It was recently reported that Israel deployed at least one Iron Dome battery. Bro, if I'm Ukraine, I'm pissed. By the way, famously, if you recall, in the early days of Russia's invasion of Ukraine, Zelensky came out and was like, Mr. President, we would like to get the Iron Dome, okay? And Israel, because of its, neutral allegiance to Russia, said, fuck off. They literally refused to give Ukraine an Iron Dome or any Iron Dome batteries whatsoever. They said, we can't let them fall in the hands of our enemies, Russia. So in the eyes of Israel now, the United Arab Emirates is worthy of an Iron Dome defense system as opposed to Ukraine. If I am Ukrainian, if I am Zelensky, I look at this and I go, what the fuck are you guys doing? Well, Ukraine kind of well without, though. That is crazy. You think it would not have been good to rush ship a bunch of Iron Dome batteries in especially the beginning? Are you fucking crazy? To to population centers especially? You would have avoided civilian casualties. It's crazy that Israel was like, now, Ukraine, fuck you. UAE, sure, you can have some Iron Dome defense batteries. You can have some. Ow. Fuck. I just hit my foot. I'm just saying, look at the fucking priorities here. If I'm Ukraine, I'm pissed. They are spending my missiles. It's not ours to give, it's Israel's. First of all, it absolutely is ours. What are you talking about? It's a collaborative project. The idea that like Israel gets to make these decisions on their own is so funny. Okay, dude. Sure. It's not the case at all.
To go through the safest channel in the Strait of Hormuz, and just by their presence, try and provide some reassurance to these shipping companies and to the pilots of these vessels that it was in fact safe to transit. Now, what we've seen this morning is, yes, Central Command says that some vessels have gone through, but overall, traffic is still down, so it remains to be seen just how effective this approach will be.
For the last 3 weeks, the US Navy has been blockading ships from leaving or reaching Iranian ports. But now the mission is expanding with what President Trump calls Project Freedom. No naval escorts as such, but an attempt to guide neutral shipping.
Yeah, this was also funny too. The Volodymyr Zelensky, in any normal country, purchasing stolen goods is an act that entails legal liability. This applies in particular to the grain stolen by Russia. Another vessel carrying such grain has arrived at a port in Israel and is preparing to unload. This is not and cannot be legitimate. Joel Petlin goes, question for Grok. How many other countries in the world are getting shipments of stolen Ukrainian grain? And how many of them has Zelensky called out for it? Implying that the Jewish president of Ukraine is somehow anti-Semitic for singling out Israel, taking advantage of stolen, like Russian theft of Ukrainian grain. What a fucking unbelievable situation. Zelensky's Jewish, by the way. Yeah. 800 Patriot missiles were used for air defense in just 3 days in the Middle East. Ukraine received 604 years of full-scale war. Russia, Iran, and North Korea form a new axis of evil. Ukraine was the first to confront this axis. We continue to fight, but we need support. The free world must stop managing this threat and start defeating it. Like, if there's one country that is more worthy of these defenses, I would say it's Ukraine. Like, Ukraine was illegally invaded by Russia, okay? Illegally invaded and occupied by Russia. Under the standards of international law, not that it fucking matters, obviously. We all know that it's not worth anything. Like, there is a legitimate to aid in the defense of Ukraine. We bombed Iran. There was no reason for us to bomb Iran at all, okay? So what doesn't make any sense is for Ukraine to, on the one hand, get mad about how many Patriot missiles were used to defend the Gulf nations after we decided to bomb Iran, while simultaneously be like, no, but we got to keep up the fight. It doesn't make any sense. Israelis in general care way less about Ukraine in either direction than pro-Israel Anglophones. What you're seeing is a crazy jilted lover's reaction from people with Ukrainian flag, American flag, and Israeli flag in the bio. But what makes this whole episode particularly deranged is that Ukraine is not even attacking Israeli state policy. They're asking to stop a private business from a corrupt transaction that has nothing to do with Israel's national interests. The disconnect I'm seeing between Hebrew language and English language Israel Twitter is utterly fascinating. I'm actually pretty optimistic that the black market grain issue will be resolved, but someone should probably look into this as well. In Hebrew, we should probably stop this, maybe boycott whatever company is doing it. In English, those ungrateful Ukrainian swine must learn their place. Why is North Korea catching strays here? Did they do something that I somehow completely missed? No. The DPRK, the Democratic People's Republic of Korea, has been aiding and abetting the Russian invasion, both with artillery, with their artillery production, because they have a lot more munitions, and now with sending of they've sent troops, a fuck ton of troops, as a matter of fact. And initially, the DPRK troops that they sent were simply used within Russian borders, but I'm pretty sure they have been also actively invading Ukrainian territory as well. It was initially sent to defend Kursk, but since then, I don't know if they're. Since then, I feel like they've been on the front lines as well. They've been captured inside of Ukraine. So they signed a mutual defense pact with Russia when Ukraine invaded Kursk. They activated the treaty and asked for Korea's help. Yeah, and I think the North Korean state has The North Korean state has said that 1,400 troops have died in the process as well, right? Isn't it? I think it's 1,400 troops, if I'm not mistaken. Do a lot of them defect? No. What? No. Dude, that is... No, of course. No, they do not defect at all. What do you mean? The Ukrainians used to initially make jokes about the DPRK soldiers, but no, their attitude has shifted as well about the DPRK soldiers in general. That they say that they're like pretty fucking pretty tough overall. What? I genuinely do not understand what you're saying. Can you please repeat? What? Repeat what? What are you? Oh my God. HasanAbi is a classic. Can you please look up my previous statement, chatter? I have literally banned you in the past. I have literally banned you in the past for this. I've suspended you in the past because you always do this. No, please. Also, there are hella Ukrainian FPV drones hitting down DPRK soldiers. What? I read it. What? Okay. Do you feel like this was... That's it? That's what you wanted me to read? Take a second off. I hate when people say check logs. HasanAbi is one of the routine abusers of check logs. Check previous. Please don't want to spam. Read last message. No, I will not be checking logs. I will not be reading last message. Anyway, where were we? Yeah. Lindsey Graham is demanding aid for the United Arab Emirates here. The combination of Iran's attack against UAE's vital infrastructure and continued attacks on international shipping, including a South Korean cargo ship, more than justifies a big, strong, sexy, mainly hard-dicked response to inflict further damage on Iran's war machine. The UAE has been a champion ally in this fight, doing everything that's been asked of them and beyond. Iran's recent brazen attack against the UAE tells me a lot about who's in charge in Iran and the chance of a diplomatic solution anytime soon. A forceful response with our hard-dicked Marines, with the hardest of penises. On behalf of our ally, United Arab Emirates, will reinforce that America is back as a reliable ally, helping to further wash away the damage caused by the Biden administration on this front. First of all, the Biden administration, okay, from his estimates, did not do this much damage to American force projection capabilities, did not do this much damage to longstanding security arrangements. There is no comparison. I hate Biden for what he did in Gaza. He is a genocidaire, and he will always be remembered as a genocidaire, okay? Having said that, the idea that between Biden and Trump, who has actually destroyed the confidence that the rest of the world had in the American military is not even a fucking question, okay? It's not even a question. Donald Trump is the great nation builder for China. Donald Trump is unbelievably J.D. Pons style. He is doing permanent first world genocide by way of the gas prices. He's doing an incredible job of showing the rest of the world that America's military capabilities are actually not all that great. It's not even a fucking question. It's not even a question at all. Emoji reactions on Israeli platforms to Trump. Senior Iranian military official at this time, we are proving to everyone who is telling the truth, who's telling stories, who talks and who acts. Sorry, but honestly, they're right. They pretty much control the situation. We're punching bags right now. I say this with great sadness. Israel news from the field, uncensored on Telegram. One person was shot by security forces. Weak Trump. Trump in his speech, the war will end very quickly and oil prices will drop like you've never seen. Throw up emoji. Trump avoided saying that the ceasefire was violated. It was not heavy fire. Most were shot down. Clown emoji. Israeli Telegram channels do not fuck with Donald Trump's statements on this. They were already very upset. They were already very mad, according to plenty of reporting at this point, that Donald Trump was even remotely in doing a ceasefire with Iran without completely destroying the Iranian state. Okay, Trump did not say that Iran did not violate the ceasefire. He simply did not address the question. Israeli news without censorship. What is this? The mom on Freaks and Geeks is a top 10 mom actor and so underrated. 8-year-old take still as relevant as ever. Thank you for speaking the truth. Why did I fucking click on this dumb shit, dude? We're monitoring the situation, chatters. For many, many days, I have not been able to monitor the goddamn situation. And the first time I start monitoring the situation, you want me to look at some other dumb shit. Okay? What are we doing here? What the fuck are we doing here? Lock in. It's situation monitor time. Okay? Piker Broadcasting Service, sponsored by you, the people, for you, the people. Okay? The People's Broadcasting Service. Please subscribe. All right. Let's look at the shaky ceasefire at risk, which Donald Trump doesn't say Iran violated for some reason. Okay. Jonathan Karl, in a conversation with Jonathan Karl, ABC News chief Washington correspondent, he said, President Trump said, or President Trump stopped short of saying Iran has violated the ceasefire. Regarding the Iranian drone and missile attacks on UAE today, they were shot down for the most part, Trump told me. One got through, not huge damage. Regarding the Iranian attack on a South Korean ship, we're going to look into it. Shots were fired at the South Korean ship, and I think South Korea should take some action. This was a South Korean ship riding by itself. It was not an escorted ship.
Stranded by the conflict to safety. We will use the best efforts to get ships and crews safely out of the strait, Mr. Trump said on social media last night. They are victims of circumstance. This is a humanitarian gesture.
The U.S., we are just firing if fired upon. We are not the provocateurs here, but if the Iranians want to escalate here, we are willing to escalate.
The Americans say 2 ships successfully crossed the strait today, helped by U.S. Navy destroyers. But in a return to open...
Bro, asking one of our vassals to do their own defense is so funny. I'm serious. It's unbelievably weak for America to be like, yeah, I know we fucked everything up for you guys, but like you should probably send whatever like naval asses you have. Is so funny. What are we doing, man? What the fuck are we doing? It is so bitch made. This goes back to what I was saying about Donald Trump being a great nation builder for China. It goes back to what I was saying about Donald Trump doing unbelievable damage to the confidence that people had in American security. Murtaza Hussein from Dropsite says, South Korea should take some action. South Korea was not consulted about the war or involved in it, nor does it have the expeditionary capabilities or network of military bases in the Persian Gulf necessary to secure shipping there. What are they supposed to do? What are they supposed to do? The only thing South Korea could do is sever ties with the United States of America and commit to a bilateral relationship with Iran in order for them to be able to transit their fucking ships successfully through the Strait of Hormuz, which ironically enough would frustrate the United States of America, which currently has a secondary blockade, rendering any sort of bilateral commitment impossible. So America's secondary blockade is effectively stopping all of these other countries from actually transiting through the Strait of Hormuz by going into an Iranian port, because the American secondary blockade dictates that any ship that touches the Iranian ports, which is necessary, cannot cross through the Strait of Hormuz. That's what the secondary blockade is there to do. So South Korea can't even do any sort of bilateral commitment with Iran and go to Iran directly and be like, hey, we'll purchase your oil or whatever. No harm, no foul. You think they're going to do 9/11 2.0, the manufacturer consent for this bullshit? Look, what have I always said since day one? The only thing standing in the way of America is not like, any sort of like regional superpower, any sort of great power, any sort of international power like China. The only thing standing in the way of the United States of America is its own incompetence. I don't even know if they're capable of pulling off a sophisticated like 9/11 style false flag attack. Okay, so I mean, you're asking me if that's a possibility, but I don't know. I just don't think. I don't think that America has the capabilities of pulling off a world-changing false flag attack of that magnitude.
Conflict. They also said they had to shoot down Iranian missiles and drones and destroy several small boats. Iran is also accused of firing towards a South Korean cargo ship. But Iranian state television claims the Americans are lying.
The other thing, by the way, is whether or not this would even be believable. I think in this current media environment, if there was a 9/11, most people would be like, oh, America did it to itself. Like, if there was a 9/11 style, like, domestic terror incident that they tried to pin on Iran, most Americans would probably look at that and go, what the fuck did you just do to us? Not Iran. They would just wouldn't believe that Iran did it. A lot of people would immediately blame Israel. A lot of people would immediately blame Israel, and many would also probably blame the current FBI and the current State Department. Sure, the Trump supporters would believe whatever the fuck Trump says, but look at what happened after another assassination attempt. Guy comes out, tries to assassinate the president. Immediately in unison, the Republican media goes, oh, this is why we need to build a ballroom. And everyone looks at the situation and goes, yeah, sure, bud. You tried to do this to yourself just so you could build a fucking ballroom.
That no ships have crossed the strait and that any foreign forces will be attacked.
Ships, their owners and shipping companies know well that to ensure their security and safety, they need to coordinate with relevant bodies in the Islamic Republic of Iran.
Tonight, Iran seems to have gone further. This footage from opposition media reportedly showing a fire at an oil facility in the United Arab Emirates after a drone attack. The Emiratis say 3 Indian workers were taken to hospital. The International Maritime Organization says around 800 tankers and container ships are trapped across the Persian Gulf. These ships have an estimated 20,000 sailors on board. This is the only internationally recognized safe route for them to travel through the Strait of Hormuz. But instead, the Americans are now advising ships to travel through territorial waters off the coast of Oman. Iran's Revolutionary Guard is doubling down in response, claiming that the entire waterway between these 2 red lines is under Iranian control. So a day of tension rising in the Gulf once again, with President Macron among America's allies, no doubt worried that the 3-week ceasefire has either collapsed or is about to.
What we want most of all is a joint reopening between Iran and the United States. That's the only solution that will allow us to permanently reopen the Strait of Hormuz, allow free navigation, and do so.
Bro, this guy literally this guy in the United Arab Emirates is freaking the fuck out. I hear them going off. Pray for me, chat. Bro, get out of there. Get out of there. If you have the money to get the fuck out of there, get out of there. He's like, I'm in Faraja, bro. I hear the bombs blowing up in the distance. We're praying for you. We're praying for you. Well, I don't think you can get out of there because I assume that they suspended the flights, but
without restrictions or tolls.
Tonight, the United Arab Emirates are saying they intercepted 3 missiles here, while a 4th fell into the sea. The Emiratis describing this as a serious escalation to which they reserve the right to respond.
Well, Kate Fisher is in Washington for us. What's the latest from President Trump?
Well, as he begins this operation to try to help the freedom of movement, it looks like this is the most fragile that this ceasefire has been. He's just within the last hour told Fox News that attack US ships, they will be blown off the face of the earth. He's also taken to his Truth Social platform and said that Iran has been taking some shots at unrelated nations. He's referring to a South Korean ship there. And
when you're so rich you forgot that you can move by legs instead of plane, buddy, just look at a map. You know what I mean? It's not super easy to fucking take a multiple day trip out of there, okay? Yeah, just fucking walk out of the United Arab Emirates, this guy said. Fell into the sea. What is this? Much worse than last time? Nearly 1.2 gigawatt fire detected. This was 30 minutes ago. Fujairah was struck. Yeah, it's a lot. Guys. And to the chatter who's right there, he can confirm for us, but clearly it's a laundry fire. Okay, these things happen. It's probably another laundry fire. Okay. Yes, it's a classic. It went up in flames, the laundry. It is. Thank you. Shit, what if Saudi attacks? Oh yeah, that's the other. Well, I don't think they're going to do that right now, but you could also be invaded by Saudi Arabia at some point. There's that too. I would just get the fuck out of the United Arab Emirates if I lived there. I'm just saying.
He joked, maybe now South Korea will join my effort. He has regularly wanted other countries to support the US here. And he also reiterates that the US has shot down these fast boats. He says that is all that Iran has left. We also know that for the first time since this ceasefire was brought in around a month ago, the United Arab Emirates has sent out a missile threat warning to its citizens. So it certainly feels as though this ceasefire is in its most fragile phase yet.
And the oil price going sharply up, what does that mean for the US economy?
Yeah. 4% rise today. Gasoline prices here, Americans love their cars. They've jumped to nearly 50% more than when this conflict began. And it's being reflected in Donald Trump's poll ratings. His disapproval.
You are correct. This is likely a Qatar 280 laundry fire launched from the Bushehr laundry and dry cleaning facility. Many such cases of this happening,
Approval rating at a record high. And of course, we've got midterm elections in November, and it won't be good for Republicans trying to get reelected with this kind of
Yeah, that's what he's worried about, which is so sad. The only calculation here is not like human lives being lost or the energy markets in a state of crisis, but what this does for not even like the midterms necessarily. When they say, oh, Trump is worried about the midterms, like for the party performance, he's not even worried about, I think, the Republican Party failing. He's worried about what that does to his confidence, right? Like what that says about how much people don't fuck with Trump any longer. That's the only thing he cares about. It's about his own popularity, and that's it. There's no like real there's no real about the future of the Republican Party. I just don't think that the administration cares about that, or Trump cares about that at all. Very puzzled by UAE's vision for the future. You can't be Israel or Russia and Switzerland or Singapore at the same time. Exactly. I said this when they pulled out of OPEC, that they think that they're going to be Israel, but they will never be Israel. Only one country is Israel, and that's Israel, okay? I don't know why they think that I don't know why they thought, oh, we'll just fucking pull out the ripcord and just lean heavily into America, and then they'll defend us. They won't. They haven't so far. What makes you think they will now? What makes you think they have the capacity to defend you? Questions that I have that I don't think I'll ever be able to have answers to. Not only do they not have the AIPAC equivalent, but like Israel was able to develop this relationship, this insane relationship with the United States of America over years and years and years of being a reliable and loyal ally and an asset. Like there's no comparison here. One leave OPEC, one singular Iron Dome missile. Yeah, we're talking about 80 years. We're talking about the Cold War, right? We're talking about pan-Arabic nationalism, which necessitated a force that could destabilize and cut through the pan-Arabic nationalism, oftentimes militarily destroy countries that were making moves that could damage America's interest in this oil-rich region. Like even by today's standards, America being an exporter of oil, they wouldn't have cared about Israel as much, right? This is before the shale revolution in America. So, like, there's no way that you can design a similar sophisticated relationship with the United States of America that will never exist ever again. Of the GCC states, the UAE has been the most openly aggressive about rejecting the results of the 6-week war, i.e. defeat, the most openly Israel aligned, clashing with Saudi for not supporting UAE Israel desire for more war. The UAE has learned nothing. Yeah, it just doesn't make any fucking sense. I don't know what the hell they're thinking. It's a very dangerous gamble for them, which is why I'm telling you, if you live in the United Arab Emirates, get the fuck out if you can. If you take both this report and the Axios report about Saudi lobbying for war at face value, then it suggests that Saudi Arabia knowingly created a situation where Iran would try to kill the idea of Dubai. Dilawar Karwan says this tidbit was buried in the Wall Street Journal's report on the UAE leaving OPEC. There were also rumors that KSA was pro-war because it harmed other GCC powers, especially UAE. while leaving Saudi relatively unscathed. Have they cut a side deal with Iran? I don't think they've cut a side deal with Iran, but have had a rift. Saudi Arabia had a big rift with the UAE already, given UAE's interest in becoming the little Israel in the Gulf, and also aligning heavily with Israel. So they're trying to game it out in a way that favors them.
For the president.
Because remember, the United Arab Emirates has been the #1 defender of Israel in this region, okay?
Kate Fisher. Well, joining us now is Barbara Leaf, who served as Assistant Secretary of State for Near Eastern Affairs under President Biden and was previously the US Ambassador to the United Arab Emirates. What do you make of the situation today?
Well, I think fragile is exactly the right way to describe the ceasefire. Look, there were completely, as far as I can tell, unprovoked attacks by Iran today on the UAE in several different places. One on Fujairah export facility, and then 4.
What does little Israel mean? How do I explain this to my parents? The United Arab Emirates is a part of the Gulf Nations coalition, the Gulf countries, right? GCC. The United Arab Emirates has always aligned with Israel, and have secured Israeli interests in the region, petitioned for better relationships with Israel. The United Arab Emirates also has its own regional ambitions as well, sometimes at odds with Saudi Arabia in countries like Yemen, against both Iran and Saudi Arabia. Like these countries that are vassals to American empire. Hey, Hasan, how does the UAE work? I know Saudi Arabia has princes. The United Arab Emirates is a collection of, I believe, 7 emirates, right? Is it 7? I can't remember the exact number, but they're like tiny micro states that are all under the banner of one emirate, okay? They're all monarchies. That's how it works. There's one top guy. There's one top guy that controls all 7 of the tiny nations within this tiny nation. And that's it. Yeah, there's 7 emirates, each has an emir, and they have a council together, but Abu Dhabi's emir, MBZ, dominates the rest, makes the final decisions for the rest of them. UAE is a part of Israel. Tasnim. An Iranian military official warns that if UAE becomes a pawn of Israel and takes action, Iran will respond forcefully, adding that Emirati interests could become targets. The official adds, any escalation would trigger a broader response, with Iran no longer exercising restraint and potentially treating UAE as a part of Israel in this conflict. Truth nuke, but it's all, some might even say it's been there all along. Some IRGC commanders have already said that they want to kill the idea of Dubai, openly stating that they want to destroy the United Arab Emirates, basically. And that's part of the reason why they've been pummeling the UAE. Because the UAE has been an extension of Israel in the region for a decade at this point.
Cruise missiles directed towards the UAE, which they were fortunately largely able to intercept. Then you've got the random attacks on different ships, either trying to exit the strait or just off the strait.
Right. But, Iran is saying Trump's trying to break the blockade. That's why they're responding. I mean, the brinkmanship on both sides is very alarming, isn't it? I mean, we're very close to a return to war.
Of course. This is definitely on the upswing towards an escalatory cycle on both sides. But what I guess what I'm pointing out is that Iran made clear how it will respond. It shot cruise missiles towards the UAE, which had nothing to do with this. The U.S. Navy trying to clear a way for ships transit. I know one of those ships that transited because I was conversing with a captain on one of them. So
like people who are asking, what about Azerbaijan? They're like the UAE too. Azerbaijan is a relatively new player in all of this. Azerbaijan is also an extension of Turkey, and Turkey plays ball with both sides. It's not like the UAE. The UAE does not play ball with any side other than Israel and America. So Azerbaijan is not like a serious player at all. They're just an energy provider to Israel, and they're mostly just an extension of Turkey's interests and they're like a junior partner to whatever Turkey's ambitions are in the region. So they get most of their notes from Turkey. Azerbaijan is thick as thieves with Israel, Western intelligence, and Turkey. Erdogan very publicly called on Azerbaijan, to avoid getting sucked into the U.S.-Israel war in Iran after a handful of Iranian drones hit the Nakhchivan exclave. Iranians at the border of the city of Julfa, northwest Iran, saw 6 drones moving towards east and center of Iran, each 2 minutes apart. Julfa borders with Azerbaijan. Yeah. So they're not going to behave in a way like the United Arab Emirates is, and they haven't like the United Arab Emirates has so far. It's not good for Turkey, nor it's good for Iran to also broaden this regional conflict and bring Turkey into the fold as well. So they're not going to do anything. It's not beneficial for Turkey. Erdogan does have like a crumb of sovereignty here, even though it is a vassal. Erdogan and Turkey is a NATO country. It's a vassal for that reason. But Erdogan does have some semblance of sovereignty and will make decisions that keep Turkey out of this broader conflict. And that is what's going on so far. Turkey has no interest whatsoever in participating in this war against Iran. Israel wants to Gaza Turkey. What do you mean? Israel will not be able to Gazify Turkey. Turkey is not Lebanon. Turkey is not Hezbollah. Turkey has the second largest standing military and its own indigenous military industrial complex. It's the largest military in Europe, if you want to call Turkey a part of Europe. So there is no comparison. It's a fucking giant country, almost the size of Iran by population, and has a standing military. It doesn't have striking capabilities like Iran does, but it has a much more competent actual fucking military force. How many New Jerseys is Turkey? I don't know how many New Jerseys Turkey is. Turkey also is Turkey gets clapped if they don't create an underground drone program. Saddam also had a standing military. True. But again, America supports Turkey. It's a profoundly important military base for the United States of America in the region. It's a partner that plays a huge role. Without Turkey, Syria and the Bashar al-Assad regime would not have been toppled. Okay, it's totally fucking ridiculous. Like, Turkey plays a major role in America's interests in the region, a bigger role than Israel does. It's also a NATO country. Turkey also, given its fake sovereignty, can play the role of a mediator between Russia and America at times. Turkey always plays both sides. But never forget, we're talking about a country that has American nukes inside of American military bases inside of its national boundaries. It's ridiculous to be like, oh yeah, America's just going to drop Turkey and NATO in general at the behest of Israel. I mean, never say never, obviously, because this is an unbelievably pro-Israel country, but I don't know if it would go that far. That would not be beneficial for Israel, I don't think. Of course, Israel has been saying that they want this to happen regardless, but
that was successful, and Iran's attempting to show what it will do in reprisal, which is again direct its fire towards the Gulf states.
Right. I mean, do you see any diplomatic progress towards any kind of settlement here, or are we edging towards, military action being the way Trump gets out of this?
I think it's clear we're edging towards another round of military operations.
But what could that achieve?
Very little in my view. I think it's clear that this effort at economic attrition is the main game, but there are the preparations for another round of military pressures, and I don't see either one of those moving the dial with this regime. There's really, what the administration really needs to do is set itself to a tough diplomatic course, and they don't seem to have the appetite for that.
What do you mean by that? I mean, what would that involve?
That means sitting down at the table and getting into a...
If another country has a military base in your country and put their nukes there, you don't actually have nukes? Yes. I understand that. I'm literally Turkish. What are you talking about? I'm simply stating that Israel attacking a country with American nukes inside of American bases has never happened before. It's a nuclear umbrella. Turkey is a part of the American nuclear security umbrella. Israel is an American vassal. It's an extension of American empire. That would be this would be a very different calculation. Yeah, I get that. My country's in the same situation. Turkey also operates sometimes independently outside of American interests, like immediate American interests, in comparison to like even the European vassal states.
Long associations.
Ultimately, that is still beneficial for American interests, though, because that way America uses Turkey as a mediator at times, for example, against Russia.
There has been a little bit of movement in this latest proposal, we think, by the Iranians to at least not make it a condition for sitting down at the table that the blockade be lifted. But something's got to give, and otherwise this will head towards military operations again.
Do you think there is a better diplomatic solution than what was effectively the old deal done under Obama? Or is that what we're looking at, rebadged as a Trump deal?
Well, the large difference, the really huge difference, is the fact that virtually the whole nuclear program is shattered. So you've got the leftover pieces of it to deal with.
İhya oldum. Turkey won't survive this decade. Classic Turk in the chat. Classic Turk defeatism in the chat, by the way.
But you're not starting from the same threshold of activity. That's a huge advantage.
Barbara Lee, thank you very much indeed for your time.
Let me begin by saying congratulations to the small business people of the year from all 50 states. It's a big deal. It's a big deal, and you can be proud of yourself. Our country's made up of a lot of small businesses, and that ends up...
My mother was a small business. As you all know, just like Kamala Harris. My mother, too, was a small business. So was my father. We love being a nation of tiny businesses, the tiniest of all. Size of New Jersey, all of our businesses, they're so small. Don't we love it, folks?
Being a really big business. As small business owners and operators, the people in this room represent the 36 million small businesses who create 40% of all economic activity in the United States. Think of that. A group of people added together. You're essentially the most important factor business-wise in the whole country. And this country is leading the whole world. We are now. That I can tell you by a lot. You're the lifeblood of the American economy, and with your help, we're truly making America great again. We're doing record business. We have a stock market that hit even with this military operation, call it whatever.
Can we redact questions? Yo, you think they're going to jail my ass for saying stuff to you? And if they do, stuff to you, and if they do, you got me though, right? Brother, not Turkey, not America, nor Israel is exactly fond of me, okay? I can't begin to explain to you that you are so on your own, okay? There's not a single country on this planet that would that I have any sort of influence over, okay? The only influence I have is negative. You are on your own.
Whatever you want. We can't let Iran have a nuclear weapon. We hit all new highs, and I said,
He said, can I redact my questions? You'll be fine. You're anonymous.
Take care of business because we can't let that happen. So we did a little detour, and it's working out very nicely. They have no Navy. They have no Air Force. They have no anti-aircraft equipment. They have no radar. They have no nothing. They have no leaders, actually. The leaders happen to be gone also. But can't let them have a nuclear weapon, or you'd have problems like nobody would believe. And it's going very well. We're also pleased to be joined this afternoon by Secretary of Energy Chris Wright, who's been amazing. Where's Chris? Except everybody was wrong. They thought that energy would be at $300, right? $300 a barrel, and it's like at 100. And I think going down, and I see it going down very substantially when this is over, Chris. And I think very rapidly too, at levels that you've never seen, because there's a lot of energy out there of ships all over the world that are loaded up with it. They can't do much with it because they got kidnapped by a pretty evil place, but we're taking care of it.
So it's day 66 of the Iran war. The Strait of Hormuz is closed. Oil is not flowing freely. The US blockade shown here is still in place. For who is actually in control of the Strait of Hormuz between Iran and America amidst loads of claims and counterclaims? Today, Iran issued a new map showing the boundaries of where it claims it's controlling the Strait of Hormuz, either side of Oman. They also claimed that they'd fired 2 missiles and struck an American warship, although counterclaims eventually, although this was just off the coast of Jask outside that area, but the Central Command turned around and said that nothing had been struck. Iran modified their language after that. US command had also claimed that 6 of the fast patrol boats that Iran has been using were blown out of the water. President Trump later said that there were 7 blown out, and also that there had been a cruise missiles being used against shipping in the Strait. Again, Iran denied all of this. This comes amid President Trump's claims that 2 US carrier vessels were actually escorted through the Strait of Hormuz successfully earlier on in the day, all part of Project Freedom to restore freedom of transit for commercial.
Have you tried to get Mark Carney on the stream? He's been on podcasts in the past, like Scott Galloway's. Brother, do you think I'm comparable to Scott Galloway? I highly doubt that Mark Carney would come on my broadcast. I mean, I open invite if he wants to, but I don't think he would be down to do that. I'm going to be honest with you.
Commercial vessels through this area. Again, Iran denies that this was achieved. All of this is designed to relieve the 2,000 vessels and allegedly 20,000 seafarers that are actually trapped in the Strait, in the Gulf of Oman. But US Central Command, how are they actually going to police this new operation? Well, they've got a number of assets they claim to be using, 15,000 troops. There's a Marine Expeditionary Unit in the region. Probably that's where they're going to come from. You've also got aircraft carriers like the Lincoln, mounting fighter jets, not only off the carriers, but also off land basing, and then missile destroyers in the region as well. The threats are quite significant. One of them is obviously anti-ship missiles provided by China. They can be deadly. That's why you've got the missile destroyers in place, but also the fighter jets that will look to target the launchers as well. We've also had reports that cruise missiles are being used, again the destroyers, but these are very easy targets relatively for the fighter jets to take out. But the big threat is these fast patrol boats, numerous, often packed full of explosives. And as we can see a couple here, and we'll see a bit later in the shot, significantly more, they can be incredibly dangerous. But if you remember, for the Somali pirating activities, they were very quickly solved by putting armed personnel on board the commercial shipping, because that's a stable platform, soldiers with machine guns. It's relatively simple, but the fast patrol boats have no answer for that. That's almost certainly how the Americans dealt with this threat earlier on. The key issue, though, for all of this is time. If we look at the Strait of Hormuz map, you've clearly got the blockage of the minefield. We're still not sure how many mines are actually in there, but that forces any shipping to go up to the north, just south of Iraq Island and back again. That puts it very close to Iran and therefore a very high threat. It's also, if you're going to get 2,000...
In politics, I don't think you're comparable to Scott Galloway, but in reach and audience size, yes, you're comparable. No, I have a bigger audience than Scott Galloway does, but that doesn't mean anything because Scott Galloway is safe. Scott Galloway is like a known entity in liberal circles. He's like a well-respected liberal. Scott Galloway also is like kind of pro, I mean, not kind of, is pretty pro-Israel too. That's another huge deal there too. So like, Michael Fusco Art, support your PBS. Thank you. Michael Fusco Art with a 69 tier 1 gifted subs. Thank you, Michael Fusco Art. Thank you for supporting your independent media. 69. Nice.
Vessels out, even if you put them relatively close together, it's probably about a week's worth of transit, 24/7, incredibly risky. And you have to remember, Iran doesn't have to hit all of them. It only has to hit one, and suddenly confidence in this project will be undermined immediately. But for now...
Yes, Iran has to hit an American ship. Like Iran, if Iran wants to establish full tilt military deterrence, it has to hit an American naval asset. Like that would be the ultimate military deterrence in the Strait of Hormuz. If they were to get a successful strike on an American naval carrier, naval asset, then it's unbelievably over. It's more over than it's ever been. They're saying that they have done so. They're saying that they've done so already, but you need to have a clear image of it. Without that, it doesn't mean anything, because if they've been able to hit an American asset, if they've been able to hit an American asset here, it might deter America from continuing military operations. But if it's just like a minor dent or something, they could just like write it off as a laundry fire, right? As they have done so in the past. So that's the situation. All right. Let's look at what Trita Parsi had to say to Drop Site News. Trump snatched defeat from the jaws of success. Dr. Trita Parsi, Iran expert at Quincy Institute, friend of the show, told Drop Site that Trump squandered a ceasefire that disproportionately favored the United States. Trump really snatched defeat from the jaws of success because the ceasefire actually disproportionately favored the United States, Parsi said. Without resuming the war, Trump could have alleviated pressure on global energy markets, eroded Iranian leverage, and drawn out a negotiating process without immediately lifting sanctions, one of Tehran's core demands. Instead, he escalated. The more aggressive Trump's rhetoric tends to become, the more he says that Iranians are in disarray, the more it tends to be a reflection of the fact that his own negotiating position has become tremendously vulnerable and weakened, Parsi said. This is also true. Parsi said that Trump has also appeared to embrace the faulty FDD projections including those produced by the neoconservative think tank Foundation for the Defense of Democracies, which is, again, an Israeli cutout, just so you understand. Initially started as under the name Emet, Hebrew for Truth, in 2001. Its stated purpose for Foundation for Defending Democracy was to defend Israel's interest in America, to launder Israel's reputation in America. FDD is a reflection of whatever the Israeli goals are, and they are inside of the administration. It's Benjamin Netanyahu's own personal think tank, and they have FDD guys that are in the negotiations rooms now. As this past week, Donald Trump from FDD to sit next to Witkoff and Jared Kushner. So it's totally ridiculous. But yeah, FDD, in the interests of advancing Israel's goals here, is going to sully any kind of negotiation process that might be implemented and continue feeding bad information to the United States of America. And we all know how that fucking worked so far. FDD has convinced Trump that his naval blockade would bring a weakened and more pliable Iran to the negotiating table. Trump began claiming that Iranian oil infrastructure was on the verge of catastrophic failure. On what Trump is actually seeking, Parsi said, I think Trump is looking for some sort of spectacular military action that is not necessarily successful on a strategic level, but on a tactical level gives the impression that he has dominance, escalation dominance, and control, and then go to the negotiating table and strike a deal. The Iranians are not going to allow him to get that. It may actually prove to be a blessing for the Iranians if Trump resumes military attacks, Parsi said. Is Sarah Longwell coming on the broadcast? No. Where is this coming from? What? Did she even indicate she wants to? I would love that. Why are you spamming this? Anyway, Iran still has escalation dominance in this scenario. On the contrary, I think the Iranians have now further honed their strategy. They are more confident about exactly what they can achieve, Parsi said. Iran would likely expand attacks in the Gulf, particularly targeting the UAE, Israel's closest Arab ally. The report was published just before the U.S. attacks on Fujairah, UAE, were confirmed later in the day on Monday. On Trump's China visit scheduled for May 14th, Parsi said, economic pressure is the only news that seems to impact the White House. The only thing that reaches him is how bad the economy is going. It used to be markets and munitions, and now it's markets, munitions, and midterms, right? Like domestic pressure coming from inside of, or domestic pressure coming from the Republican Party's future, domestic pressure that impacts Trump's popularity, domestic pressure that is increasing as a consequence of prices for the average American skyrocketing, right? The only thing that reaches him is how bad the economy is going and how much of a problem it's going to be for him if he has to show up in Beijing and face the Chinese from this utter position of embarrassment and weakness. Hold on. Let me get back to it real quick. Where the fuck is it? Oh, here. He still has this false illusion that the blockade, one way or another, is going to deliver him the type of victory that will rewrite the entire history of these last 7 to 8 weeks. If he goes after Iran's exports to China, he will not only escalate this regional conflict into a global conflict, but he will further push up oil prices, which will backfire faster on him than it will backfire on the Iranians. On Iran's emerging toll system, Parsi said that while some countries may balk at the idea of paying tolls to Iran, eventually they would accept this as a new norm. At the end of the day, they need their oil and they will pay the fees. And the Iranians are going to use the fee collections, not necessarily as something that replaces all income, but something that forces countries to reestablish financial connections with Iran, countries that otherwise had left the Iranian markets as a result of U.S. sanctions, he said. Now the Iranians have leverage to push them back in. And that is of tremendous value to them to be able to make sure that they have these connections. This is precisely the reason why I said from the start that America's interest in adding the European partners into the fold was not to have them necessarily. Fuck, I can't even. I'm all over the place. America's interest, stated by Marco Rubio, was to apply pressure to Iran. That wasn't to actually have their military assets in the region, because America has maximum military leverage, right? In comparison to the European allies. What the fuck is one like nuclear aircraft carrier from France going to do, right? That Americans can't. America has 11 that they can use against Iran if they choose to do so, right? The real reason why they wanted European partners to engage Iran militarily was not for the military pressure, but more so for the diplomatic pressure. Because Iran is, by way of the toll system, forcing bilateral commitments with EU partners. Okay? Iran wants to be a sovereign state that is a normal country that can have normal commerce with these international, with the rest of the markets, even if they can't do it with the United States of America, because that was one of the big problems with the sanctions regime, was that all of these other countries, worried about secondary sanctions that they might receive from the United States of America, stopped trading with Iran. Okay? And Iran is successfully implementing these bilateral commitments right now with all of these other countries, including with France. Okay? The plan was simple. The UAE exits OPEC, breaks free from its limits, and ramps up production. 2 days later, America announces Operation Freedom and forces open the Strait of Hormuz. Emirati oil floods the market, prices crash, and Iran loses its only powerful card in negotiations. Iran sent a strong, clear message today. You want cheap oil? You won't get it unless you return to negotiations and provide guarantees to implement our demands that you agreed to discuss. By successfully foiling their plan, Iran will return to negotiations from a stronger position than before, and it will prove to the world that it controls the Hormuz, and whoever controls the Hormuz controls the oil, and whoever controls the oil controls the world. Okay, this is a little bit aggressive, but yeah. Thoughts on China telling firms to ignore sanctions? It makes total sense. Obviously, China has been ignoring the sanctions. Why the fuck would they not say this publicly? Trump is repeatedly overplaying his hand on Iran and America's strategic detriment. China is now telling firms to ignore new U.S. sanctions on Iranian oil. Per Bloomberg, this signals a far more aggressive stance from China and risks pulling global banks into a U.S.-China standoff. You don't want to have this conversation because Donald Trump did not successfully decouple the rest of the world from China. That was the goal of the Liberation Day tariffs, if you recall. But that failed. Okay? That fucking failed. America had to buckle under the pressure. And therefore, America does not have the capacity to force other countries to no longer trade with China. China is still the manufacturing hub of the planet. Explainer why China decided this time to directly resist latest U.S. sanctions. Trump in his eternal wisdom all but forced them to. Huge news in China today since Besant actually sanctioned larger entities this time. Hengli is a huge deal. China is entirely willing to fight economic war over this from what I can see. I will now talk about why Hengli is a big deal and why the Trump admin stepped over the line. Yeah, this was China invoking the blocking statute for the first time. China's Ministry of Commerce has for the first time activated its 2021 blocking rules, ordering all Chinese firms and individuals not to comply with U.S. sanctions targeting 5 independent Chinese oil refineries accused of purchasing Iranian crude. This leaves only one option for the United States of America. Either the United States of America now will forcibly overtake Iranian oil tankers that are slated to arrive at Chinese oil refineries, or they just have to back away from it. America, that has had a terrible time so far trying to militarily dominate Iran, a much smaller country than China, now has to go up against the manufacturing base of the entire planet. It's not going to happen unless they're fucking insane. And, you know, the reasonable option here is to back the fuck away. But also, the reasonable option has always been to also negotiate with Iran. The reasonable option was to never bomb Iran. But America never takes the reasonable option. So I don't know. Like the logical steps to take here is not to add a secondary blockade, which America did. The logical step here would be to de-escalate. Okay? The Mersh and Trita Parsi.
Look at the situation that Trump is in. He is facing abject defeat. I mean, we can put lipstick on a pig.
This is total goat talk. Oh my God. All my goats. All my goats in one place. Trita Parsi and the Mersh. Oh my God, the Mersh and Trita Parsi. What the fuck?
Limits what you could do in that regard. He lost. This was a colossal blunder. And really what's going on here is whether or not he is going to accept defeat.
Mersheimer, please, I'm begging you to come on the broadcast. I love you. Please, please, you are my goat. Why won't you come on the broadcast, Mersheimer? Project Mersh. How do I not have a single fucking student of his in my chat? How is that possible? What the fuck are you guys doing? Actually, what the fuck are you guys doing? Get to work, chatters. Why do I have this clandestine network of parasocialists out there all around the world, and definitely in the United States of America, specifically in institutes of higher learning? How is this even remotely possible that I haven't had one fucking student of the Mersh go up to him and be like, Mr. Mersh, we really would like for you to collaborate with HasanAbi Piker. It doesn't make any sense. Contact Jeffrey Sachs. He knows Mersh. It's embarrassing to fucking ask Jeffrey Sachs to be like, hey, can you put me in contact with the other goat? You are my goat, Professor Sachs, but I have another goat professor as well. Question is, why/how are you not trying hard enough to get him on? We are. We've been emailing him. He doesn't respond. And I don't even know why. We have emailed him a couple times at this point. I don't think he looks at his emails that much. Become a professor and you can talk to him professor to professor. I am a professor. Dr. Jihad. Remember? Dr. Jihad? Professor of jihadology. Okay? PhD in racism. You know this already. Doctorate in jihad and I'm a professor of racism. I got a PhD in it. Events in Hormuz from Sayed Abbas Araghchi. Another person I've tried to have on the broadcast, but he's definitely a little bit busier than Mersheimer. Events in Hormuz make clear that there's no military solution to a political crisis. The talks are making progress with Pakistan's gracious effort. The U.S. should be wary of being dragged back into a quagmire by ill-wishers. So should the UAE. Project Freedom is Project Deadlock. I mean, this is about Israel. He's basically saying, like, don't fall into the trap. You wash, you need a student's recommendation. Open Presence! Oh my God. Open Presence is back, dude. Is the straight open now? Is that what that means? Open Presence, thank you for the hundo.
Trump foolishly, once again, went with the advice of the Israelis, put on a blockade, and now he's hurting more than the Iranians are. So the status quo suddenly is actually not as bad for the Iranians, unless, of course, he does something else that gets him out of that situation.
Hello and welcome to Switzerland. I'm Tom Switzer. Always great to have your company. And our guest today...
That is not the voice I was expecting from this guy.
A Trita Parsi from the Quincy Institute in Washington. Hi there, Trita.
Good to see you, Tom.
And Professor John Mearsheimer from the University of Chicago. Always great to see you, John.
and great to see you, Trita, and you, Tom.
Now, President Trump has said today, that's Sunday, May 3, that the US would start guiding commercial ships through the Strait of Hormuz where they've been
Is he going to play this music the entire time? Because I genuinely don't know if I can watch this if there's like high intensity music playing in the background. Or no, Professor Mearsheimer. Hello.
trapped. John, your thoughts?
I don't know how he can do that. What's he going to guide him out with? I would think they would have to be military ships. What else could he, the president, use? And I think there's no way that he can put military ships in the Gulf without them getting sunk. If he could put military ships to escort tankers or cargo ships out of the Gulf, he would have done it a long time ago. Why would he be waiting until now? The other thing is he has a limited number of destroyers, and almost all those destroyers are used for the blockade, the U.S. blockade. If he takes those destroyers from the U.S. blockade, sends them into the Persian Gulf, they can't run the blockade anymore. Plus, if they get sunk, then there are hardly any destroyers left or naval assets left to execute the blockade. So it's hard for me to see what he's doing. It could be that he's trying to provoke the Iranians, and he wants to make it look like the Iranians are responsible for restarting the war. I do believe, although he does not demonstrate this publicly, that President Trump is desperate. I think that he and his advisors understand they are in deep trouble. And I think J.D. Vance is playing a key role in getting this message across to them. And I think they know, because the blockade only works in the long, long term, they have to do something else beforehand. And they, in the Trump administration and their acolytes in places like the Wall Street Journal, have been talking about starting the war up again in tandem with the blockade. I mean, I think this is a cockamamie idea, but I wouldn't put that past President Trump to do. So he could be looking to start the war up and just putting the blame on the Iranians. But who knows? It's just such an amorphous tweet on his part, and just came out of nowhere.
Well, if just to be clear here, that if this plan,
why are you on FaceTime with this guy? I wish I was FaceTiming with my goats.
And does not allow,
and this random Australian guy who I don't know anything about, for the record,
our U.S. Navy warships escorting vessels through the strait. How does this plan, the president calls it Project Freedom, Trita, how does he allow the U.S. to guide these ships safely through the strait, especially given that these naval mines are being deployed by Iran's Revolutionary Guard Corps? Trita.
It makes no sense. Now, of course, I agree with John. I would just add one other possibility, which is, the most benign or optimistic one, which is that there is some confidence building measures being negotiated between the two sides. And as a result of that, the Iranians will let through a number of ships that are belonging to third countries that are not involved in the fighting, which will most likely be Asian countries, probably not carrying any oil, but carrying other types of goods. And Trump kind of wants to take credit for it, but it's probably some kind of a confidence building measure that may have been negotiated between the two sides, which is partly because a lot of these Asian countries at this point are really starting to lose patience about the situation. They're the ones, I mean, you would know better than me, Tom, sitting in Australia, that are paying the price for this war. And Trump is only, 10, 12 days away from having to go to Beijing for a summit with Xi. And he's going to arrive there deeply, deeply embarrassed, or he should be, if this is not resolved by then.
Would he have any leverage with China, John?
Would Trump have any leverage with China?
Well, China needs the free access to all the transport through the Strait of Hormuz, correct?
I don't think, Tom, he needs leverage with China. I think the Chinese want to end this as quickly as possible. I think almost every country on the planet, except for Israel, wants to end this one as quickly as possible.
I realize that, but he might be thinking he'd put pressure on Beijing to put pressure on the mullahs. How?
What pressure can America? Oh my God. What a waste. Dude, this guy shouldn't talk at all. Let the goats talk. What a waste of a moment to have with two goats. Oh my God. What kind of pressure could America place on China, especially right now? America is already maximally pressured out on their own due to their own actions. What could America do right now to apply pressure to Beijing? Lamau, you're so petty when you're jealous. Okay, I'm a little bit jealous for sure, but also this is kind of a, you know who I really like? You know who I really like in the geopolitics front that does these sorts of interviews with these goats? It's Glenn Deason. Okay, Glenn Deason is the guy I really like. You want to know why I really like this guy? I don't know a damn thing about his worldview. Okay. His job is to let Mersheimer talk. Okay. I love this guy. I watch his shit all the time. I've become a huge fan of his channel because he will just have people on and he will just let them talk. He won't ask dumb questions. I don't know anything about him at all. I have no knowledge. I have no knowledge of his worldview, and I don't need to know. Okay. I don't need to know. I've watched almost all of his videos. Except for, you know, like Scott Ritter and stuff. But like the reason why it's great is because I don't need to know what his worldview is. It's not about him. Don't incorporate your silly opinions into this conversation. And I'm not even kidding. I've actually learned from that. Okay? I've actually learned from that. Bro, stop calling Trita a goat. He might be a good analyst, but he's not a good person. Wait, why? Are you going to say he's pro IRGC? Is that what it is? Are you one of those guys? I mean, he's a good guy. I don't think he's a bad guy at all. I've been following his stuff for a very long time. But I've learned from Glenn and even from Chris Hedges as well, who I also love his analysis in general. I've learned from them. I've learned to like just ask questions and let them steal the show. Like, if you noticed, and I'm sure some of you have noticed this, I stopped asking like super long-winded questions or you know, let my opinion be heard when I do these kinds of interviews with people like Trita and all these other people. My interviewing skills have improved. It's because I just don't talk as much. I realize that it's, you know, I thought you finally started listening to us. I would never listen to you in a million years, chatter. Are you out of your mind? Are you insane? Are you out of your mind? Especially because even now, when I ask like a question that's a little bit long, when I ask a question that's even a little bit long, everybody starts, we've been saying this for years, bro. I don't care. Even if you were right, I don't care. You framed the question well because Hasan does have a worldview. Yeah, I mean, obviously I'll still do it. Can I be honest? You still interrupt sometimes and it just turns into a conversation instead where you go back and forth. It's okay. It's okay. Your ass sounded like a goat there because you guys do sound like you're yelping goats sometimes. Anyway, speaking of the goat, let's get back to Mersheimer.
He doesn't even have to do that. Beijing is putting pressure on the mullahs, and it put pressure on Pakistan. There's no question about that. But the fact is the Iranians are not going to give in to the Chinese any more than they're going to give in to the Americans. The Iranians face an existential threat. They don't have many friends in the world, and they're not going to let the Chinese pressure them into a situation where they're at a disadvantage vis-a-vis to genocidal acts.
Trita told me that wasn't the case, by the way. So there's actually a disagreement here. I don't know if he'll advance that or not, but I asked this exact same question to Trita, if you guys recall, where I said, do you think that the Chinese are applying pressure to Iran? And do you think Iran will listen to the pressure by the Chinese? And Trita said, I don't think that Chinese are applying pressure to Iran. I think they're staying out of it.
Adversaries, one known as Israel and the other known as the United States. Just not going to let that happen.
Well, that brings. Can I add something? Well, I was going to add something.
Yeah.
I think it's also important to note that the relationship between Iran and China is not one in which the Chinese easily or happily would put pressure. They would have their negotiations with the Iranians and try to get something, but not using the type of coercive approach that now, unfortunately, has become standard for the United States. What is happening right now is that the Iranians are building and reopening a bunch of different landlines through Pakistan and other countries through Central Asia to reach China. And this is done in collaboration with the Chinese. The Chinese announced just yesterday that they're not going to accept any interdiction by American ships in the Indian Ocean of Chinese ships carrying Iranian oil. Which is a much harsher pushback from the Chinese on this than we've ever seen before, where the U.S. actually has, on a couple of occasions, taken tankers that were...
Imagine scoring a three-way interview with Mearsheimer and Trita, choosing Pirates of the Caribbean score intros and on them, and then immediately asking if China secretly likes this war. Yeah.
Carrying oil that the Chinese already had purchased.
Hasan, important. I dreamed about Mearsheimer changing his opinion on the USSR and on Marxism-Leninism. When I woke up, I thought it was a YouTube video and tried to put it back on and increase the volume on my phone. When I realized what happened, I closed my eyes, laid down, and envisioned myself pressing a big play button on my phone, and the dream continued. Needed to share this with the world. Thank you, Cucumber Skin Harvester. What an insane thing to reveal to this chat. I emailed him for you. Hello, as a fan of HasanAbi Piker, who's one of the biggest and most vocal fans of the Mersh, I am reaching out in hopes of aiding in uniting these two titans. Hasan has endlessly expressed his admiration for President Mearsheimer and says he dreams of having his goat on his broadcast. Thank you for your attention to this matter, a concerned fan. He's never going to come on now. Cook, dude. What a ridiculous situation. I'm never meeting him now. What have you done, man?
So I think you're seeing a toughening position by the Chinese vis-a-vis the U.S. And behind the scenes, I'm sure they're having some tough conversations with the Iranians. But that one is nevertheless more collaborative and kind of solutions-oriented than what we saw from the Chinese, just pushing straight back against any idea that the U.S. would be able to take any of their ships.
And yet, meanwhile, Trita, it's been reported that Tehran's put forward this three-phase proposal. You've called it a grand bargain. Tell us more.
So this is a proposal that has been reported in a couple of outlets. Some elements of it, I also mentioned in my Substack post, I didn't find entirely convincing. So I don't think the entire package is necessarily accurate, but I think it probably carries the contours of what the Iranians have put forward. It would be a three-phase proposal. What was really striking, first of all, it is that the Iranians really are looking for not an end to the hostilities, not an end to, not just a cease.
Exotic blue-eyed blonde. Don't worry, Hossie. I'll just send him a titty pic to make up for that crazy message. Do not do any of this. Oh my God. Stop.
Fire, not even an end to the war. They're looking for an end to the U.S.-Iran conflict of 47 years.
What the hell is wrong with all of you?
They're looking to make sure that there's not only a non-aggression pact, but also something that is in mechanisms to ensure that the war doesn't restart, which suggests that this had to be...
The goat Mearsheimer is happily married to his wife.
Be codified at a minimum.
Madam Professor Mearsheimer.
In a UN Security Council resolution, and that they want the Chinese and the Russians to be guarantors of it. When you look at the language that was released. Interestingly enough, they're putting an end to the war at the very first phase. The reason I thought that was interesting is because if that happens, then in the next phase, when they're supposed to negotiate the nuclear deal, the Iranians don't have that much leverage. They have their nuclear assets. But we've seen that the nuclear assets are no longer sufficient to compel the U.S. to give any major concessions to the Iranians. So I suspect that the reason why they put that in the first part is potentially because it's a concession to the Chinese and Asian countries, trying to essentially make sure that they get the Strait open, etc., first, so that these countries will not suffer economically before they go to the nuclear talks, even though it actually reverses things from the standpoint of where Iran would have the greatest amount of leverage. And the last phase would be, if all of this works out, that there would be a new security architecture set up for the Persian Gulf, which is a long-standing Iranian position already back in Resolution 598 that ended the Iraq-Iran war. The Iranians interjected, I think, the second to last paragraph about that, and that it was purposes of the P5.
What about the uranium enrichment, though?
So on the uranium enrichment, that's the part that I found most unconvincing. For instance, it said that it would be either downblending or giving up the 60%. I think giving up the 60% is probably unlikely. Downblending is what it was supposed to happen in the Geneva proposal that Trump didn't accept, even though he should have. They're saying a moratorium of enrichment for 15 years. I find that unlikely. I can see a scenario in the Geneva proposal. The Iranians essentially, together with the Omanis, agreed on this idea that they would only enrich uranium for specific needs.
How do you think the China meeting goes? Like, what are the outcomes in your assessment? I don't think the China meeting happens. I might be wrong about this, but if Donald Trump goes to China right now, he's fucked. With the way that the situation has unfolded, especially when he did this hasty military operation again, where he's escalating against Iran and Iran is escalating, following America up the escalation ladder. This is an unbelievably bad scenario for the United States of America in the Beijing summit. I don't think that it's going to happen. It's 10 days. Yeah. Trump has 10 more days until his scheduled visit to Beijing. It's supposed to happen in 10 days on May 14th. He could either cancel the visit for a second time, which would make it seem like he's completely lost control over the situation, and really, as I talked to Trita as well about this, really frustrate the Chinese, because remember, they already hit, they were supposed to do this, and they already hit an extension on it. Okay, so he can't even cancel twice, because it's a really fucking bad situation. If he pisses off the Chinese one more time, I mean they're always in favor of stability, but it's an admission that America has lost control over the Strait of Hormuz. I don't even know what the fuck he's planning on doing here. It will make it seem like he's completely lost control of the situation, or arrive and be subject to a situation where he is pressured over the continued closure of the strait, which will wind up becoming the dominating issue in the talks alongside Taiwan. Trump now would want to turn the Iran page as quickly as possible, said Wu Xinbo, a foreign policy advisory committee member in the Chinese foreign ministry. If the U.S. had gained an upper hand, Trump would have much stronger leverage. This is what I said as well, if you recall, for the past month or so. But now it's clear the U.S. simply couldn't handle Iran. So in a sense, when it comes to negotiations with China, its relative bargaining position has been weakened. Yes, Trump wanted to go into China with two cards in his hand, Venezuela and Iran. Okay, this would have given Donald Trump tremendous leverage over the negotiations with Beijing. It didn't happen. It happened in Venezuela with relative ease, but it didn't happen in Iran at all, because Iran was like, fuck off, we're fighting back. And the thing is, Venezuela and Iran packed up would give Trump leverage, right? But it still would not have evened the playing field against China. Okay? There's also that as well. Venezuela also turned out to be a nothing burger, nothing changed. No, what are you talking about? No, it's a huge ordeal. No, you're so wrong about this. Venezuela was China's entry point into Latin America. Venezuela is a huge deal. You mean nothing changed as in like Delcy Rodriguez is in charge? Who gives a fuck? It doesn't matter. Delcy Rodriguez is now a loyal and reliable asset to American interests. So that is a tremendous amount of leverage that, it's not a tremendous amount of leverage necessarily over China, but like it gives an upper hand to the United States of America. It's a card that the United States of America now holds over the Chinese. Meant for the Venezuelans in general, yeah, that doesn't matter. We're talking about states negotiating with one another. We're talking about diplomacy. The little guy is not even secondary in this conversation. Like the ordinary Venezuelans and their experiences have never been a part of this calculation from America's perspective. America doesn't give a shit about that. This is the exact same thing that I tried to explain with Ukraine, right? America has never given a shit about what happens to average Ukrainians. It's more so state versus state maneuvering here, right? Whenever I say this, by the way, people get very frustrated. I've said this in the past about Ukraine, and people have gotten really upset with me for saying this. It's up to you to believe whether or not America is actually invested in the liberation of Ukraine, but America is not invested in the liberation of Ukraine, as America has made it very clear, right? What's your evidence for Delsey being a U.S. asset? Genuinely asking, I don't know. Her statements that she has released in the aftermath of the attempted White House correspondents' dinner assassination could give you an immediate inclination into where she stands. I know that a lot of people want to act as though she's like, totally independent here, but that's not the case. Yeah, she's not sending oil to Cuba, for example. Venezuela had a relationship with Russia. Venezuela had a relationship with China. Venezuela is now sending oil to Israel. Like, what are we talking about? Venezuela is not only sending oil to Israel, but also all the oil revenues are going through the American Treasury. You know that, right? Offshore, out of Treasury reach. Okay. Last I heard, Russia had a tanker on the way to Cuba. Whatever happened to that? Oh, they did. Cuba is receiving oil from Russia, or at least received one oil tanker so far. Not sure if they've received more. Does that mean U.S. is cooking the books? U.S. is taking a percentage of all the oil revenues of Venezuela right now. Like, they are currently doing that. That is what's going on. That's why Chris Wright was in Venezuela recently. So, yes, Venezuela is now a total vassal to U.S. interests. They also seized a bunch of Venezuelan gold as well, in a way that, in a manner not dissimilar to Iraq. When we invaded Iraq, they're doing the exact same thing to Venezuela, except it was a much cleaner operation in comparison to a permanent military occupation of Iraq for like fucking 12 plus years. So that's what's going on. Venezuelan oil will be refined in Venezuelan refineries that were previously owned and operated by American corporations, as was the case before the nationalization initiatives. It is basically, so much for the Bolivarian Revolution. Sad to see. Oh no, they have wound back many of the gains in terms of autonomy that the Bolivarian Revolution had. We did that. And that's a big deal. That is leverage over China. Now, China might not think that it's like that significant. Clearly they don't. Clearly they don't consider that to be that important. But if they had gone in with control over the strait, eliminating Iran, or having a pliant puppet regime control Iran in a way that's not dissimilar to Venezuela, then that would be consequential for sure. Because China's energy needs are met through the Strait of Hormuz. Sure, they get a lot of their energy needs from Russia as well, but a big chunk of that still comes from Saudi Arabia, the United Arab Emirates, and a smaller percentage of that, up to 10%, comes from Iran. 10% of Chinese oil and gas is coming from Iran. Meanwhile, that's like upwards of 80% of all of the oil and gas that Iran sells. So Iran is in a position where they are greatly invested in not pissing off China. Whereas for China, I mean, 10% is still pretty significant, but the much more significant aspect of this relationship is if Iran was no longer sovereign and had a puppet state in charge of Iran, there would no longer be any sort of, like, America could basically control the Strait of Hormuz, okay? That's a huge deal for China. Now, I don't think America would piss off China regardless. Like, that's why I'm saying America would have leverage in this negotiations process against China, because China has export controls that they can deploy on the United States of America and render its entire national security and its entire industry ineffective, okay? If China could... Like, if you go to the table with China, and you have Iran and Venezuela, then you can at least threaten China back when China says, hey, we might do export controls if you do something silly, right? But given the Strait of Hormuz part of that bargain failed spectacularly, and it failed in a way where America basically showed its ass, I don't even think the summit will happen.
And only two needs were identified.
We kidnapped Maduro. We don't care about pissing off China, Hasan. Oh my God, this guy's still here. What do you mean even playing field with China? China never used anything to their leverage. So why do you think this meeting will be influential? If anything, we're running all over them constantly, bro. Lol. Oh my God, Gangi is back. Oh, God. He's still here, man. Trey is still fucking here. Comparing Venezuela to China is a take? Wait, are you talking to me? Oh, you're talking to this guy. Yeah. Chatter is talking to me via a phone or a laptop that was literally built and manufactured entirely in China. Okay? Utilizing the internet, which has wires that were also most likely manufactured in China that were laid down on the ground. And he's over here thinking like, oh, dude, China doesn't have any fucking leverage over the United States of America. You don't own anything that doesn't touch Chinese hands, okay? There's not a single fucking thing that you own that doesn't go through China. China is the manufacturing base of the entire planet. Do you not understand how impossible that is for America to just like have a relationship with China where China doesn't have tremendous leverage over America? China has a monopoly on the procurement and refinement of all rare earth minerals, including magnets that are necessary for American missile production. Why the fuck do you think Trump is going to Beijing if America is in such a tremendous position of power over China? An American company, though, big bro, and they never use their leverage, though. That's what I'm saying. An American company is meaningless. If China says we're going to do export controls, then all American companies perish overnight. What are you talking about? Our saving grace in this circumstance is that China is invested in maintaining the current system. God, this fucking jacket. So hard to take off. You know how Iran has been able to utilize the complex network that we have designed around the globe, like global capitalism? You know how like Iran has been able to use that as a way to create a shit ton of problems for America? China can do the same as well without actually firing a single rocket, mind you. It ain't just China having power over us, bro. Yes, you're just coping. In the global design that we have under the current system of international trade, China has unbelievable leverage over the United States of America, okay? And we're not even talking about like American debt that China owns or whatever. We're just talking straight up. If China decided to stop, you actually think China beats us in every subject? Stop that shit, man. Oh my God. This is Mr. Contingency. Hey, remember, you know we have access to your old statements, right? Remember when you were like, oh, America's going to pack this shit up, dude. America's going to pack this shit up. It's been fucking months. Why hasn't America packed this shit up? I thought America was this massive fucking superpower capable of packing this shit up. Why are you professionally wrong all the time? And at no point do you go, hey, man, maybe I was fucking wrong, actually. Maybe you were right. See, they do. Why the fuck are we steady bombing Tehran daily? Answer the question on why we're bombing Tehran daily with no air superiority. This is before they dropped that F-15, you know? How do you sit here and listen to Iran's lies like this? You make the point that you're coping, my boy. The media will not talk about successes. Also, an air campaign takes time, gang. 3/12/2026. Kurds have invaded Iran. 3/4/2026. 3/3/2026. Breaking. The United States and Israel are seeking to foment an armed uprising. I support you, but you keep saying for Israel, and the U.S. has been wanting to bomb Iran since 1979. This is fake, bro. No revenge. Bro, links to the IRGC was found. Bro, you're really trying to spin this as if Iran is winning. 3/3/2026. Here we are. Here we are, dude. A month later. Do you think it's going the way America wanted it? Because Trump is a dumbass goofy. He ain't letting the military go to work. Oh, Trump is a dumbass goofy who's not letting he's shackling the military. That's what it is. That's really interesting because, that I thought Pete Hegseth was saying no holds barred, right? No more woke wars. We're going to do anti-woke wars. We're going to say slurs while we're bombing. What was this about? I will come in here and apologize if that happens. I will also come in here and laugh in your face if the regime falls. Yeah. Hey, remember when you said you would laugh in my face when the regime falls? What's up? Why aren't you apologizing? What's up, dude? It turns out it's only 2 months, big bro. Give it time. Oh, Jesus Christ, dude. Oh, my God. Okay.
The TRR reactor that is producing medical isotopes, and a new reactor doesn't even go online. Now, the TRR already has fuel pads that last for another 5 to 7 years. So in essence, the Iranians would not have a need for enrichment for 5 to 7 years. And that's how they would get around the idea of them not enriching. It wouldn't be a moratorium. It would be on a needs basis. Now, could you extend that to 15? You could. You could downblend the 60% and immediately turn it into fuel pads for the TR. Or you could have Russia or France provide these fuel pads up front so that the Iranians have guaranteed energy or fuel pads for these reactors for another 50. So there's some elements that there are possible to do, but the idea that, it would be a moratorium or that they would give up the entire 60%, I find unlikely.
Okay, so it's still a bit murky, but we're talking about possibly a 15-year enrichment freeze, a guarantee to a non-return to war, compensation clauses, a new regional architecture, which presumably means, from Iran's perspective, America restraining Israel. John, can you imagine Washington signing up to those terms as Trita has put forward?
No. I had a somewhat different view than Trita did on the nuclear issue, and I'd be curious what he has to say. And let me just preface what I'm going to say by noting that it's not clear exactly what the agreement looks like. To some extent, it's like reading tea leaves to try and figure out what this new Iranian proposal is. But I interpreted it to say, which is pretty much consistent with what Trita said, that in the first 30-day period, we actually implement the ceasefire. It's important to emphasize there is no ceasefire now. There's a pause. To get a ceasefire, you need to stop the fighting in Lebanon and you need to open the strait. That was the original deal. So in the first 30 days, you'll end the fighting in Lebanon. Good luck on that. And 2, you'll open the strait. And then you'll have the ceasefire for 30 days. Then you go to the next phase. And as Trita said, this is where you set in motion some sort of scheme where Iran is guaranteed that the war will not start up, whether it's Security Council resolution or whatever. But that's in the second phase. And as I read the second phase as well, Trita, they were also talking about ending sanctions, reparations, some sort of resolution of what American bases in the Gulf would look like afterwards. This is in the second phase. Then in the third phase, they deal with the nuclear issue. Now, I think that story I tell is consistent for the most part with what Trita says. But where I disagree with Trita, and again, I'd be curious to know what he thinks, and you think, Tom, I think that the Americans lose all their leverage if you put the nuclear issue to the end. That's how I thought about it when I read it. Because once you say no more war, which you get in the second phase, and once you say no more blockade, which you get in the first phase, where's the American leverage on Iran?
Yeah, where is the American leverage on Iran if you kick the can down the road on nuclear enrichment? Trita.
So I think I differ there a little bit. I think it's a great question. Let me answer how I see it. If you go to that scenario, then you're essentially in the scenario prior to the war beginning. So we're back in February 27th, with the exception that the Iranians have some sort of a guarantee to the degree that they are trusted that the U.S. is not going to attack them. What we saw in the period after Trump bombed Iran's nuclear facilities is that the Iranians just didn't have the nuclear assets to pressure the U.S. to come back to the table and negotiate. They weren't doing any enrichment. They didn't have access to their 60%. They know that it's somewhere on the ground, but being able to access it is a different story. So their nuclear dossier was just not what it used to be when they were running 20,000 centrifuges and were amassing LEU and 60% enriched uranium. That's the kind of stuff that really worried people in Washington and provided the Iranians with leverage. None of that is happening right now. So you take away the war pressure, and it's not to say that the pressure of the war doesn't pressure Iran as well, but it is risking to...
Trump had a better deal than the JCPOA just before they bombed Tehran. Kushner and Wickoff were too dumb to understand it. I don't know if they were too dumb to understand it or if their goal was to not understand it, if that makes sense. But now They have a objectively way worse deal.
Destroy Trump's presidency with gas prices going up and all of the economic crisis that it's causing. Whereas the Iranians, despite the fact that they're in a very tight situation,
there's no world where you enter a conflict and your opposition has more leverage in the aftermath of that conflict, and you can just turn around and be like, see, we secured a W here. It just doesn't work that way. It doesn't work that way at all.
Are already used to a tremendous amount of sanctions and have plenty of different workarounds from it. And frankly, during the war, we're selling more oil than they were prior to the war and making more money off of it.
What do you think of a movement of global disarmament? This violence feels stupid. Oh, that seems like a great idea, man. Yeah, you know what? I'm going to pitch that to Mersheimer. See what he thinks about it with his offensive realism, international relations perspective. If I ever get to talk to him in person, that will be my suggestion. I'll be like, Professor Mearsheimer, what do you think about a global disarmament movement? All this war seems so unnecessary. That would be the equivalent of me asking Jeffrey Sachs if there's anything that would cause him to second guess whether or not markets are actually totally out of whack, and that the markets are not actually pegged to any sort of fucking fundamentals whatsoever, but instead totally reacting in an irrational way. Bro, just go audit his class? No.
So that's why I conclude that if they give up all of that and they're just relying on their nuclear assets, which at this point are very limited, they will have lost a significant amount of leverage.
You know, you two disagree on these issues.
What do you think about Superman just picking up everyone's nukes and throwing them into the sun? Would this be good? Seems like that would be a good option, yes.
But there's another school of thought that John mentioned earlier, the Wall Street Journal, the hawkish school of thought, the supporters of the war who would disagree with both of you here. And they'd say that time is on Donald Trump's side, that the naval blockade is working. And I just want to run a few things by you, John, and then get Trita's reaction. Here's the IMF forecast, a 6.1% contraction in Iran's gross domestic product this year. Iran has already lost some 40% of its GDP in 2 months. Year-on-year inflation is running at nearly 70%. Of course, that's prices for food staples and healthcare rising even faster. And then you've got President Trump here saying that Iran's regime is choking like a stuffed pig and it's going to be worse for them. So isn't it fair to assume that the blockade will bring the mullahs to heel and force them to accept Washington's conditions? John?
No. I mean, it all depends on how you think about modern nation states' ability to absorb punishment. There is no question that the Iranians are being seriously punished, but they're not going to throw their hands up. They're facing an existential threat from two genocidal states. And let's be very clear about this. President Trump has already said quite clearly that he has countenanced ending Iranian civilization as we know it, and ending it so completely that it can never come back from the dead. Furthermore, Israel and the United States, given their actions in genocide, have demonstrated they have no problem when it comes to mass murder of Muslims. And given what's happened to Iran for years on end now, they fully understand what they're up against. So the point is, you'll eat grass if you have to survive in the face of a threat like this. So you could talk all you want about what's happened to their GDP and what's happened to this economic indicator and so forth and so on. But they're not going to surrender because they'd be crazy to surrender.
Yeah, Trita, what about the foreign fighters hired to control the streets? I mean, if those Islamist militias are not paid, I mean, they might pack up and go home. Their payments are now surely at risk thanks to the oil embargo and the naval blockade.
So which foreign fighters are you referring to?
Well, just the foreign fighters that Iran's employed to keep calm on the street, to, quell dissent. I mean, and punish those who have been. These are Arabs, not Persians, but that's what's been reported.
No, that's not true. So you have the Basij, which are the paramilitary group that the regime set up itself.
This guy's fucking
that are
crazy.
significantly, playing that role. There's always rumors that are being spread by diaspora elements that those are actually not Iranians. It's utterly clear that
they are Iranians. They are all Iranians.
Yeah, I mean, every time there's a protest because of some sort of desire to believe that the Iranians would never do this to each other, they're saying that, oh, the regime is importing Lebanese or Iraqis, etc. Yes. I've seen no evidence, at least, of this happening on any scale that is meaningful.
Okay.
Just so if you take a look at what's happening inside of Iran right now, ever since the war started, these hardcore supporters of the government themselves, which is roughly 15 to 20% of the population, have been owning the streets. And it's been a deliberate strategy, and have kind of reasserted their control. And I think it's important to understand, money or no money, these people essentially see their fate intertwined with the Islamic Republic. They will go under if the Islamic Republic goes under. And given how undemocratic some of the elements of the opposition also are, such as the son of the Shah, they should be worried about their own future if there ever was a scenario, which I find completely unlikely, that he ever were to come back. But going back to what the numbers you put forward, those are probably completely accurate numbers.
Yeah. So we're talking about
there's been massive contraction.
Just to be clear here, hyperinflation, disintegrating economy, shortages of food and water?
Definitely. Right. I wouldn't be surprised if any of those are false, and probably it's going to get worse. That's never been the question. This is constantly the issue in Washington, in which the degree of pain is the measurement of success. The measurement of success is if you ever manage to translate that pain into a change of policy. And just as John said, it never will.
Yes.
When they view this as existential, in which that means that capitulation is not an option. Now, take a look on the flip side of it.
Yes.
It is not that they're not hurting. The question is to hurt the pain the longest and the most intensely. Donald Trump is now dealing with gas prices in the U.S. that are higher than they were when the war actually was taking place, as a result of his own blockade. Had he not done the blockade, and it had just been a ceasefire, the Iranians would control the straits, which would not be a good thing from Trump's perspective, but traffic would actually flow because the Iranians don't make money unless they allow the ships to come through with the payment of a toll. And many countries would, at the end of the day, pay the toll. They would be happy to pay the toll in order to avoid the current situation. And the toll is not going to be that high. Doesn't mean that they will accept it in the long run or that they don't think it's a problem setting a bad precedent. Let's set that aside. But oil would flow, which means gas prices, oil prices would come down. He could have had that scenario. Instead, the Foundation for Defense of the Democracies is one of these very pro-Israeli groups in Washington, pushed the idea that the blockade would be some sort of a silver bullet that would force the Iranians to lose capacity in terms of their storage, which would then cause the oil wells to be shut down, which would be tremendously expensive, and this would have all kinds of inflationary pressures in Iran, and eventually they would collapse. According to their estimation, the Iranians should have collapsed about 9 days ago.
Yeah.
It's not happened.
Okay.
In fact, satellite images show that they're still loading oil onto new tankers. So the idea that the storage is out, etc. So instead, he took a measure that now has shifted oil prices or pushed up oil prices above where they were when the war was going on. So all of the pressure release that he gained through this ceasefire, he's now gambled away with this blockade.
Trita mentioned the Defense of Democracies Foundation. John, you're well aware of them. You think of the other prominent supporters of the war. You mentioned the Wall Street Journal editorial page a few moments ago, Commentary Magazine, Brett Stevens, past guest on this program. They say that Trump still has time on his side. And, the US economy, just last week, we had the GDP figures.
Dog, you already asked that question. Oh my God. Is he going to repeat the same question again? It's obvious that the time is not on the side of America on this. It's on the side of Iran.
Showing 2% annual growth for the last quarter. The US stock market remains surprisingly bullish. So they'd say to you, why can't Trump simply ride out this storm? John?
Well, oil prices, food prices, and assorted other prices really matter enormously here. And inflation is picking up ahead of steam. And what you're going to have eventually in the West is stagflation, because you're going to have to raise interest rates to deal with inflation. And when you raise interest rates, you're going to slow down growth. And you want to remember that the economic consequences of the February 28th decision are just beginning to bite now.
Yeah.
They're cascading their way through the system. And if you listen to people in Europe talk about the future of fuel prices for aircraft and so forth and so on, you listen to the British talk about servicing their debt, there is big trouble coming. And everybody knows that. And the Asian economies have already felt that, as you know, as an Australian. So this is only going to get worse with the passage of time. And that's why Trump wants to end this as quickly as possible. But the key question is whether the Iranians are going to throw up their hands. That's what President Trump, the Wall Street Journal, and others are betting on.
Yes.
That's going to happen. And I'd be willing to bet a lot of money that's not going to happen. And I'd like them to show me a historical example involving a war of this sort, where massive punishment was inflicted on a society, and the leadership then threw up its hands. You just don't find any evidence of that.
Well,
Can I just add one another thing, Tom, as well, which I think is really important? The two clocks ticking right now is not whether the U.S. economy is going to collapse before the Iranian economy collapses. That's not what we're talking about here.
Yeah.
It's whether the economic pain in the U.S. is going to translate into a political crisis for Trump.
Something to always consider that I bring up all the time is the Palestinians, for example, can withstand a lot more pain and punishment as opposed to like regular Israeli society. And the same thing goes between the United States of America and Iran. The Iranian economy has already had to exist outside of the global marketplaces because of America's sanctions regime. So their regular day-to-day existence, even before this war, was much more resilient than the Americans are. Americans are used to never having any inflationary shocks. So for that reason, the Iranian runway is a lot longer than the American one.
Before the economic crisis in Iran creates a political crisis for the current government over there. And when you look at it that way, you see very clearly that Trump is going to face problems much, much sooner than the Iranians will. And that's what's all that matters, because he has midterms coming up. Republican members of Congress are getting more and more angry that he's not ending this war. They're going to lose their seats. And many of them we have a record number of Republicans, more than ever before, who are not even.
Also, Truda also brought this up, but the stakes are much higher for Iran. Iran doesn't have any other option but to continue this and but to win. America should just fuck off. You have to understand, if Iran loses, then Iranian sovereignty is gone. The Iranian state is gone. Unbelievable amounts of death and destruction. America losing here is just America retreating. So because it's an existential crisis for not only the Iranian government, but an existential crisis for the Iranian state remaining intact, of course they have to fucking fight back and will fight back and have been fighting back.
Going to run because they don't see any future for their party or their ability to do anything given the massacre that's going to happen in November. And a lot of that is, of course, because of this economic crisis created by this war and now by this blockade.
And the blockade takes time to work. But John, the critics, I'm sorry to drag on about this, but as you know on this program, we like to hear the opponent's arguments because that makes your arguments even stronger when you understand their arguments at their best. They would say that because the blockade might take a bit longer, that's where a resumption of military strikes might be necessary to shorten the timeline. After all, the US and Israel still control the skies over Iran. So can you see this as a point where the Americans might resume hostilities?
I make 2 points, Tom. The mere fact that they do not want to rely on the blockade alone, and they're talking about bringing military force to bear, air power to bear against Iran, tells you that they don't have that much faith in the blockade and supports what Rita and I are saying. The second point is, I think if we start
the third point before he gets to his second point. The fact that they've relied on their standoff munitions rather than, unguided or guided gravity bombs that they drop with airplanes over Iranian airspace implies that they're not as confident in this air superiority argument either. Because America has expended a tremendous amount of their near peer and peer adversary munitions in the process. A lot of their standoff munitions they lob from very far away. They have depleted. And the reason for why they're doing that is because Iran does have anti-aircraft systems. And therefore, America does not have the air superiority that they want to have here.
Start using military force. It will not work. And the Iranians will retaliate. And it will have even worse consequences for the international economy. And it will give the Iranians more, not less leverage. If I were playing Iran's hand, I would hope the Americans would attack me. I don't think the Iranians have as much interest in the status quo as they do in restarting the war. Because if you restart the war, the economic consequences for the West will be disastrous.
Yeah, wow. And that's not to mention the damage in the New York Times and the Wall Street Journal about U.S. munitions stocks, John.
Yeah, we knew that already. That's not new information. That's only new information for the intelligentsia, the American audience of New York Times readers who are shocked by the unbelievable damage Iran has been able to deliver to the American forces in the region. We've known about it for months at this point.
Absolutely. Absolutely. Yeah. That's, we haven't talked about that. That is an enormously important issue.
Yeah. Trita, how would you respond to John there about Iran having an interest in resuming the conflict?
I don't think that's what he's saying. Compared to the status quo.
Compared to the status quo. Yeah.
Exactly. So I think their preference is to get a deal. Their preference would be to translate the gains that they have made in this war and in the period after into a new uncontested order in which, sanctions are lifted and their position is essentially accepted and they have these type of non-aggression pacts, etc., that they're looking for. That would obviously be their pressure. But if the status quo had continued without the blockade, they would have been in a very dire situation because they would have lost their ability to pressure the U.S.
That's right.
Trump foolishly, once again, went with the advice of the Israelis, put on a blockade, and now he's hurting more than the Iranians are. So the status quo suddenly is actually not as bad for the Iranians, unless, of course, he does something else that gets him out of that situation. But if he were to go and start another war, he would, I do believe that in some ways he may end up actually doing the Iranians a favor. They will go after, first of all, they actually managed to now, just in the last couple of weeks, do a lot with the Chinese in terms of rebuilding their assets, etc. We also know that what Pete Hegseth was saying about how much had been destroyed was absolutely not true. U.S. intelligence leaks have shown that the Iranians have significant amount of their missiles, particularly the shorter range missiles that they would use in the Persian Gulf left. I think if we see another round of fighting, the Iranians are going to once again escalate horizontally in a way that the U.S. cannot control. They will once again have escalation dominance. And I think this time around, they're going to go after the UAE in a manner that they didn't do in the first round, even if that was a pretty rough period for the Emiratis.
So it sounds like Trump, according to you, Trita, is damned if he does and damned if he doesn't because he's trapped. John?
No, actually, only reason he's trapped is because he keeps on taking Israel's advice. If he just goes out of that and he negotiates based on what he says should be the case, America first, we would be in a much, much better situation than we're right now. He didn't care about enrichment before. He only cared about nuclear weapons. He shifted that position to the Israeli position, and then that kind of put him in a corner on the nuclear question. He can unlock that again, go back and say, I'm preventing an Iranian nuclear weapon, but I can tolerate 3.67% enriched uranium just as the previous JCPOA did, or they could actually go below that. But nevertheless, he's not going for zero enrichment. There's a lot of things he can do.
Yeah, let me put this question to John and then get your response, Trita, because I think this is important about the Israel issue. Surely there's an issue beyond this, which is dignity and honor. credibility and prestige, which matters a lot to any American president. And especially the way that Donald Trump
is an Israeli cum rag at this point. I don't know if there's any dignified exit for Trump, no matter what happens. What dignity remains for Donald Trump? I don't even think he has I don't even think he can maintain dignity at this point ever again. You are being very disrespectful towards the president. I think the president is being disrespectful to himself.
interprets honor and dignity. And, you know, quite understandably, he's on the back foot here because the
Chatter, you should ask me to check by sort by new in the comments one more time. Yeah. You should just spam it a couple more times and I'll definitely do it, okay?
regime looks like it's going to survive in Tehran. There's still going to be some kind of enrichment program in Iran. They've still got ballistic missile capabilities in Iran. And moreover, they've still got their militia proxies like Hamas, Hezbollah, and the Houthi rebels in Yemen. Now, these were the main conditions on February 28 for a successful outcome. At this stage, none of those conditions appear to be met. So how can Trump resolve this given all of that? John?
Well, let me make 2 points. One is a minor point, and the goal here was to do away completely with Iran's nuclear enrichment capability. So whether you put limits on it for 5 years, 10 years, 15 years is largely irrelevant to that point.
Yes.
Their nuclear enrichment capability is going to remain intact.
Exactly.
So just to reinforce what you said, Tom, he fails across the board. And what you have to add to that is that the Iranians, who did not control the strait on February 27 and have a toll booth in it, now control the strait and have a toll booth in it that they don't intend to give up. Furthermore, we had all these...
My dream is to laugh it up with the goat Scheimer like this, okay? Just yucking it up, okay? Laughing away.
These fancy military bases in the region on February 27th, and almost all of them have been either badly damaged or destroyed. So if you sort of look at the situation that Trump is in, he is facing abject defeat. I mean, we could put lipstick on a pig, but there were limits to what you could do in that regard. He lost. This was a colossal...
Connor eats pants. Check Connor's message. Nick Shirley out journalisming you on Cuba. I was almost taken hostage in Cuba. I went to Cuba to document the humanitarian crisis and show life under 60 plus years of communism. Now I'm in the U.S. blockade. Once I landed, they seized all my cameras except my iPhone and had intelligence agents follow me all day until my security noticed their spies tailing us to the hotel where they waited all night for us to come down. Under communism, there is no free speech, and those who show the reality or speak up are imprisoned. Me going without a planned Cuban government guide nearly got me and my security taken hostage or imprisoned. The situation in Cuba is much worse than anyone knows. Yeah, it's weird because I did the same shit. And I went to Cuba and I did not have an experience anywhere near whatever the fuck he's talking about. Yeah, they're gonna forcibly make Nick Shirley literate, dude. That's funny, chatter. They're gonna teach him how to read and write.
Before we get to the embassy.
This is gonna hit the timeline. Get ready. Yeah, by the way, we already know Nick Shirley is basically a fucking government asset. Anytime he goes somewhere to do propaganda, that means that they're going to start, what is this? Candace Owens extending an olive branch. We need to continue to fix the fracture between the left and the right. We know what true evil is. It's us against the Epstein class and warmongers. She still blocked me, so look, I'm still blocked. Sorry. I'm a clandestine operator. Okay, I'm a clandestine operator. Unblock me. Why are you blocked? I've been blocked for years. Why do chatters want to work with white nationalists so badly? What the fuck's wrong with them? I think they're memeing. I don't think chatters are being serious. I don't even think chatters fuck with Candace. I think Candace Owens is a bridge too far for chatters. Like, there are chatters who like sincerely think like Tucker Carlson could be an ally, and they're wrong. But I don't think those chatters think Candace Owens is a reliable ally. Bro, I was here Saturday. Hundreds of people want Tucker. Yeah. Well, Tucker's also a white man. So that's what it is. Anyway, let's continue.
Colossal blunder. And really what's going on here is whether or not he is going to accept defeat. and try and dress it up as much as he can as a partial victory. But he has not achieved, and he is not going to achieve any of the goals that he declared on February 27th or before. And furthermore, he's lost on a number of other important dimensions as well. A colossal defeat.
Trina.
John is absolutely right. I would just add one thing. He can still spin it into a victory if he strikes a deal. He manages to get the Iranians to give things that they were putting on the table in Geneva that would make it a deal that is stronger than the JCPOA. He lifts sanctions. He opens up the Iranian economy to American companies for the first time in 47 years. This is the largest economy that will have been opened up since the fall of the Soviet Union. It will dramatically benefit the American middle class and manufacturing industry. And he will focus all of his post and everything else on that aspect. And the American public, by and large, will mostly care about that. And the Washington foreign policy elite will mostly focus on everything John said. And he's absolutely right on all of those points. It's an utter defeat. But for Trump, the former of being able to say that he did all of these things and open up the economy and benefits American businesses is going to be his only message. He'll talk about it over and over again. He'll make up some stuff about it. He's changed the regime in Iran or whatever. No one believes that, but that's fine. But he can still turn this around because he's Trump, because he has that capability. Any other president, it would not even be a consideration or an option for him to even think about this.
To the extent that Trina is right, John, how would...
No, the only thing that's different about Donald Trump, and we did talk about this, by the way, Truda and I talked about this as well, and I agree with this assessment at least. The American Treasury never released sanctions against American companies, but they released sanctions against European companies. Donald Trump is invested in releasing sanctions against America as well. That's a huge deal, and that is something that the Trump administration would do. That is something that Trump would do. No other president would be willing to do that. Like Barack Obama wasn't willing to do that, and he would not do that for the JCPOA. But Trump would, because that would, and I mean this seriously, that would mean having a Trump Tower in Tehran. And I'm not joking when I say this, okay? Please understand, I'm not joking when I say this. That is a huge sweetener for this deal, okay? That literally is not a joke. That is a literal reason as to why Donald Trump would actually think about releasing the American sanctions on Iran. Iran knows this, just as everybody else in the region knows this reality. And that is precisely the reason why, regardless of how aggressively Trump is behaving like a servile little piggy for Israel, that is the only option that the Iranians have.
Trump's intellectual supporters on Iran, the Defense of Democracies Foundation, the Brett Stevens of the world.
Yeah, will it happen though? No.
And not to mention Israel, how would they respond?
Well, the point is that the story that Trina was just telling explains why we should have had good relations with Iran a long time ago. I would argue starting in the mid-1990s, the time was right for rapprochement, and we and the Iranians both would have benefited greatly from having good relations. The idea that Iran is a meaningful threat to the United States is not a serious argument. But then the question is, why didn't we have good relations? And the answer is because of Israel and the lobby here in the United States. And the problem that Trump faces is if he tries to cut a deal and he tries to spin it along the lines that Trina was outlining, what he's going to run into is a real buzzsaw called Israel and the lobby. And this gets to your question, Tom. Of course, those people, in the Foundation for Defense of Democracies, Wall Street Journal, and so forth and so on, and Israel itself, of course, are going to be beside themselves. They're not going to know what to do. This is going to be the end of the world for them. You want to remember, we can argue, I think quite correctly, that Iran is not a serious threat for the United States. But from Israel's point of view, it's an existential threat. They believe that. And they went to war thinking they were going to do away with this existential threat. And in fact, the end result of the war is that the existential threat comes out better off than it was going into the war. This is a disaster for the Israelis, and they will go to enormous lengths to complicate Trump's life and make it extremely difficult for Trump to do what Trita said he should do. And by the way, Trita's also right. There's nobody who could spin his way out of a situation like this better than Donald Trump.
Yeah.
I don't think that for one second. He is a genius.
Yeah, but he has said consistently throughout this war period, especially since February 28, that if Iran had a nuclear weapon, the whole world would be held hostage. And he's doing something now with Iran that other nations and other presidents should have done long ago. And there is a widespread view that Iran should not develop a nuclear weapon. So Trump would have support beyond Israel. Trita.
Well, if there is a deal that actually is stronger than the JCPOA, then no, he will not have support beyond opposition beyond Israel, because every country in the world with the UAE and Israel supported the JCPOA. It was passed in the Security Council 15-0. So if he gets a deal that actually has those nuclear components, which he could have done on February 24th or whatever it was, when that meeting was held in Geneva by the Omanis, then he would have had this. So, and there would have been no objections from any country except for Israel and the Emiratis. Even the Saudis at this point will not.
Yep. And that would be the biggest problem, though, wouldn't it? And that's why we didn't get that.
Be opposing it. John is, of course, absolutely right. There's, under normal circumstances, there will be a massive set of oppositions coming from Israel and its supporters. In fact, sanctions relief is almost the worst thing that Trump or the US could do. The Israelis want to keep Iran as weak as possible. You do that either through a bombing campaign that is intense, then you may have to do it a couple of years again later on, but as part of their inhumane mowing the lawn strategy, or you have, in combination with that, massive sanctions on the country that over the years, over decades, that degrades the country's industrial base. So it's bad enough for the Israelis that the war is over. The idea that the US would lift sanctions would be totally unacceptable. But here's where there actually may be a unique opportunity for Trump to do it without having to face at least that level of opposition from the Israelis. Bibi Netanyahu is going to have an election in Israel sometime between July and October of this year. He has failed to translate support for war in Israel, which is very strong, into a political plus within the politics of the country at this point. He's fighting for his freedom, frankly, because he's likely going to be jailed if he loses the elections. And on top of that, Trump remains very, very...
Met Gala is on, and it reminded me of your worst take ever defending it, because on some real shit is straight out of the Hunger Games. In a just world, the Met Gala would not have to do these like extravagant these attempts to like fundraise by having some of the super wealthy people, but it would be just funded by the public. I'm not in favor of the Met Gala, especially as Jeff Bezos being like the head, the lead executive. But if you think that I'm going to be anti-art, anti-the Met, you're insane. I don't know if you know this, but my mother is an art history professor, okay? And fashion is, whether many chatters in here want to admit it or not, doesn't matter. Fashion is a part of art. It's a part of artistic expression. Anyway.
Popular in Israel, which means that in this election, Trump...
Met Gala isn't art? Yes, it is. What are you talking about? It's a way to fund the arts. What do you think the Met Gala is for? I don't even know what the Met Gala fizz looked like this year. I didn't even know it was happening until literally I found out that Meryl Streep is refusing to attend. I only found out that the Met Gala is happening this year because Meryl Streep is not attending, because Jeff Bezos is now like the executive, which is disgusting in and of itself. But let's see what they look like. Oh, God. Oh, my God. She's dressed like she's going to an Amazon party. Most people don't know that the Met is the Metropolitan Museum of Art. That's a fit. Never mind. Remember, these are fashion houses as well.
Netanyahu cannot afford to be at loggerheads with Trump. He cannot fight Trump tooth and nail during this period. If he does, Trump could if he wanted to, go and tell the Netanyahu that either Israel or its supporters in Washington need to back off. Otherwise, I'm going to throw my weight behind Naftali Bennett or something of that kind. And that could actually, so the degree of vulnerability the Israeli prime minister has against Trump in the next couple of months is actually at a record level. Whether Trump chooses to use that to actually get a deal that would be really good for America is a different story. But I agree fully with John. Of course, under normal circumstances, this would be so intimidating that most American presidents wouldn't even try to do it.
Yeah, but the obvious question to Trump would be, why then did you scrap the Obama nuclear deal in 2015?
Lisa from Blackpink looks great. She always looks great.
John.
Well, I think that he was very cocky at the time. He thought that the deal was not terrific, and it was not terrific. It was the best deal we could get. It was, I think, a very good deal, but it had certain drawbacks. He played on those drawbacks, and he withdrew from the deal, foolishly, I argue. But he thought he was going to get in place a better deal. He was basically going to get the Iranians to give up on nuclear enrichment. That's the issue here. Can you get the Iranians to give up on nuclear enrichment? And he thought that he could put economic...
I know what the fuck the Met Gala was, because it really is, from an outsider perspective, just a bunch of rich assholes wearing pretentious clothes. Law, fashion is art, but there's a difference between actually expressive fashion, which includes thrifting, and rich scum. Stop. Stop. Just stop, please. Please. I beg of you. Okay? No, it's also art. Okay? Like every time, every year, every time the Met Gala happens, every year, we have this back and forth over and over again, where I try to explain to you guys that it doesn't matter. Okay? It's just, you just don't like it, and that's fine. Stop trying to like find a moralizing purpose for it, moralizing reason for it. Okay? Fashion is art. It doesn't matter what the price point is. Okay? It's still art. Like, I don't know why people can't just be like, I dislike this. Okay? You can just as easily say, look, I know this funds the arts programs and the initiative, but I just don't like the idea of a bunch of rich assholes getting together like it's the fucking Hunger Games as people are suffering. That's a perfectly valid thing to say. You don't have to and moralize your distaste for something. Okay? I think this is a real problem with the left, where everything needs to be like morally consistent, or everything needs to be moralized as though it's like an ethical consideration. Okay? And not only that, but also the ethical considerations that you guys are making are not born out of like a sincere concern, but or a consistent concern that you have, but it's usually just because you don't personally fuck with it and you don't care about it. It's not the left, it's annoying people online. Yes. The class character of art absolutely has no bearing on its qualitative attributes. Just enjoy things, you stupid leftists. You are way out of your depth, my man. And then here comes the fucking most annoying version of this. Okay, buddy. I already told you in a perfect universe that the Met Gala is not hosted for like wealthy fucking people. Don't ban me. I was just pen testing. You fucking asshole. If we're having a conversation on whether or not fashion is art, yes, its class characteristics of this event has no basis or no bearing on whether or not this is art or not. Okay. If we're talking about how extravagant it is and how the optics are completely out of fucking whack, I'm there with you. But ultimately, these are two separate conversations. So yes, the event's class characteristics have no bearing on the qualitative assessment or even whether or not fashion is art. It doesn't. There's also never been a time throughout history where the upper crust of society have not been the primary funders of artistic endeavors that we all now look back at and go, oh my God, thank God the church, or thank God the kings, and thank God the lords actually funded these initiatives. Holy shit. There's literally never been an instance, unless you're looking at fucking cave paintings, okay? And that's what this conversation is always reduced to. Well, in the period of primitive accumulation, art could simply exist without having to have any primary benefactors for it. Okay, dude.
Economic pressure on them. Maximum pressure. That's what he was thinking of doing. Sounds like you, Tom, talking about what the West is doing to the Iranians today.
Oh my God, Chase Infinity.
Donald Trump was thinking back then, just like
unbelievable.
Real quick down the middle. Here we go.
Out of control.
Chase, right here, bitch. Chase. You got it?
That's incredible. Katy Perry looks like a mess. I mean, that's not surprising. Careful, people are going to get mad at you. Oh my God, what else is new? It's another Monday. Nah, this is a predatory old man. Shut up, Hasan. Wait, what? Hunter Schafer. She also looks incredible, as always. Wait, why am I a predatory? What? I don't understand. Oh, am I the predatory one? Someone shot at J.D. Vance. What? Oh, the Washington Monument shootout was against J.D. Vance.
Geraldo.
Out of the blue, if Dua Lipa is hot, I feel like I'm being entrapped. Don't answer that question. The J.D. Vance thing is not real. Yeah, Lamau, a bystander, was shot. I don't know. I haven't even looked into it because I feel like shootings happen so frequently nowadays. I can't keep up with it. There's more important things going on.
The people you were describing are thinking today. Put maximum punishment on the Iranians and they'll throw up their hands. And by the way, we caused in that first Trump administration, as Trita knows better than I do, a huge amount of pain in Iran. That maximum pressure campaign was very successful, but they didn't throw up their hands. And Trump now knows that he's never going to get them to give up nuclear enrichment completely, and he's going to have to work out some deal that he can say is better than the JCPOA.
Let's just change the subject just very briefly. The think tank that you co-founded and are vice president of, Trita, believes in foreign policy restraint and discrimination. And just in the last week, in Germany, where the biggest contingent of US armed forces in Europe is based, it's about to get smaller, 15% smaller, after the Pentagon announced it was withdrawing 5,000 troops over the next year. This is clearly in response to the views of the Chancellor criticising Donald Trump. But leaving that aside, is it a healthy development for the Americans to start placing less military footprint in Europe?
Yes. However, it shouldn't be done in this way. It shouldn't be in retaliation because of a comment that the German Chancellor did. It should be done because we have a...
Don't say anything. It's good. It's good. Terrible advice as a wife. Everyone knows Dua Lipa is objectively hot. Answering no just lets the wife know their partner is a liar. I think it's a trap. Just say, I only have eyes for one woman, and that's you, my wife. My wife. That's how you do
plan
it.
On how we maximize U.S. interests while at the same time retaining a strong alliance with...
It's a trap. You just go, I don't know, I just got here. That's what you say, and then you run away. Click my link. It's important. For years, as the Met Gala has grown ever bigger, blanketing social media with pictures of guests in their finery, smashing cultural fundraising records, teetering on the line between fabulous and ridiculous, the questions and controversies surrounding New York's Party of the Year have likewise proliferated. Could the shindig, nominally a benefit for the Costume Institute of the Metropolitan Museum of Art, get any more high profile? When the most of the country was struggling, should any institution be charging $100,000 a ticket for a party? And perhaps most important, what would happen when Anna Wintour, the evening's mastermind and the woman who transformed it from a typical charity ball into an attention-guzzling juggernaut, retired? Would the brands and people willing to pony up these exorbitant sums to be in another's orbit instead pocket the money? And if so, what would that mean for the future of the Costume Institute, a department that has almost been fully dependent on the gala as a source of its annual funds since the party began in 1948? Could it even survive without the extravaganza? It turns out the museum itself has been quietly working for an answer. Since 2016, we've been putting some money that we raised for the gala inside of a quasi-endowment, Andrew Bolton, the Costume Institute's curator in charge, said this month. Oh, thank God. The Met Gala and the Costume Institute has also turned into a bank. Everything computer, everything is a bank. We've turned us into a gay hedge fund like our colleges. And by 2030, possibly as soon as 2028, the Costume Institute will have saved enough of a nest egg to potentially support its own basic operations for the foreseeable future, no matter what happens in the greater museum economy or with the gala itself. Along with this year's inauguration of the Condé Nast Galleries in the Great Hall, which will house the Costume Institute's blockbuster shows, The endowment fund represents a drastic transformation in the position of the costume and its relationship with the party held in its honor. I and the museum always wanted the department to not be as reliant on the gala every year, Bolton said. The Met Gala is extraordinary, but sometimes it dwarfs everything. Besides, the department has been forced to cancel galas twice, in 2002 after September 11 and in 2020 during the early months of the pandemic. It was a real wake-up call, Bolton said, of the COVID cancellation. What if there was another global disaster and people were like, I can't come to a party? Miss Wintour, he said, takes immense pride in every year going higher and higher, but there will be a point where it's not sustainable. A more permanent and reliable solution was necessary to ensure that we would be safe in terms of the upkeep and care of our collection and have enough money to take care of ourselves indefinitely. According to Darren Walker, the president of the Board of Trustees in the National Gallery of Art of Washington, it's always great news if a department can be fully funded. But aside from the private museums, I don't know of any that actually are. Enter the endowment fund. So the article is basically talking about how they have raised enough funds to not only sustain the Costume Institute, but they've also raised additional funds that they've put on the side to in an endowment process to, participate in the market. This is crazy talk. You're telling me one of the world's top museums is only surviving because of a once-a-year celebrity self-jerk-off? Yes. And not just the museum. One part of the museum. Yes, dude. Yes. Because in the United States of America, we don't give a fuck about the arts. Have you not figured it out by now? We have some public funding initiatives, but the reality of the matter is we unironically do not have the necessary public funding for any of these art initiatives at all. So no, this doesn't even fund the the entire Metropolitan Museum of Art. It funds literally just the Costume Institute. Yes. Also, this is true of every museum. The Met is just in New York where rich and famous people are. Yes. I mean, I've gone like if you go to the LACMA, okay, you will see, and this is the same for the Getty Museum, literally the Getty Museum. But if you go to LACMA, there's like an entire wing, for example, dedicated to the LACMA by the pistachio guys, whatever their name is, right? The ones that are the ones that have been aggressively petitioning the government to blow up Iran because they are the Resnicks. Thank you. Yeah, the wonderful company. The ones that have been urging the government to continue Iran and hit a couple of the pistachio fields because Iran is where a lot of the global pistachios come from. But yeah, they fund the arts on the side. Yeah, last week, American Israeli fighters just targeted Iranian pistachio company warehouses. The Resnick family's Beverly Hills-based pistachio empire stands the game.
Iran is always...
You won't believe the backstory. This was a documentary that was... Yeah, here.
One of the most bizarre things about California's pistachio industry is that it was
it's Yasha Levine,
born out of America's meddling in the Middle East. Historically, Iran has always been the world's biggest exporter of pistachios. But the embargo allowed California's tiny industry to get a global foothold. And after several decades of continued hostility and sanctions, the U.S. industry grew from being almost non-existent to #1 in the world. As I dug into the details, I realized that this was much bigger than just Victorville. It turned out that a small group of powerful families had seized control of California's water supply. Even weirder was that the whole thing was being driven by a pair of high society billionaires from Beverly Hills, Stuart and Linda Resnick. They made their money off pistachios, but what really made them stand out was that they owned more water than anyone else on the planet. More surprisingly, they were on the board of several major think tanks, including the Washington Institute for Near East Policy. They've been on the board for over a decade. It's an organization that badly wants war with Iran.
I frankly think that crisis initiation is really tough. And it's very hard for me to see how the United States president can get us to war with Iran. One can combine other means of pressure with sanctions. We could step up the pressure. I mean, look, people, Iranian submarines periodically go down. Someday one of them might not come up. Who would know why?
Yeah.
One of the most...
They also, the billionaire owners of wonderful Stuart and Linda Resnick have given a lot of money to pro-Israel organizations and politicians who are hawkish on Iran. But yeah, that's how it is. Okay, listen. Once again, even though chat won't respect what I say the Met Gala is a charity function that functions both to promote the height of the arts and culture while also teaching the public via the Costume Institute and its annual exhibitions in an era where the arts are being pushed to the wayside where the artistic medium of fashion is promoted, not for the purpose of selling a garment, but to push boundaries of fashion as an art form is a good thing. Shrug. Yeah, good luck. There you go, Yubi. I read your comment, and now guess what? Everyone in the chat is going to yell at you. Okay? And each garment worn represents tens of thousands of hours, tens of thousands of jobs, an entire artistic economy that comes together to engage and pursue the entirely human endeavor of artistic vision and beauty. Some may personally not like that endeavor, but it is one that is worthwhile and should be respected. I agree with you, but I've learned a long time ago to ever discuss the arts in this community beyond anime and maybe some hentai. Okay, anytime first world problem, shut the fuck up. It's not a first world problem. Every human being has the capacity to engage with art. That's the beauty of art. It's one of the most consequential aspects of human existence. You're a robot. Jesus Christ. 100,000 per ticket invitation is not the average person. Oh my God. Oh my God. I'm going to lose my mind. Oh my God. Oh my God. Everyone is being purposely obtuse. Oh God. Oh God. Oh God. Oh God. Oh God. Oh, I can't. It's just, this is why. No, we can't have a conversation about anything art related in this community. Okay. It's a bunch of dumb dullards who literally think, well, this is not for me, so it doesn't matter to me. You. Okay, that's it. That's it. A bunch of Philistines. Oh my God. Barbaric stem cells. Just that have no appreciation for the arts, and therefore it should not exist. There's you, Hasan. What is this, bro? I love that half of your community is well-read and loves the arts, and the other half are ding-dong gamers. Only you can bring us together. Love the belt and jeans today, by the way. Thank you. Oh my God. Ay, ay, ay. For a lot of people, they do two things. Number one, if I don't like it, then it's much easier for me to disparage it without actually looking into it, right? That's the one thing that people do that I get really annoyed with. The other thing that a lot of people do, especially on the left, is the moralization of their distaste. You can't just say, you can't have a nuanced perspective on anything. You can't just be like, yeah, this is optically not the greatest look, I'll admit. You know, this level of extravagance, it's not for me, right? You can't just say that. You can't just keep it at that. You have to be like, no, this is the grossest, most like exploitative thing, and you're a bad person if you enjoy it. There's no reason for this event to exist. Like, it's unethical. All this shit. It's like, ugh. Like, you don't have to moralize or distaste. You could just say, I don't like it. That's it. Interesting to me that the Met Gala gets compared to the Hunger Games more than the Oscars red carpet or the Super Bowl halftime show. All of these involve spectacles, celebrities, and extreme displays of wealth. Notably, only one of them is a charity for a public institution, the Met Gala, which is a fundraiser for the Met Museum. The difference, I think, is that the Met Gala leans more into unusual outfits. That's natural, given that it's a fundraiser for a costume institute. But to me, the perpetual criticism which comes up year after year speaks to how people see fashion as frivolous and not as serious as other corners of cultures, such as sports or movies. Exactly. It's because the people that are, it's because the people that like appreciate it, enjoy it, care about it are smaller, I think. And therefore it's seen as a silly hobby for only wealthy people. Okay. The more extreme the outfit, the more it offends the public, even if such work is an expression of artisanship and craft, no different from an artist creating a painting. I've said it before, but Western culture has a long history of seeing clothes as frivolous, even if everyone engages in self-fashioning. And it's notable that serious areas of culture are often masculine-coded, e.g. architecture, while feminine-coded interests such as fashion are considered frivolous. One can reasonably question whether the Bezos are trying to whitewash their reputation through the fashion industry. They are. And this is no different than Palantir coming out with chore coats, okay? This is no different than all these other companies that are engaging in a billion different unethical endeavors trying to engage in taste washing, okay? They are trying to do PR to make it seem like they have taste. They are trying to buy taste. Now, of course, the Bezos, they can't actually buy taste. They look like crazy people on the fucking runway when they go through the Met Gala, as opposed to everybody else. But that is exactly what it is. Look at us. We are funding the arts. Look at us. We are cultural tastemakers, right? That's the whole point. That's exactly what they're trying to do. It's already backfired on them, though. It's already backfired on them because there's a bunch of high-profile guests that didn't want to be associated with this event this year, specifically because the Bezos couple is in charge of it. Anyway, Elon Musk although I would note that we're all participating on Elon Musk's platform, so I see some hypocrisy among those who criticize Met Gala but won't deactivate their accounts. That's a bad argument. You can that's crazy. That's a bad argument. One is the ownership over an entire fucking the media platform that people use to communicate with one another. The other one's the Met Gala. But even though I am in agreement with the overall point that he's making about the Met Gala, that's a silly comparison to make. Anyway, but I also think we can tax the rich and encourage them to donate to public causes, including institutions like the Met. Given my interests, I also think we should take fashion and clothing more seriously. Thankfully, some real researchers and academics are making headway in that regard. Politicization of aesthetics. The other side of Benjamin's aestheticization of politics is totalitarian funk being carried from some of the AES states. We can take plenty of lessons from the AES. Rejecting art and travel, blanketed as tourism, are two we should not. What? That's the dumbest thing I've ever heard, and you know it. Women architects exist. It's not something that's exclusive to men, and most fashion people, especially for women's clothes, be it lingerie or shoes or men, the difference is housing over clothes. We used to live in caves before we covered ourselves in animal hides and leaves. What are you saying? Brother, fashion is seen as a more feminine interest, whereas architecture is seen as a more masculine interest, is what the argument that he was presenting. But that's not even like the main point here. The main point is, as you're also leaning into, art and clothing. Clothing is seen as frivolous. That's it. Fashion and clothing is seen as fucking frivolous. It's not seen as like an important part of artistic expression. It's seen as totally secondary. It's seen as inconsequential. It doesn't matter. It's irrelevant. A lot of people can just like cast it aside. And that's the reason why a lot of people get mad at this shit rather than any of the other gross displays of wealth and abundance. No, frivolous clothing is seen as frivolous. Oh my God. Oh my God. Oh my God. Oh God. Brother, what the fuck are you doing? Stop asking me which district I live in, okay? The other chatter who keeps going, hey, I just got my ballot. I think I'm your neighbor. Like, okay, dude, what the fuck's wrong with you? What is happening today? What is wrong with chat today? I took a day off. Usually when I take one day off, chatters go crazy because they didn't get like enough. They didn't get enough attention yesterday. Because they didn't get like sufficient attention, they crave it for the entire day when I'm back. You guys probably haven't encountered it because I never really take days off, but that's what it is. Also, as far as the Met Gala controversy is concerned, Jeff Bezos and Lawrence Sanchez's obscene wealth is really secondary to their generational lack of coolness. Sorry, losers, but you can't buy swag or good taste. Your party sucks. Anyway, this is why I rarely ever discuss. This is why I rarely ever discuss art, or not art, but specifically fashion, because the overwhelming majority of people don't give a fuck about fashion, so they can easily disparage it, and they can just say, it's not real art. Who gives a fuck? You're being stupid. Whereas, like, if I were to say that about anime, people would be like, how dare you fucking say that? I'll kill you. Or if I were to say that about video games, they'd be like, what? No, I care about that, so why would you shit on that? Okay? That's what it is. What is this? Left-wing satire is structurally impossible. Do you hear yourself? The problem with the Onion's takeover of InfoWars is that left-wing satire is structurally impossible. What? God, right-wingers are so stupid. This guy's still trying to be an intellectual right-winger at a time when
Welcome back.
The right has gotten dumber than ever before. Anyway, news. Trump offered John Fetterman a full endorsement and financial backing to switch parties. The GOP senators quietly court him. Insiders say ties with Dave McCormick and Katie Britt could drive a potential flip. I mean, what more do you... Yeah, he is already a Republican. U.S. got a ship through the Strait. The U.S. car carrier Alliance Fairfax out of the Persian Gulf on May 4th under Project Freedom. The Danish shipping company Maersk confirms that one of its ships has successfully managed to leave the Strait of Hormuz escorted by the U.S. Navy, marking the first successful transit through the Strait of Hormuz under the operation. Danish shipping giant Maersk said the vessel had been stranded since the war began in February and confirmed all crew are safe and unharmed. The company said it was recently contacted by the U.S. military, which offered escorted passage, and the ship exited the Gulf under U.S. protection on Monday after coordination with Maersk leadership. U.S. Central Command said 2 merchant vessels had transited the Strait on Monday. At least one more U.S.-flagged vessel is still stuck west of the Strait, according to Reuters. Stop sending me this Tucker Carlson video. I promise you I'm not going to watch it. Take 30 seconds off. You cannot educate people on class consciousness and then complain when people don't like something that is obviously not a working class characteristic. Fashion is rich people's thing. Make it relevant to the working class, and then we can talk. No, this is just literally, no, you're just wrong. You're fucking wrong. Okay? Artisan hands touch every garment that is produced. That's number one. Okay? There's not a single thing that is designed at the Met Gala and worn by all these obscenely wealthy people that hasn't had workers work on it. Okay, that's number one. Number two, there is a very long history of artistic expression in the form of fashion within the worker side of things as well. I'm currently literally wearing a fucking Carhartt shirt, for example. What the fuck do you think that is? Okay, the idea that like the idea that fashion is not like a working class thing at all is unbelievably stupid. It's not true. Expensive fashion is not art. Yes, it is. Yes, it is. Yes, it is. Oh, Zoran's take. Work of art, turning the lens on the workers who power fashion. While the world's eyes are on fashion's biggest night, we're turning ours on the garment, retail, and warehouse workers who keep the industry running. From the true love found on the picket line to the free tailoring school out of a Brooklyn basement, meet the New Yorkers who made it all possible. This is awesome. Union workers, especially garment workers, built this country, says Christopher Anderson. Sonia Castrejon. Ernestine Gay. This is dope. I'm glad that he did this. This is cool. He also refused to go to the Met Gala. Pretty sure he was invited and he said he didn't want to go. Do these idiots think movies aren't art since studio films have budgets of hundreds of millions of dollars? No, they consume movies and they like movies. That's what it is. I've tried to explain this to people. That's literally all this is because you watch movies and you like movies, but you look down on fashion because you don't give a fuck about it. That's literally all it is. It's that simple, but people don't ever want to come to that recognition. They want to think that they have an ethical calculation that they're making here. Yeah, they do not care about fashion. This is always what happens whenever fashion gets brought up in this community. Hella chop motherfuckers in the chat. Okay, now they're going to get even more mad. This is art. Just like what you see, the extravagance that you see at Met Gala is also art. I think you're purposely being obtuse now. No, I'm not. I'm not. This is a consistently held position that I refuse to entertain because chat gets in their feelings every time I talk about it. I don't listen to music. Imagine if I ran around saying music is fucking counter-revolutionary, it's bourgeois decadence. All these artists are making millions of dollars. All these record labels are making billions of dollars to do what? Like, that would be insane, right? You would look at me like I'm an insane person. Just because I don't like it doesn't mean I can't comprehend that it's a profoundly important part of artistic expression, and it plays a formative role in people's development and the way they feel things. 100K a ticket is excessive? Dude, what the fuck are you saying? Why do you think it's $100,000 so they can do a hoity-toity exclusive event? It's so that they can fundraise for the fucking Costume Institute. I literally just explained it to you. It's a fundraiser. Oh! In a normal functioning society, in a perfect society, it wouldn't be, but still, how can I get into it? Oh my God, you don't have to. I don't even like the optics of it, but it's really fucking unbearable when people just make this argument over and over again. I get it, it's art. Okay. Well, guess what? You don't actually have to go to the Met Gala. You don't go to the Met Gala at all, as a matter of fact. You know where you go to? The Met, which is free. Or you pay as much as you want to, okay, to get in. That's what you do. Part of that upkeep is paid for by the fucking Met Gala, at least for the Costume Institute. Do you understand? Okay, yes, sir. Shake me. There you go. Why don't the Mets fund their own gala? How about the Mets fund their way to a fucking dub for once? Is now 2026 and we're still on Gucci shirt discourse? Yes, always. They have a recommended donation, but admission is free. Yes. Are people just mad now because Bezos bought his chair position? Yes. That's a perfectly valid thing to criticize, by the way. Okay? That makes sense. I'm with you. That's my criticism as well. Okay? Now we're cooking. If you want to talk about that, then yeah, I'm there with you, okay? But if you're going to be like, wow, what the fuck are these guys doing? Fuck these people. It's just like, whatever. You're talking to terminally online people about fashion? I know. It always turns into just this endless back and forth, this endless fucking argument. Anyway, Queen Kwan's take, this Amazon has prom dress. Oh, chat to read about the zoot suit riots and tell me fashion has nothing to do with marginalization. I love zoot suits. I still have yet to get a zoot suit, but I really want one. They're so sick. Yes, I've covered it before. I probably because of another one of these. I have probably argued with chat and explained zoot suits in one of these tangents about art. Is one of these rants. Yes, I have this conversation once a year whenever the Met Gala happens, and I have to explain to you that, like, while yes, it's an extravagant event and it looks gross and it basically looks like the fucking Hunger Games. At the end of the day, fashion is a profoundly important part of artistic expression, and the Met Gala is done specifically to fundraise for the Costume Institute. That's the reason why it's so expensive. Now, still way below music and movies, though. Sorry, dude, you should unironically watch The Devil Wears Prada. Okay. Because this is such an idiotic take, because I know for a fact that you're wearing clothes right now. Okay. You are literally currently wearing clothes. Okay. Someone designed those clothes. The reason why you're wearing those clothes is because some people at a certain point in time made the decision to advance fashion in that regard. Okay. Just roll the fucking clip. Let's just roll the Devil Wears Prada clip. Devil Wears Prada 2 just came out. I'm wearing a barrel and braces. Is the Prada devil in this scenario? Lady, it's just clothes. Quit sniffing your own farts. See, this is what I mean. This is what I fucking mean. Isn't she pretentious? STEM Lord? Oh my God. Oh my God. She's right. Okay. Also, that ensemble is hideous, but that's besides the point. I'm sure that was popping in 2006 when this movie came out. But, oh God, Chatter didn't get the point. Every single fucking thing that you're wearing, including this, okay, including this fit, it comes from decisions that fashion designers made many decades ago, okay? So even if you are just like, oh, whatever, I'm just picking this shit up, down to the fact that even t-shirts exist, down to the fact that cargo shorts exist, dad shoes, all of that had a designer make it, and then it fell out of favor and it made its way into a fucking bargain bin at Ross Dress for Less where you picked it up. That's it. Yeah, dude, without fashion designers that invent clothes, we'd all be naked. Oh my God. Oh my God. Oh my God. I swear to God. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. It's not going to happen. It's never going to happen. It's never going to happen. There's just going to be people that will just... Their inability to understand this concept is we're never going to get it across. I think we're outnumbered. I fear. Yes, that's why I don't talk about it in this fucking community. Okay. And for the record, the white t-shirt is one of the hardest and most labor intensive pieces of clothing to manufacture. Yes, we are outnumbered. Many of you, oh God, we're outnumbered. And honestly, you guys love AI art. I think that's what it is. I'm shocked that there are so many people who hate AI art in this community, but when it comes to fashion, they're like, what? I don't understand. I don't understand. This is how Republicans talk about modern art? Yeah. No, literally. It's so funny. Nah, they love dogs playing cards type pictures. Yeah, chatters look at Patrick Bet-David's beautiful portrait of himself alongside Martin Luther King and Einstein and shit and go, that's peak art. That's what I'm talking about. That's what I'm fucking talking about, dude. That's it. But she's wrong though. The job she's talking about is just third world exploitation. I get the value of fashion as an art, and I hate how exploitative this bullshit is, though the fault of capitalism, not the art. It's not that hard. Don't even get me started on this side of the fucking conversation. Many of the fucking designers many of the fashion houses that are actually the most expensive pieces of clothing are as much on third world exploitation as the fucking Forever 21's jeans that you purchase that you think are more ethical. And that's before we even talk about fast fashion and its impact on the environment, okay? all the cheap clothing that you purchase as opposed to articles of clothing that require like craftsmanship, artisanship, that is made in European fashion houses. Those are actually unironically more ethical, if you want to think about it that way. But that's another conversation we're not going to get into. This is going to really piss off people. Okay. Oh my God. Lamau, you're so wrong. Okay. Lamau, I'm so wrong. No, you're right. The Amazon Basics t-shirt that you purchased was made in the most ethical manner by Bangladeshi child labor, as opposed to, the fucking, I don't know, Dolce & Gabbana tailored suit or whatever. Can we go back to talking about how fucked up Lauren Sanchez's face is? Wait, what the fuck? Sabrina Carpenter. Why does this... Sabrina Carpenter attends the 2026 Met Gala? That's not Sabrina Carpenter. So y'all think all black people look alike? Shaking my head. That's funny. That's a great response. Okay, Twitter still got it sometimes. Bro, you're digging yourself deeper with that argument. That's not a good thing, which is even worse because that means the only way to get ethical clothes is to spend a shit ton of money. That's not a good thing. When did I say that's a good thing? Point to me when I said that's a good thing. When have I ever said that? When have I ever said that? I didn't. You're inventing things. The only ethical source of garments that you could purchase come from ideology.shop, Union made, American made. Okay. You are implying. I'm implying that that's a good thing. That's what that's what I'm implying. Or perhaps, no, but you were making it seem like it's more ethical to buy expensive clothes. No, the point I'm making is that a lot of people yell about expensive fashion houses and shit like that. Okay. Not realizing that, like, in the conversation of ethical sourcing or in the conversation of ethical garment manufacturing, the reality of the matter is if there's a spectrum of more ethical production, yes, the wealthier, the more expensive fashion houses are actually utilizing less sweatshops and less slave labor. Okay. The same arguments can be made for crunch in game dev or exploitation of animators for anime. The only difference is these shadows don't care about fashion. Broski, I know I own some. See, this is a guy that's trying to also subtly flex. Yo, I got designer. All this Rick on me like I'm mortified. Eileen Gu at the 2026 Met Gala.
Go best friend!
Wait, what the fuck? She got bubbles on it? Unmod me? Yeah. Hello, Mr. Piker. It has come to our attention that you have disparaged your employer, Mr. Bezos, regarding his esteemed position with the Met Gala. This comes directly after you've been severely time off task. Furthermore, you have now disparaged the outstanding quality of our Amazon Basics t-shirts. Your punishment is currently being determined. Please stand by. I'll care about fashion once all clothing manufacturing is publicly owned. Again, I promise you, you don't make this ethical consideration for shit you do enjoy. You don't say this about video games, even though crunch exists, even though plenty of developers work long and hard to make the video games that you enjoy, and then they get fired, okay? Even after record high profits are earned for the company. And you don't give a shit about that because you enjoy video games, okay? And the same thing goes for sports. The same thing goes for music. The same thing happens in animation, right? When you just like the output, you like the product, so you don't really make these sorts of like broad sweeping ethical considerations. That's all it is. Okay? You're just anti-fashion. And whenever I say that, people go, no, you don't understand. I just have the ethical consideration just for fashion, okay? For nothing else. Well, that's my point. It's much easier for people to say that about fashion, though, because most people in this community, at least, don't give a fuck about it. Video games aren't $100,000. What are you talking about? I'm going to lose my mind. What article of clothing is $100,000, chatter? The Met Gala is $100,000 per plate because it's a fundraiser for the Costume Institute, which you can go and look at the costumes for $0, as a matter of fact. You don't have to pay any money to go see the costumes. Part of that is because the upkeep is paid for with the tickets at this fundraiser. It's called a fundraiser. Okay? It's called a fundraiser. I don't know if you know what a fundraiser is. Do you know what a fundraiser is? When they raise funds. Okay? When they raise funds for a public good, like a museum. This is how it's done. I totally get how the Red Guards operated. This is what happens. I'm seeing it. I understand the Cultural Revolution. I totally understand how you could just like put up in the town square, just like all artisans and be like, this is counter-revolutionary. Art is counter-revolutionary. I don't like science. My science teacher is engaging in a Western pervertry and counter-revolutionary behavior. I'm going to flog you now. I'm going to get all the other youths in the town to flog the shit out of you. That's literally what this is. It's just like in different villages, motherfuckers are like, I hate math. I'm going to fucking kill my math teacher. Okay? Time for a flogging. Everybody turns to the fucking Pol Pot when it comes to fashion. It's crazy. Also, these guys always look at the retail price of the most expensive shit. If you pay full price for designer brands instead of sale or use, you're a dumbass. Yes. You can also thrift. Like this that you guys remember this morning when you guys were like, wow, that's a really cool jacket, right? You're wearing this really cool jacket. This jacket is however you say the brand. What is it? Aeropostale? I don't know. It's like one of those Abercrombie and Fitch ass fucking jackets. Okay, it's not expensive at all. As a matter of fact, I also thrifted this many, many years ago, and I've worn it for longer than a decade. Most of the clothes that I wear for longer than a fucking decade. Okay, you don't always have to buy expensive shit, but you can also understand that this design, somewhere along the way, a designer made this design. Okay, they put a lot of love into it, and then it was mass produced by Aeropostale. Is that how you say it? Aeropostale? I don't like the Met Gala. I like fashion. That's like saying you don't like foie gras. You must not like food. It's not honest. What? No, because you also fundamentally misunderstand why the Met Gala exists. Okay? Like it's not less ethical it's not less ethical in the costumes that they design and shit as opposed to like any other form of art. It exists to flex on the poor. I don't think so, but I do understand why people think this way. Aeropostale? Is that how you say it? People differentiate between white collar, game dev, and blue collar, clothes making, job exploitation. I love that this is where the chat draws a line and shows you have many true revolutionaries in here. Shut the fuck up. Except for your ring that costs $3.8 million. Yes, my $3.8 million rings. A high budget movie doesn't make a movie more valuable. Having an expensive canvas doesn't increase its value. Not saying it's not art. Almost everything on this planet that is made by humans has artistic value. The issue is when commercial value outweighs the artistic value. By your logic, a rich person showing off their expensive car collection is actually an art show. It can be, and it is, as a matter of fact. Have you gone to the fucking Peterson Automobile Museum? That's literally what this is. So yes, your argument is also stupid. It quite literally can be, and it quite literally is, as a matter of fact. No, don't put it in emote mode. It's fine. We can have this conversation. It's all good. Yeah, wait till you find out about car shows, man. Anokiai at the Met Gala. Oh my God, that's pretty sick. Fashion TikTok.
So 3 cultures in 3 different parts of the world come up with 3 wildly different solutions for hot climates. So in the Arabian Peninsula, which is today's Saudi Arabia, UAE, Bedouins lived in the desert, and up until the 10th century, they used mostly wool. And the choice of wool is due to a combination of various factors. They lived in the desert, and it's very hot.
I love this guy, but I always feel betrayed by the end of the video because he's usually promoting some new design that he has. But I still watch his videos regardless. Okay? He always does this thing where he'll like go through this incredible story about like workwear, chore shirts, right? The history of chore shirts. And then he'll be like, and this is why we made a chore shirt. And I'm like, damn, man, it's a fucking ad for something that you made yourself. I mean, it's fine. Your designs are cool too, but like, it just, I don't know, sits with me weirdly. Let him plug his stuff, man. Yeah, he does. He's
dry climate and agriculture growing cotton, which is a very thirsty crop, was largely impossible. It needed to be traded or imported. So they largely worked with what was available to them, and that was wool. And that was sourced from the sheep and the goats that traveled with them. And those animals were adapted to live in the harsh desert climate. And the hair and wool could be collected every year without killing the animal. And wool is an effective material. Like, wool is really good at temperature regulation. But the problem is, compared to other fibers, wool's relatively heavy. So you need to get around that problem. So they designed really oversized, loose-fitting garments. Clothing like the thobe, like the dishdasha. But the idea is that these clothes don't sit close to the skin, but they create an air barrier. You'll notice a lot of these photos have these black robes in the desert. And that's really counterintuitive because you would think that black would be worse for radiation. But there's a really interesting little experiment published in Nature in 1980, which compared white robes and black robes on Bedouins. And they found that the color of the robe didn't really matter. Because the robes were so flowy, it created too much of an air gap for there to be any difference to the skin temperature. And all that space allows for airflow, which means that the robes themselves can be black, can be white. It didn't really matter to the skin below. So the geography and the culture influences the fiber influences the shape, and the combination of the fiber and the shape gives you the design. Now the second culture is Japan. And Japan is a very different warm climate. It's not dry heat, but an oppressive sort of humidity. And very much like the Bedouins, there was a period of time in Japan where cotton was not widespread. And the principal summer fibers were linen or rami. Rami is not very popular now because it's quite labor intensive to extract. It's a bast fiber, which is from the stalk of the plant, and it's really highly breathable, but you have to weave it in a certain way. And their solution was not to create volume, but to create airflow through weaving. So you can see through these summer kimonos, and that requires advanced craftsmanship in weaving techniques. The clothing could sit a little bit closer to the body because you still had ventilation. And the third culture is India. India's relationship with cotton goes back 5,000 years. And over millennia, they have developed mastery over spinning, over weaving. And the popular story is that you could pull an entire garment through a ring because the fabric was so thin and so fine. And their use of cotton really highlights the natural properties of what it's really good at. It's super soft. It's really light. So their garments like the dhoti, like the sari, they're big sheets of cotton that are folded and layered. They're dynamic. They have drape. They allow for certain movement and ventilation. So anyway, fashion isn't always just aesthetic. Within a traditional garment, you get an insight into the geography, you get an insight into the culture, you get insight into technology. And learning all of this stuff has influenced the way that we design. So the shirt I'm wearing now is our woven shirt. It's a little bit...
See? I told you. He will give you like the longest fucking most thoughtful spiel about the history of certain kinds of garments and how they've evolved, and then boom. And this is exactly why I made this airy shirt, this breathable shirt.
Oversized to allow for ventilation. And this is a fabric that's woven just for us. It has this incredible open weave. It's made from 100% cotton, and because of the ventilation and because of the open weave, we could make it in both an undyed as well as in a black. And that's largely the idea behind all of this study that hopefully leads to somewhere, hopefully leads to some research and development of our stuff. Although, to be honest, it's pretty fun to do anyway as part of my job. So 3 cultures in 3 different parts of the world.
Yeah. Let him get his bag. Chatters will watch this and say, this is bourgeois propaganda while wearing their Gildan Genshin Impact tee. Yeah. Look at Bad Bunny at the Met. Sabrina Carpenter's entire Met Gala fit is made of film. What the fuck? That's gotta be hella uncomfortable now. Did you see this old fart chud loser ass? What the fuck? Wait, do people hate Heidi Klum? I mean, this is kind of cool. Why'd you say old chud loser ass? This is kind of dope. Check Rachel Zegler's fit. It's cool. She's always doing too much. More of a Halloween costume than fashion. Bad Bunny. What the fuck? Wait, what? What? I need that grandpa dick? What the hell is wrong with people, man? Explain this one, fashion boy. Man, I don't fucking understand it. Bad Bunny is doing a call out to the Ayatollah. Somehow still relevant? What does this have to do with anything? The U.S. is blockading Cuba and I'm bringing them humanitarian aid. Why are you wearing clothes? Rosa Hasan dick rider. Bad Bunny dresses an older version of himself, like an elegant version of Johnny Knoxville's gag in Jackass. Yeah, I don't know what he was doing with this. I'm going to be honest with you. I already saw Chase Infinity. He talks about it here.
Then you know that Bad Bunny Benito is my favorite of all time. ¿Cómo está, Benito? Dime qué pasa.
We good.
We good. Okay,
Yeah.
Benito, tell me how.
Wait, he's doing a voice too?
How do you do this? How do you just keep upping it every single year?
I don't know. It's getting part of my life. Always try to do something different and this day of the Met is a perfect day to you explore and be creative and express yourself in a different way. So that's what I'm doing tonight, and glad to be here with you and we all everyone here.
Y Benito, ¿cuántas horas para hacer esto? How many hours?
53 years.
53
exactly, 53 years. So it took a little bit, but it worth it. I hope it looked good. Do I look good?
You look great.
Thank you.
You look perfect.
Thank you.
Benito, gracias para todo.
Gracias a ustedes siempre.
Of course.
He on them Chinese peptides? Yeah, they get he on them peptides that make you old. He's coming out as old. Spooky Gala, Jordan Roth on his way to the Met Gala. What the fuck? That's kind of cool too.
There you go. Jordan, look straight ahead in the middle. Thank you. See you at the Met.
Bro, how do you even sit in the car? How do you sit in the car with that? This year's theme is costume. Yeah, that's an enemy stand user. Like, she's getting in that van. Like, does she just stand up the whole time? How does that work? No, this is such a crazy fit. HasanAbi head Odessa. Wait, why is she a HasanAbi head? I mean, that's crazy. I mean, she looks good. What can I say? Damn. That's a great outfit, I think. I don't know. I don't know what to say. You're so awkward. They assemble it out of the car in a dressing room off-site. Silly. Do they? Chat, is this real? Erica Kirk, the capitalistic widow, new Elden Ring DLC boss fight. Come on. This is kind of a Hasan fit. Finally, a good menswear look. Karan Johar wearing custom Manish Malhotra outfit inspired by Raja Ravi Warma's art. The embroiders look handmade. God damn. That's crazy. This is fire. Sarah Paulson calls out capitalism with her look. What is this? Guys, stop asking me if I would rock this outfit. The answer is no. He got that's the fucking bull outfit. Like, he's what is it called? The Matador. He's got the Matador outfit. Is that what the Ottomans used to wear? No. Looking like a goddamn matador. Okay, another great menswear look. Jeremy Poe wore an archival Vivienne Westwood piece. She originally commissioned for Mr. Pearl in the 1990s. Pearls wearing pearls in varying colors and sizes were hand set and layered to achieve the look of a muscular body. God damn. What's up with this fit? He can't stand still? What's going on? Why are all the photos blurry? He's too fast. Welcome back, Tsar Nicholas II. What the fuck is this? Robot butterfly dress? Janelle Monáe in custom moving Christian Siriano? Man, why people gotta always be extra, you know what I mean? I'm not gonna lie, I love Janelle Monáe, but this outfit is eh. You might die when you see this. Dua Lipa, what? Bro, this isn't even at the Met Gala. This is just her walking with her booty cheeks out. The fuck? Bro, what the fuck? What is this? What does it have to do with anything? Oh, that's funny. I bookmarked this. Okay, y'all are pervs, dude. This is cool. That's crazy. Who's Gala and why are they dressing up as Power Ranger villains? Meeting her? Connor Story. Damn, he's yacked. I feel like he's put on some muscle mass too. Having your whole shit out is not an outfit. Lame. Okay, calm down. I hope you realize the people you are arguing with about fashion probably don't consider food art and have no qualms with the unethical nature of consuming meat in its current system. Yeah, I don't want to get back into it, please. Can we just not? Dua Lipa at the Met Gala? Fuck you. I fucking take an hour off. Fuck you. I got so excited. I clicked on it without even looking at the fucking thumbnail. God damn it. Fuck you. Okay, fuck yourself. How about that? Fuck yourself. Are you excited? Are you happy? You got it? You got me? You hit me with a Dua Lipa Met Gala fit and I got excited? Oh, wow. Piece of shit. We're doing Met Gala. Horny ass clicking on every single Dua Lipa link. Okay, calm down. Are not ironically your best fit? Oh my God. Stop! Via people, this show is debuting the Costume Institute's first permanent galleries. The exhibition is organized around thematic body types represented in art, often ones that are overlooked like aging, Bad Bunny, and pregnant bodies, and the universal body. Where's clavicular? I don't think Anna Wintour would ever allow clavicular anywhere near this fucking event. Are you out of your mind? Her whole thing is like she usually doesn't allow any. This is 2024. This is last year or 2 years ago, which is fine. We can still look at it, but Anna Wintour doesn't even allow like most online influencers anywhere near this fucking event. Like the only one that's allowed is the Chamberlain or whatever. What's the name of the girl? We saw her earlier. She had actually a really good fit. Usually they don't let any. Emma Chamberlain is like one of the few influencers that's like allowed anywhere near this fucking event. No, Wisdom wasn't even allowed to go the last year or the year before. Think they would invite you? Fuck no. Are you kidding me? Plus, do you think it's really worth it? Look, maybe a couple years ago I would have entertained something like this. I would have been like, this is so sick. And you know, what a cool opportunity. But are you out of your fucking mind now? You think now I would go to the Met Gala? Are you insane? Someone would kill me. And it wouldn't even be like a right-winger that would kill me for going to the Met Gala. It'd be a fucking anarchist. Are you out of your fucking mind? Dude. People already sincerely believe that I went to the Met Gala and wore the Make the Rich Pay shirt because someone many years ago Photoshop me on that fucking dumbass runway thing with the Make the Rich Pay shirt, and they literally will post it every year, and people think I actually attend every year with that shirt on. Bro, I went to Cuba to deliver humanitarian aid and to do some reporting about the conditions that we have subjected the Cubans to. And there was a 3-week-long discourse around the price point that they assumed of the shirt that I was wearing, the glasses that I have on currently, my rings. Do you know what it would be like? Counterpoint. I saw you there with my own eyes. Coincidentally, this popped up when I opened TikTok.
How conservatives co-opted the cowboy myth. Welcome to my series Fashion is Political. My name is Chelsea. I'm a journalist and fashion content creator. Today we're heading to the Bata Shoe Museum to check out their exhibit on the history of the cowboy boot. As you can see, I dressed accordingly. Nobody loves a cowboy boot more than a conservative politician on the campaign trail, both here in Canada and south of the border. And yeah, I'm thinking about that Kristi Noem commercial.
A boot! She said a boot! Get her! I gotta pee.
Why do I love these wide open spaces? They remind me of why our forefathers came here. Not just for its beauty, but for the freedom only America provides.
The cowboy myth represents individuality, self-reliance, national pride, work ethic, rugged masculinity, and overwhelmingly whiteness. The problem is that it's divorced from reality. Historically, 1/4 to 1/3 of cowboys were black, Mexican, or indigenous, and the original cowboy boot evolved from Mexican vaquero riding traditions. The design was practical: tall shafts to protect riders' legs, angled heels for stability in the saddle. And fun fact, one early inspiration for the heel actually came from Persian cavalry riders, which you can see referenced here in the museum. So this isn't exactly a purely homegrown American invention, but Hollywood westerns in the 1930s and 40s turned the cowboy into a national myth. Cowboys became white, heroic, and patriotic, and the boot became a fashion symbol of that identity. Politicians have been tapping into that myth for decades. Ronald Reagan famously wore Western gear to project strength, self-reliance, and working-class relatability. Today, that same imagery is often used to signal nationalism and tough border politics in the US and increasingly in Western Canada. But Black and Mexican communities are also actively reclaiming cowboy imagery, because the Wild West was never white, and the real cowboys who shaped America deserve to be remembered. How conservatives co-opted the cowboy myth. Welcome to my series Fashion is Political. My name is Chelsea. I'm a journalist and fashion content creator. Today we're heading to the Bata Shoe Museum to check out their exhibit on the history of the cowboy boot. As you can see, I dressed accordingly.
Again, I know, I pissed.
Kate didn't get an invite to the Met. Miley.
Bro, this is last year, man. This is last year. I know. Damn, I've been here for over 6 years and I thought the pic was at the Met. And people brought it up every year to rag on you. I didn't know it was Photoshop. Resident Union Trucker. You thought I went to the Met Gala wearing the fucking Make the Rich Pay shirt? Actually? God damn, son. What the fuck? There's thought I went to the Met Gala? Ain't no fucking way. You don't say it enough that you were wearing it for a friend? Yes. Yes. It was merch that my fucking anarchist friend made. Okay? I was modeling his merch. God damn it. This is not a new article. Your own fans baiting your own fans into... Yeah. God damn it. The funniest part is, one, it was my friend's design that I was fucking promoting for his merch. And also, I was broke as fuck back then. I was broke as hell. Guaranteed unfollowed if you go to the Met Gala. Yeah, I'm not going to the Met Gala. Okay, there's no... Dude, on what planet do you think I would get fucking invited to the goddamn Met Gala? Oh, Wisdom was invited this year. Nice. He looks great. This is fire fit. See Tyler? No. Breaking Met Gala news every year. Jason Derulo. No, but like, I'm gonna help spread that misinfo about you and the Met for the lulz. They arrested Christian Smalls for trying to hit the red carpet. Oh, damn.
Holy shit, what happened? Oh, y'all, it is, guys, it's a...
That's crazy. What edited picture of you on the Met Gala? The one they put you with AOC? Now you got some hats for your Tax the Rich shirt, though. Not you retweeting it. Yeah. Yeah, I might have played a role in this. Ay. What are we fucking doing, man? Is that Photoshop? Your head's normal size? What makes you think that this is Photoshop? SZA's Met Gala outfit. Nice. Will Nev got it on at the event. This is kink, right? Am I crazy? Isn't this like... This is like a leather daddy outfit, isn't it? It's Tom from Finland. Tom of Finland. Yeah, he does look like... I mean, that's probably the point, right? That's got to be the reason. Yeah, look. Here, let's put you on some game here. Can you wear this again? Y'all fucking suck, dude. Imagine how much noise this dress makes when she's walking around. What is this? She ate Met Gala, Nigeria fashion icon Toyin Lawani. Tiana Empire outfit. She truly belonged there. Her level of creativity. Tiana will be there one day. How did you find this? This is not even a person that's at the Met Gala. You just, and I'm pretty sure this is AI. You literally found a random. This is like a Nigerian auntie AI posting. How is this on your For You page? Like, there's no shot. There's no fucking shot that this showed up on your For You page. How is that possible? What the fuck? Made you in Tamagotchi life? Oh, come on, dude. What is this? This is Cardi B. Wish it was AI. What the fuck? Bro. What the fuck? Gold prosthetics is sick as fuck. Whoa. That is pretty fire. Okay, but this is crazy. Bro, this unironically looks like a Bloodborne / Elden Ring boss. Like, what the fuck was this? Godskin Cardi B? Lena Dunham looking like a bag of guajillo chiles? I don't have anything to say about this. I will not. I'm a feminist. W feminism. Scrolling too fast and thought the upper right was Amy Schumer. Did you see Nicki Minaj's fit? Nicki Minaj was not invited to the... Hungry! You're so stupid. Nicki Minaj is not invited to the fucking Met Gala. There's 0% chance. That would be shocking. If Anna Wintour, who is insanely selective with a guest list, would then turn around and invite Nicki Minaj, there's no way. This year, after she wore all the ugly ass fits and became conservative, here's Cutie's girl crush at the Met Gala, and she looks exactly like Cutie here. Paige Buchers, I mean, it's all right. It's an all right fit. I mean, I like her. I think she's cool, but it's a little bit for this occasion. You got to go big. Do you get invited for both? No. You get invited. You're I think Like, I think rich people and brands, like, they buy tables and then they have a guest list, right? But even on the guest list, like, you have to get okayed. But brands buy the tables. This is a little bit underwhelming, I will admit. And I think Damson Idris is cool as fuck, but this is an underwhelming fit. The only reason why you guys are saying it's his fire is because he's hot. That's it. It's because he's hot. This is so boring. Come on. Normally men just wear suits with the bars in hell. It's your fit and we are used to it. I think my cousin is friends with Anna Wintour. She's been going for like 30 years at this point. What the fuck? How do you not know? How have you not asked your cousin how they get invited to the Met Gala every year for 30 years? At some point, that should have been brought up, right? Like, oh yeah, I heard Katy Perry fit with dog shit. Let's see. I mean, it's not as bad as I thought it was going to be. It's bad, but I thought worse. I thought it was going to be worse. Where's Justin Trudeau? Marjorie Green at the Met Gala? What? What are you? Oh my God. Wow. That's a very nice outfit. That's a cool outfit. I like it. I like the outfit a lot. Pervert? What do you mean? I'm looking at the art. That's crazy that you're calling me a pervert. Hasan being horny again? I am appreciating the craftsmanship, the artisanship that went into building this beautiful work of art. I am looking at this respectfully. Can we look at Mother, though? I don't know who Weisselt is, and I'm too afraid to ask, but I like the fit. I think it would die in Brazilian Carnival. Wait, what do you mean? Isn't Brazilian Carnival, they got titties out and stuff, right? Like, they just have, like, tits out. Look at this. Look, this guy. Kneecap concert outside of Met Gala. Zara Mamdani, isn't this your NYPD? I thought they weren't supposed to be involved with ICE operations. And whatever happened to abolish ICE, your rhetoric is loud and bold, but the reality of actions, like, we're over here looking at the fucking Met Gala, and this chatter has to be like, no, it's time for the news, please. Like, can we just not be fucking autistic news frogs for like 3 seconds? Jesus Christ, dude. Oh my God. Stop trying to bait me into clicking on shit. Go to a Jouvert, it will blow your mind. Kim Kardashian fit as mid as fuck. That's not surprising. That's not that, I mean, that's not that bad. It's been done before and better. I mean, this is a pretty standard at this point, right? It's like the gold-plated armor fit. It's kind of mid. Especially, I don't like the color. But it's not as bad as, you know. Another shot of Tyler from the front. Wow. Great outfit. Sabrina Carpenter is also just okay. It's fine. This guy liked it, though. Or maybe he's like, oh, sweetie. Them toes are stuffed. Delete. That's so stupid. That's fucked up. Oh, man. That's funny. Lisa Blackpink. Fire. Fire, fire, fire, fire, fire. Goated. Fire. Angelic. Ethereal. Bro, what is my dude's hair, dude? That's crazy. Stan Lisa. Stan Blackpink. Blackpink in your area. She's scared of mosquitoes. Dua Lipa. That's not Dua Lipa! It's Eileen Go! Fuck you! I don't even think Dua Lipa's attending this year. Not that I would pay close attention to what she's up to, but I feel like she was on vacation with her hubby. She was on vacation with her hubby in Europe somewhere. I saw their photos. Okay. Elisa Liu, it's very underwhelming. Wait, what? Stop posting her? The fuck? People get divorced all the time hanging their buddy. She's new. Don't be rude. It's never their fault. The outfits that they wear, they don't fucking choose. Yeah, Emma Chamberlain's fit was fire. HasanAbi head glazing you in the weirdest way.
Hassan Piker is the Mother Jones of the 21st century.
That's crazy. I don't think. Mitch McConnell at the gala?
Kidnapping them?
What the fuck does Anderson Pot got on, man? Mallory McMorrow went pull up the pics. Solid. Yeah, that's cool. Again, how do you sit? Like, how do you sit? Like, this is what I don't understand. How is that? Oh, hello. Is that Abdul El Sayed at the Met Gala? Yeah, he slayed. He slayed. They take all the shit off when they go in. Do they? You don't sit? There's no sitty? How do you shit? That's another question. Karina from aespa, underwhelming but pretty. Yeah, that's normie. Coleman Domingo looking fly as fuck. He's the GOAT. He's the GOAT at all of these things. He's always the best. Rihanna leaves a Carlisle hotel before the Met Gala. That's cool. Careful. Yeah, I'm not going to say anything. That's cool. Yeah. Wisdom K, he's a fashion influencer. Buddy, I know who Wisdom is. He sat right there last year as we talked about how he was not invited to the Met Gala, even though it would have been a perfect opportunity for him to be at the Met Gala. Tiana Taylor, unexpected. This is like, what is it? Is it the Bigfoot? Like it's, but like a OG version. Yeti? Yeah, not Bigfoot, Yeti. Like a 70s Yeti. Anyway, Tate McRae. Bro, she's just hot. Like that's what, I feel like everything Tate McRae does is just carried by how hot she is. Including this outfit as well. You know what I mean? It's just, she's just hot. She's attractive. So it's like it's one of those things where it's just like exclusively elevated because she's attractive. Dua Lipa did go to the Met. Oh, she did? She didn't tell me about it, so I wouldn't. Former HasanAbi head at the Met Gala. Tate MAGA Ray. Is she MAGA? Yeah, I saw Chase Infinity. Unbelievable. Unbelievable. Probably one of the best. Is he going to the mosque? What is this? This is a sunnet fit, dude. This is what you get before you get your pee-pee snipped in Turkey. Literally, this is what you wear when you get the sunnet. Bro, she is 22. Can you say that? Who? Chase Infinity? What? She's 26. Am I allowed to say a 26? Am I not allowed to say a 26-year-old is attractive? Are you guys fucking stupid? We're not going on a date, chatter. You know what I mean? What the fuck? She's a 26-year-old toddler? Is that what the argument is? Like, you're not... What? Aren't you like 50? First of all, I'm 34. Secondly, even if I was 50 years old, if a 26-year-old woman is attractive, I can be like, she's attractive, okay? It's not, you guys, man. Are you serious? She's 26, you sick fuck.
Real quick down the middle.
I can confirm in real life that she is literally just as pretty in real life, for the record. Chase Infinity, I mean. It's okay, you said it. Any wrong about you said what the fuck does that mean? Bruh, chatter was saying Tate McRae is 22. Tate McRae is 22? She's 22 years old? What the fuck? Wait, really? Bro, what's up with Zoomers, man? Is it MAGA face? What is that? Wait, what? She's 22? I thought she was like, no disrespect. I think she's a very attractive lady, but I thought she was like 32. Fuck. What the fuck? What the fuck? She's 22 years old? Also, Tate isn't MAGA. We call her Tate MAGA Cray for a reason. 32 years smoking. Okay, maybe not 32, but I thought she was like, close to her 30s. Sometimes you just... Also, that's still not weird, okay? You guys are odd for behaving like this. Like you can say guys, you can say a 22-year-old is attractive, okay? The fuck? Like I'm not, that's what the fuck? What are we doing? Also, I didn't even think that she was 22, but regardless, that's a no growth sweaty, no problematic age gap thoughts. Yeah, what the fuck? But she used to be a teenager. Check yourself. That's true. Dua Lipa, are you guys doing that all night? Is this what you're going to do? You're going to keep saying Dua Lipa and it's not Dua Lipa? Okay, there it is. There's Dua Lipa. Ethereal. Angelic. Giving chat to ick. Hashtag time's up. It's so funny because half the chatters that will complain about that are also the same chatters who are in the problematic age gap being like writing thirsty shit in the chat about me. While simultaneously being like, ew, you said a 22-year-old is attractive. That's crazy. I'm a different type of 22-year-old, though. Unc, please let the Glaze vid play. Somber kind of tour. Yeah. I mean, I hate to admit that, but yeah, it's not bad. All right. That's enough. That's all I got for you guys. I'm tired. I'm ending it here.